should do it. Ow! Are you sure? Okay.
Hey guys, am I audible?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
I guess not.
Yes, you could not. Yeah. How's it going, Mr. Azarte?
Hello?
It's going.
Why can't I hear you, Ben?
You can't hear me? Or Gregor can hear me?
I
Damn it.
I can hear him.
Yeah.
What's with StreamYard?
Can you hear Gregor?
All these complications. Am I even coming through?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Guys, I can't hear you. What did I do wrong?
We can see your face.
Try putting in headphones.
Hmm.
Oh, you can't hear us.
You got problems.
Yeah, who the fuck doesn't?
Yeah. So is that Magaha showing up?
Yeah, he said something about how there was another Gnostic hiding under his bed, and he needed to flush it out with the broom handle.
Oh, really? Yeah, he's big on doing that. Yeah, and he's also big on telling other Christians they ain't doing their Christianing right.
All you non-Trinitarian freaks.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Which I think
How
is
can you hear
pretty
us?
funny. I guess I don't think he can hear us.
No.
And look at his face.
He's just lost and confused. Yeah. Wandering through the digital landscape like a blind deaf man.
Yeah, he's looking good. So did you have a nice Halloween?
Pretty much. I just stayed inside and smoked weed and watched the new Borat movie with my friend.
Oh, was the new Borat movie actually funny?
I thought it was pretty funny.
Yeah.
As far as like commentary, it didn't really have much.
That's good.
It was kind of just obvious stuff, like having the daughter of Borat character talk about touching herself in front of like a women's Republican meeting, things like that.
Yeah.
So there was a part that should have been funnier than it was, where he dressed up as Donald Trump and crashed a Michael Pence speech, offer his daughter. That part should have been funnier than it was.
Oh, yeah. Huh. I had to give it a whirl. Yeah, we can hear you. Or I can at least.
Can you hear us?
Yeah.
So it was a part. Well, we're echoing it in.
Yeah, I don't know what's going
on.
But
apparently, he can't hear us. So.
Yeah, I guess he can't. Huh? It's weird. So I like Sacha Baron Cohen. I mean, I enjoy the Borat, and I really like the Ali G character when he's interviewing people. And I like Borat as well. I like
Okay, I hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
What? Oh, man, there's always technical complications. I didn't change the speaker setting, but it was changed. Somehow.
You've been doing this for how long?
Long enough to know better, but I don't.
Right.
No, wait, I want to check something. I want to see, because I'm kind of getting used to having the camera on. I want to see what happens if I turn it back on, if this will do it. Okay, and then we'll get to.
But yeah, I kind of feel like, as in terms of commentary, his what was that in the name of that show? It was like What Is America or something like that.
Uh-huh.
That one was way better.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen that. I don't think I've seen that one. I like the old Ali G show, the one I think that was made for HBO. I like that quite a bit.
Yeah, I remember seeing
that.
Am
I still audible?
Yeah.
Yes.
Can you still hear us?
Yes, perfection then. Yes. I guess we'll be waiting on our guest. Thanks for coming, James. I would say I've missed you all this week, but that I'd be lying. I've been enjoying the hell out of my vacation. So what did I miss? What were you guys talking about when I couldn't hear you?
They were talking about the new Borat movie.
Oh, there's a new Borat? I didn't even know.
Yeah, it's called Borat Subsequent Movie or something like that. People just call it Borat 2.
It's one of those ironic titles, kind of like Aqua, Teen Hunger Force, movie.
The idea is it's like a Kazakhstan person trying to speak English.
Right, it's a poor translation.
Yeah. The first one, the full title was something like Borat movie film for glory of nation of Kazakhstan or something like that.
Right. Yeah,
Talking like the character Pygmy from the Pygmy character from the Chuck Palahniuk movie.
Yeah,
or book, not movie.
So do you like? I mean, of the three characters, Ali G, Borat, and Bruno, which do you like the most?
I haven't seen Bruno, so I guess I'd have to go with Borat.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, Bruno was on that HBO series. You know, like he was. They generally had like a segment for each one of those characters on each individual show. But he was the least. He was the least interesting of the three on that program. You know,
Bruno's whole thing is that he was just gay, right?
Yeah, he was gay and a Nazi, I think. Right? I think
he was Milo Yiannopoulos, basically.
Right? Yeah, he kind of was like Milo Yiannopoulos. Yeah, before Milo Yiannopoulos knew he was Milo Yiannopoulos, was well ahead of that. But yeah, he was gay, and I think he was a Nazi. He tried to get people to admit to enjoying Nazi-related stuff.
Yeah, but I suppose that's one thing that kind of annoys me about Sacha Baron Cohen is that he's, his comedy styling is very un-PC, but when he's out of character, he's very like, oh, social media needs to monitor all of this shit, and then blah 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 blah. And
social media needs to fucking die.
It does, yes.
Yeah, it does.
We did fine without it all these years.
I mean, that's the root of the problem with corporate social media. It's a fucking data harvesting that was meant to advertise to us.
We can see your account because you work for us. That's what WWE's doing. They actually shut down wrestlers' Twitch channels because they're using the names of WWE characters that they portray. It's fucking despicable. Vince McMahon deserves for his company to go under at this point. He's senile anyway. The shows are not entertaining anymore because apparently the audience was what made it this whole time as entertaining as it was when there was a relationship between, performer and audience, and now they don't have that response to feed off of, and so the whole thing sucks now because they're writing totally illogical storylines that make not even a marginal bit of sense. They used to have storylines that actually made sense and were relevant. Now it's just there's 5 or 6 plot holes in everything they do, and it's insane. Vince McMahon, it must be senile at this point.
Vince McMahon going to run for president in 2024.
Don't believe it. No.
I wouldn't be surprised if he does.
What is WWE doing? They're censoring who for what?
They're seizing wrestlers' Twitch accounts because they found out, hey, you're making all this money and you didn't share it with us, and you're using our character's name, that we created.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, apparently, the guitarist from Dragon Force, I think it was, he actually got his Twitch channel suspended because he was playing his own music. And I honestly can't remember if it was the label who did it or if it was Twitch, picking it up on their content ID system. But yeah, it's fucking retarded.
Yeah. So, I mean, has WWE or WWF or whatever it was before, right? Have they always created the characters and owned the characters? Like, it would seem like The Rock might have owned his own character, or no?
Well, the thing is that when The Rock broke into movies, Vince McMahon automatically got a credit as an executive producer every movie that he was in at first, and they allowed him to use The Rock in those movies. But at one point, he was going by Dwayne Johnson anyway. But when they allowed him to use that name. It was in their best interest to let him go to Hollywood with that name. I think he goes by Dwayne Johnson now, doesn't he? I
think he still is. I mean, oftentimes he's credited in like commercials and whatnot as Dwayne The Rock Johnson.
But yeah, Vince McMahon was executive producer on Scorpion King and a few others because, and that was part of the deal, I guess. Which he did the damn thing to make that movie. But
right.
Plus, they have their own film studio now where they make horrible movies.
Like, if I looked at They Live, would Vince McMahon be credited like that?
I doubt that. No. See, it was a different time.
Didn't. Yeah, I don't think he wasn't credited as Rowdy Rod Piper, just Rod Piper. I think.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think it was Roddy Piper. Yeah.
See, back then, men were allowed to be men and not like corporate, bitches. And Piper, I'm sure that, the WWF at the time is what they were called then, that they were allowed to, profit somewhat from They Live. But, today it's just insane. And here comes our guest. I just finished reading his book today. It's a fascinating fictional portrayal of just how insane the legal entanglements are between the federal government, Indian reservations, and tribal police, and regular, county sheriffs and whatnot. And there's a big jurisdictional like limbo between the three. They can't arrest this person here. It's insane. But anyway, the name of the book is Boomwild, and it's really great. The main character is a really awesome, decisive man of action. He finds out his son was brutally murdered and beheaded, and he thinks a cartel is responsible for it. That's in the beginning. And I highly recommend this book to anyone who likes a good, potboiler mystery / informative, of like tribal politics, federal politics, and all that. So, welcome to the show. What should we call you? Kildare or something? Okay.
Sure. Thanks.
That's what you want us to call
Thanks
you?
for having me.
Yeah, great. Have you written anything else? I didn't get a chance to.
I've got a couple of other books, The Tragedy of Beauty and also Dream Wander.
Okay, The Tragedy of Beauty came after Boomwild, right?
No, that's the first one. This is actually Boomwild's the third one, so they're all different. The Tragedy of Beauty is a kind of coming of age story. Dream Wander is the first in a series. It's more fantasy, a little science fiction.
Okay. And how did you must have either done some research or had firsthand experience with these problems, these political, black holes between these three forms of government? I mean, how did you just research it really well, or is it something that you experienced?
So I grew up in northwestern North Dakota. I was actually born in Williston, which you will recognize from the book.
Mm-hmm.
That was kind of the heart of the oil boom. I was also working in Newtown kind of during the height of this. So I was on the reservation for parts of this. So I knew a lot of people, talked to a lot of people at the time. I also did a lot of research into this, So yeah, I had an idea of what was going on just from personal experience.
Okay. I mean, can you point to any cases that went unsolved in real life? And I'm sure you probably could if you dug hard enough. Any cases where justice was definitely not served when it absolutely should have been, where the letter of the law should have absolutely applied because of the brutality or the just sinister, happenings, but because of jurisdictional black holes, no justice was allowed to be served. Can you think of specific incidents?
Can I think of specifics? No, the problem is there's a lot of cases I could kind of vaguely think of, but because they couldn't prove anything, it's you can't really accuse someone of having done something, you know what I mean, when they were never found guilty. There was a guy named James Henriksen who was running a company. He ordered a hit out on his coworker that was carried out in Spokane. That actually happened. They traced it back to him. They found the hitman and everything. There was another coworker that disappeared. The hitman admitted to killing him. They've never found the body. The hitman couldn't figure out where they hid the body. There's cases like that. I mean, that actually admitted to. There's cases like that. There's crimes that there was a victim. They were never sure of who actually did it. The problem with crimes on the res is if you can get off the res, if you can commit a crime and then get back off the res, it really makes a mess as far as the jurisdiction, because the tribal authority, they have no authority off the res. the county authority and the state, if they don't know who did it, they're less inclined to look into it. At this time, the FBI, well, everyone, at this time, everyone was so swamped with cases. They just, the more complicated it was, the less they wanted any interest in it, you know, unless it reached a certain point. But so if they could kind of ignore it, that's what they would do. So
Yeah.
rape cases, like the rape cases, I mean, they just weren't dealing with them. The thing that the cops were dealing with the most were car crashes. There were so many car crashes going on because the roads had become so dangerous, because there were so many people driving. The amount of traffic was so over what the roads are built for. There were so many car accidents that was consuming so much of the cops' time that just other things were just ignored. They just didn't have time for it, you know? There's like the immediate thing of you have a car crash right now, and then you've got all these rape cases you got to deal with, and you don't have enough cops, so what are you going to do with? What are you going to deal with?
When it comes to cartels and you know, the mob and everything, it takes, or a crime ring or a sex trafficking ring, it takes a monumental amount of evidence for the federal government and the FBI to even, you know, take a sniff of it, right?
Yeah, and that stuff was taking them years to kind of get involved with. As far, you know, I don't want to say get involved with it, but as far as building a case. So they were noticing drug cartel activity. They were noticing that because they were seeing people with tattoos, that, you know, tattoos that showed they were with one cartel or another. Yeah, they actually, and I think the book kind of references this, the first major prostitution ring on a reservation ever was busted on Fort Berthold, and they figured it out because they were finding these young girls with tattoos. Or it wasn't even tattoos, they'd been branded.
You know what, is that Nexium cult? Or was that just a coincidence?
No, it's just a different thing.
This was different, but
Yeah, I'm sure that's a somewhat standard thing for sex trafficking rings.
Really? What I also heard, they may put microchips in them, but where the hell are they going to get a microchip? One, where the hell are they going to get someone who knows how to stick it, where to put it, and everything? I mean, I've heard that though.
I mean,
well, they've got tattoo artists or piercing folks doing that.
Yeah. Oh. So that's something to look forward to when consumer grade chips are available.
So you really just you went off based on what you heard and observed growing up, but you also must have done a little research, right? In order to
Yes, I did. I read quite a bit into it to kind of give a background of what was going on, and also just the actual cases at the time. And then some of the things I didn't find out about until afterwards, the kind of parallel what was actually going on in the story.
Do you have Native American roots?
I don't. I grew up basically in a farming community, and I went to school. Where I grew up is Beaufort, North Dakota. I went to school in Trenton. Trenton is where they kicked out all the Chippewa from the Turtle Mountain Reservation. Basically, they kicked out all the rebels and they sent them to Trenton. And so I kind of grew up it was like a quasi reservation. And then as far as Fort Berthold Reservation, that was only about 70 miles away. So I played basketball there, played football there. So I knew the area well.
You really created a strong character here with the protagonist of Boomwild, Boots charging Thunder, right?
Yes.
I like that things don't just happen to him. He makes things happen. I noticed that a lot with modern day fiction, that a lot of times it's a slob who just kind of winds up, in deep shit based on one wrong move. And the things just keep happening and happening. Like everybody's trying to out Lebowski, the Coen brothers or something, but I really like it when main characters are able to, push forward and take their own initiative and make things happen in their lives, the way they need to, instead of just everything washing over them involuntarily. I think that's
Yeah.
not as good of a character arc when they just accidentally fall into shit. I think that the character arc of Booch is strong, but my God, man, without spoiling it, there's a huge body count at the end, and a lot of people get pulled into this crime ring with the cartel that didn't even know that these people were involved in it. And that's how it is. People you couldn't imagine harming a fly end up with these terrible skeletons in their closets. They can be serial killers. They can be, in with the mob somehow. They can be drug mules, all sorts of shit, but that's not the face they show us, So,
Yeah.
but it's a great main character that you created here. And, man, it could have made a great ongoing series. But because of things that happened near the end, I don't know. I feel like maybe there's enough closure that you don't need a second volume of it.
Yeah, I just intended this to be a one-off. So, I mean, you could definitely. The story is because of how how much issues there are on the reservation. It could definitely be a Wire type story where it just it just goes on. I don't know if you're the Wire.
It's more of it's a detached documentarian kind of vibe that the Wire had, and that's what you were going for here, I guess.
Well,
right?
I just mean that the problems just go on and on and on, so you're just focusing on different problems. But I mean,
so I should specify when I say that Boots Charging Thunder is a strong main character, he gets so fed up. I'm telling my co-hosts here that he gets so fed up with the injustice, and how, all these authorities, all these different bodies of government are just, their hands are tied. They're totally impotent in the face of crimes committed on the reservation, but you call a county sheriff to come over and do it. They won't because it's out of their jurisdiction. The federal government, they are dealing with things bigger than we understand. And so they're not going to get involved unless there's an ongoing pattern nationally. And he gets so frustrated that he creates his own militia. He organizes his own militia, and the cartel. I don't remember if the cartel had a name or not. Did they?
The Durango cartel. It's just a made-up name.
Yes. They catch wind of it, when they start organizing like a more aggressive neighborhood watch, and they get wind of this Boots, they get to know him, through other people. And
Right.
it builds gradually to a crescendo of urban warfare, and it's great. It's a seriously great read.
So
And,
is this like a genre, like what is it, crime thriller? Is that what we would say this fits into?
Yes, more like it doesn't exactly fit in anything, but more of that than it's more crime and thriller.
Right. Okay.
It's actually based on. The idea for it was actually based on something that happened in Mexico. And so this is kind of loosely because it doesn't follow the same arc, but there was basically a guy in Mexico that got sick of dealing with the cartels. I don't remember what the name of the cartel was, somewhere in South Central Mexico, but he created his own militia, basically. Mm-hmm. And then the cartel infiltrated it. And then basically the cartel, once they infiltrated it, they started using the militia to carry out attacks on neighboring cartels. And then at some point, the federal government stepped in and basically made this militia like the actual police department, at which point the militia had already become completely corrupted.
Right.
And I think the guy who started the militia ended up in jail. They arrested him, but he basically, not because he was actually crooked, but just because that was how they got rid of him. Now that, I think he was still, a good guy, but now that his militia was bad, they needed to get rid of him.
So they would arrest him, but our hands are tied when it comes to real crime, rape and sex trafficking and all this, shooting an officer in the middle of the road. I mean, No, I don't want.
Well, I'm just talking about in Mexico.
Right,
Okay.
he's talking, yeah,
But
he's
as
talking
far
about
as
the
on
real-
the res, the problem was the federal government just didn't have that much interest in looking in.
But they had an interest in arresting that guy, though. That's
No. But this was in Mexico.
yeah, okay.
But so, they needed, once the federal government in Mexico was corrupt as well.
Right.
So now they got to get rid of the militia leader because he's not corrupt. They just, so in the U.S.
And here in the States, the federal government has very little interest in the well-being of Native Americans.
Yeah, not really. I mean, yeah. Because of, there's a lot of different reasons, but it doesn't usually, basically it never works out well for the Indians. I mean.
Right. So it looks like to me, so this, I'm not trying to get off topic, but I'm curious because, so it looks like you've got two books, right, that deal with, Indian reservations, Native American settings or milieu, right? And then you have this fantasy novel. It looks like to me like maybe is it an urban fantasy? It kind of looks like an urban fantasy type of novel.
No. It's more of an epic fantasy. It's not urban at all.
Oh, okay, all right. I think I was just maybe going off of the cover of the fact that the guy's wearing like a trench coat or something. You know what I mean? So,
yeah, well, he's dressed like a cowboy, so that has.
Yeah. So is it like a secondary world fantasy in that it's like not, it's a totally made up fantasy universe?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, is it have like a Western type of milieu? Like
Not
American
exactly. It's basically just him. So he, all of this occurs in a dream, or in dreams.
Mm-hmm.
He goes to a doctor. The doctor tells him that he's got dementia, and then tells him to walk. To basically gives him the information that he's basically dying and it's gonna kill him, and then says, go out this door, and he goes out the door, and he's suddenly in a whole different world. So it's this alternate universe, and he is informed that basically this is not a dream, all of this is real, and he's been kind of on a mission to save the universe type of a thing.
Right.
And there's always this question of whether or not any of it's real or not, or if it's just the dementia of it.
Have you noticed how popular alternate universes are in that writers are just going nuts right now with alternate universes, I've noticed, and it's actually pretty fun. And I think that they seized on that one guy, those scientists who said that alternate universes or parallel dimensions could exist where we made different decisions and it spurred off this whole other reality. I think a lot of people seize on that data that one or two scientists said, and it's fun to explore what might have been or still could be. But I've noticed that people are going nuts with that right now. Guardians of multiverses and, going through an astral doorway into this reality. People are just eating that shit up right now. Have you noticed the trend?
I guess I haven't really paid attention to the trend. I wrote this. I just like the idea that I can play with reality. Basically, I can do whatever I want. If there's always a question of whether or not anything's real, you can basically, do anything you want as far as the story.
I mean, you
have to keep it real enough in case that it actually is real. But I mean,
yeah. What, Gregor?
Yeah. What I was getting at, though, ultimately with that my line of questioning, right, is there any Native American type of influence at all in that particular book?
Oh, no.
Okay.
The Tragedy of Beauty, that's basically just about where I grew up, the community, how I grew up. Basically, it's just a coming of age that's based heavily on where I grew up.
Okay. And is it based on personal experience? Is it autobiographical largely?
It's not about me, but it's heavily influenced by just experiences I had.
Okay. And so that was the first book that you published?
Yeah.
Okay. And then the fantasy book, and then this Boomwild, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you write them in that order as well?
Let's see. I was working on all three at around the same time. The Tragedy of Beauty was basically in not quite, but I was just tinkering around with it. It was kind of in finished form, whereas the other two were written more towards the same time.
Okay. So you actually were writing a couple of books at the same time, as far as like actively creating them at the same time? Like you would switch back and forth between the two?
Yeah, basically.
See, a lot of writers caution you not to do that, but I don't know, man. I don't like to write on the same thing every day. Of course, I have a horrible track record. I think I've released like 2 stories. They were short stories, but I mean, there's always the hope that one day I'll be finished with what I'm working on. But I can't write on the same thing every day, but I know a lot of people say, no, stick with one story and finish it. And they're probably right if you can't do it, well, but, I mean,
if you can do it, you might as well, right? So, I mean, it's unusual, I think, to switch from, when you're actively writing something, right? I mean, like, I can understand, like, actively writing something, putting new words on the page, part of your day, and then editing another work, right, that you've already written as another part of your day, right? But you're actually switching back and forth between writing the 2 different projects in the same day, right? Like putting new words down on the paper, right?
No, I wasn't quite doing that. It was more like working on one for a while, then switching to the other one.
Okay.
So there's something they would probably also not approve of, and that's the Boomwild was the only one I actually wrote in order from front to back, whereas the other 2 I wrote haphazardly all over the place and then just stitched it together at the end. So I never wrote chapter 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Right.
Anytime I would I had an idea of what I wanted the arc to be, especially with Dream Wander.
Mm-hmm.
And I've got parts of the other books finished as well, but I just wrote until I hit a spot where I wasn't sure what to do, and then I would skip ahead and write that, and then just jump all over the place. I probably wouldn't recommend that. And as far as efficiency, I don't know if it's efficiency. You gain by not having writer's block, but then you do lose when you have to actually stitch it back together.
Right. Yeah, I mean, but I mean, that's an interesting way to go about it. And I don't see anything necessarily wrong with it. I mean, I think that there's something to be said to, like, if a particular scene inspires you, why have to wait until you get to that scene, right? In the narrative, you might as well just write it right away, right? That's kind of what your thinking was.
Yeah. It's just then you got to make sure that it all makes sense at the end.
Right. Yeah. There's a lot of editing that has to be done to stitch it all together, I'm sure. Yeah. I mean, I've done that a little bit, but not very much. Generally, I write everything in order, but I have done what you're talking about, where I skip ahead to write a scene because it's like fresh in my brain and I just want to get it down. Then I'll go back. But yeah, so that's interesting that you did that. So how many books are you planning in the fantasy series?
That is going to be 2 or 3 more.
Okay.
Just depending on how much I can get for the, if it's going to be longer, it's going to be 4. If it's going to be shorter, it's going to be 3. I'm not trying to stretch it out. I'm just trying to, I guess I'm not a big fan of writing fantasy books that are 500,000 pages long. The first one's around 100. I don't like that trend at all. I don't.
Right. Okay, so the first book is 100 pages, you're saying?
No, 100,000 words.
Oh, the first book is 100,000 words.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
that's a pretty big book.
It is, but I mean, fantasy these days, a lot of them are 500,000.
Yeah. If you're talking like a Brandon Sanderson or something like that.
Robert Jordan, Brandon Sanderson, Terry Goodkind, George R. Martin, Elton Odisett Jr.
And then, they write, 6, 8 books, whatever it is, and you start to see the plot starts to get repetitive, where it's the same things happening over and over and over again. Because how many different, 500,000 words is a lot. The Lord of the Rings is what, 400,000. And you start thinking, well, you're going to do that for 8 book, and then you're going to write 5 other books.
Right.
You just start to run out of ideas.
Yeah, and you're really kind of just asking a lot of the reader as well, as far as the commitment goes.
Exactly. Well, yeah, that's the other thing. I read the first one of the George R. Martin books. I don't know It's not Game of Thrones, but
Well, I mean,
Fire and Ice.
Song of Ice and Fire, isn't that what it's
Yeah,
called?
I don't remember what the actual first book
no,
was
it's called
called.
It's called a Game of Thrones.
Oh,
Oh,
okay,
yeah,
it
it
is
is.
Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
Okay, so I read the first one. I read part of the second one. I gave up. It's like this is just it's too much. And then to know that there's like another 6, and then it's not even done. There's more coming or whatever, you know.
It'll probably never be done. That's the thing, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I mean, you know, I liked them. I liked them more than you did, right? But you know, it is disappointing to understand that there's never going to be likely. He's never going to finish the series, right? So I mean, that's kind of a.
There was a rumor that
And I'm sure if he does finish it, it'll be better than the TV series ending.
God, that was horrible. That was absolutely shameful display in the ending. They handled it horribly. You could tell they just wanted it to be done. And there's a water bottle visible in the scene. That should tell you how tired they were of working on it. They should be ashamed of themselves. And I heard a rumor that George R. R. Martin was going to hand the series over to Neil Gaiman if he died, but then he denied that. But that would actually have been a good idea, you know.
No, he wouldn't hand it over to Neil Gaiman. He'd hand it over to Daniel Abraham if he died.
Now, who's he?
He's a fantasy science fiction writer. He's the co-creator of the Leviathan Wakes series. What's it called? What is the Expanse? You know, that television series, The Expanse Expanse. Have you ever heard of that?
Mr. Magaha, thank you for gracing us with your presence, sir.
You're welcome.
But yeah, George R. R. Martin really has the sword of Damocles hanging over him with that final book. If he fucks it up worse than the TV series,
he's never going to release it.
Yeah, that's a good. That's another reason why, as if he already wasn't going to release it.
Yeah, I mean, I like the first 4 books. The Dance with Dragons was not very good, you know. But anyways,
so Zach, our guest at this time is Kildare, who wrote a really kick-ass book about Indian reservations and the legal entanglements that people that they can get into when, you know, people commit crimes on the reservation and they can't charge them with anything because of, you know, all these legal loopholes and shit. I think he wrote it very well, and I'm just letting you so you can catch up what we're talking about.
I came in a little too late, so I'm out of the loop.
That's all right. So you publish your own stuff through Kildare Press, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, you know, there was a time when self-publishing was frowned upon, but I think it's actually a smart thing to do now because there's so much clamping down politically on anyone who's in the group hive, the hive mind. You know, anybody who's working for a publisher now, I mean, if they find out they're conservative, they're probably going to shame them, you know, and treat them like shit. And so, but I mean, it's good to just publish on your own so you can keep 100% of the, you know, profit instead of having to split it, 60% with a publisher and you get a measly 40. I mean, I've seen that
probably get less than that.
I've seen that ratio before though. Yeah. And,
right.
But it's probably a smart move to publish yourself. Did you always, or were you published by one of the big 4 ever?
No, these have all been independent, and early on, you know, I was interested in doing the traditional route, but with the way they're kind of clamping down, the traditional publishers are clamping down on what you can say, and Twitter, if you say something that pisses off Twitter, you know, you get that whole storm down on you.
Right. Yeah, I think that, you know, one thing that I really like about reading independently published books is that, you know, there is the sense that the writer is going to make a decision that's truly going to surprise you, right? And potentially even, they're going to take some risks, right? Whereas a lot of stuff that's published by the, you know, big 4, big 5, it's all very safe, and you're never probably ever going to get surprised by anything, right? That's a new release. Whereas, you know, it seems like these independent writers will do stuff that, you know, they would never get away with, right?
You're not allowed to. The editors are going to step in and say, no, Or,
Right.
you know, again, with the Twitter, you know, there's been books where just the idea is enough to cause Twitter to go crazy, and then
Right.
the publisher steps in and, you know, the author apologizes, and, you know, they got to go through penance and got to be ready.
You know, that's the worst thing you can do is apologize. That's never going to be enough for them. They're going to continue to hound you and shame you. So it's better to just keep your composure and let it and ride it out. You know, now I made the mistake, not a mistake, but I apologized. But I was in the wrong, you know, but I do think it's a bad move to apologize unless you absolutely think that, you know, what you did was wrong. You know, a lot of times they'll blame you for shit that they're just inventing in their heads. They're trying to invent in your work, you know. But what were you, who was going to speak? Was it Ben or Gregor? Who?
Well, yeah, I was going to say that, like, if you've got, I don't know, like 50K followers on Twitter or something, the, you know, big, how many is left? Big 3, big 2?
Yeah, big 3 or 4, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, the big 3 will maybe take a risk on you, but you know, unless you have an established audience, like you better be like the most safest, you know, young adult novel writing motherfucker if they're going to publish you.
Yeah, if you're big enough, you can get past it. If you already have the base, you can kind of. Exceptions will be made, but otherwise they will use you. They will hang you out to dry as an example.
Right. But it looks to me. I haven't read any of your books yet, Kildare, but I definitely have put them on my list. But it looks to me like you're doing a really good job as far as putting out a professional product, right? It looks like the covers that I'm assuming you've probably hired folks to do the covers for you.
Yes, and they've been professionally edited as well.
Right.
I'm not a good enough editor to do it myself.
I mean, the cover of Boomwild, absolutely, I was sold on it, you know, even before I started reading it because of that cover. It's just so ominous, and I mean, I don't know who did it. Who did that? Was it a photographer or?
It's Bucavero design. Yeah, basically, I just drew her a rough sketch, which, you know, looks roughly like that. And it's my rough sketch wasn't very good, but rough enough that it looked kind of like that, where I said here, and I sent her a couple of pictures of like a wheat field, and that's an oil rig derrick that's on fire, and, you know, with the rough sketch of what I wanted, and she sent it back, and that's what it looked like. And I said, yeah, that works for me.
Yeah. I mean, that is a good cover, and the other covers are also very good. And I mean, it does look like you're actually, you know, I like to see independent authors, you know, who are genuinely serious about putting out a product that is better than the big 4, right? I mean, it looks like you're truly, you know, trying to actually compete, right, in that arena. So that's cool. It's nice to see that.
Yeah,
hopefully it shows people that it's you know, it's a good product. It's not just me half-ass writing a book in a couple of, you know, in a month and then just throwing it up on Amazon.
Right. I mean, there's a lot of that goes on, but it does seem to be that the independent writers. It seems to be that I'm not sure how it's happening, but it seems as if the independent writers that actually care seem to be rising to the top. It seems like the folks that do care and try to do you know, a great product are getting some more attention, which is nice to see.
Yes.
Now we used to be inundated like this with crappy covers and just people just constantly spamming you and trying to get you to read their, you know, first draft manuscript that they uploaded to Kindle. But I haven't had that happen to me as much lately. I don't know if all these people gave up or if they just, you know, I just don't go in these places where it happened before. But for a while, like when Kindle first came out and people were able to do it, you know, you just got inundated with just used car salesman type authors just sending you shit all the time, and it was terrible.
It reminds me of that Patton Oswalt bit. It's like there's a place where I can just throw up any manuscript that I want. Oh, the demon monkeys that live in my hair will have their message heard.
Yeah. I mean, there's some pretty terrible stuff, but yeah, it looks like you're putting out a great product.
But readers have probably just figured that out, as you know, because so many people are putting out so many books that it's just I guess it's kind of it's a way to weed through it. If it's a bad cover, I mean,
Right.
that's probably a sign of what's in it.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, because the the hardcore reading audience, right? The folks that read 3 or 4 books a month or more, right? They know a lot. They're very sophisticated readers, and they've caught on, I think, to the tricks, right? So I think that yeah.
Now you said that you made it a point to mention off the air that there was a funny or interesting story that had to do with you moving. What was it from? Was it from North Dakota or what?
Yeah, so I grew up in North Dakota. Basically lived my whole life there, with an exception of I went to college for freshman year out in Bozeman, Montana State. I worked out in Montana a little bit, but otherwise was in North Dakota my whole life. I was living in Bismarck at the time. Buddy wanted to go to Nashville, so I went to Nashville, and I met a woman there from Portland, and a year later I got married. A year and a half later. A couple months after that, I ended up in Portland, kind of going back and forth between North Dakota and Oregon. And
when you say Nashville, do you mean Nashville, Tennessee?
Nashville, Tennessee, yeah.
Oh, cool. And so you're in Oregon now.
Yeah.
Are you staying safe from all the shit going on, or does it not affect your area?
It doesn't really. I'm in Portland. It doesn't affect us. Most of it's been downtown, but yeah, it's a little ridiculous down there.
I heard. I bet the Pearl District is getting hit hard. Yes,
real bad. The homeless problem. The homeless problem. That's the city's biggest issue right now. That's bigger than the riots.
I ran into a few people, a few homeless there, and I mean, I didn't look down on them, but I mean, they were so good at telling sob stories, that it's like I had to keep walking, just like in Atlanta. Whoever I'm with, they always say, just keep walking, don't, just look down, don't, and keep walking. And I'm like, oh man, I hate to do that to people though, but if you don't, they'll draw you in. I mean, they will absolutely lure you in that with all the right, jostles in their sob story, and they will move you to give up your whole wallet to them. Probably they're good at that. I just wonder, how do you get to that point? One girl, this poor girl outside a bookstore, said that she was just here visiting and got stuck here due to, I don't even remember what she said, but yeah, there is a big homeless issue. But I mean, don't they usually choose to be that way? Do we really think that? How many people actually end up that way, not through their own devices? I mean, it could be. I don't know. What's the story?
I would say the majority of them have either mental or drug issues, and usually it's both.
Right.
They're probably dealing with drugs. They're using drugs to deal with their mental issues. They're self-medicating.
Mm-hmm.
Because you see a lot of people who will be standing on a corner, just talking to themselves, yelling at themselves, yelling at things that aren't there. There's a lot of that. You see that
on a bad day. On a bad day, that could be me, though.
Yeah.
So, what do you think's contributing it, to it in the Portland area, right? I mean, what do you think is fueling the large homeless population there specifically?
Well, I think it's probably the same thing on the whole West Coast, and that is it is so expensive to get housing. I think probably in the middle of the country, you could be a little mentally unstable and still be able to get cheap housing. Whereas out here, there's no such thing as cheap housing. It's just not,
It's because everyone goes there, right?
What's that?
It's because everyone goes there. Everyone thinks it's the place to be right now.
Yeah,
the cities have been gentrified all to hell.
That's the word, yeah.
Yeah, but even when you get into the smaller communities, it's the land. It's so expensive here. I'm in North Dakota. Things are, and North Dakota is cheaper than if you try to find housing or land in say like Oklahoma or Texas. And then you come out here and it's ridiculous. a house out here goes for $500,000 and in North Dakota might go for $200,000.
Right.
I mean, just a little house, and you go to Texas, $500,000, you can get a really nice place.
So in Portland, does it get like? I mean, you kind of understand why there's like a huge homeless population, say in like L.A. or San Francisco, because the weather's so nice year round, right? But it's not like that in Portland, is it?
Portland's actually a lot nicer than you think. It actually gets less rain than average in the U.S. So it's not so much the rain; it's more the cloudiness as far as the bad weather. You get in the winter, it's overcast all the time, and you get light rain, but it actually doesn't rain as much as you would think. Like July and August and September, almost no rain. It's almost sunny every single day. So you got that, and then it rarely gets below freezing. So it's still, compared to a lot of places in the country, it's still a lot better weather.
It snowed a lot. It snowed a lot when I was there, but the snow, it was so much colder there than it is when it snows in Tennessee. And I don't know why that is. Maybe because it's a mountainous area. I don't know, but like we're mountains too. But I mean, it was the snow was a lot colder there and the winds were like bitingly cold, biting cold, compared to the snow up here, which I'm used to. I don't know what it was, but it just seemed like colder, stronger,
It's probably more humidity. I'm from North Dakota, so you're never going to get me to be like, oh, this is cold.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Are there any authors that you really like that maybe haven't been, fully discovered by readers yet?
I haven't been doing that much reading lately. I've just been too busy with too many other things. Lately, I've been in the midst of remodeling in a basement, and I'm doing that basically by myself. I haven't had a lot of time to do much reading or anything like that.
Well, what's going on in the basement? You gonna make a game room or just?
No, it just was. The house was built in 1951. Over the years, it's been kind of half-assed, built up, and I tore everything out and started from scratch.
Didn't have asbestos, did it?
We tested it. Let's see. The ductwork, some of the ducts had asbestos. We had that taken out by them, but nothing else did. Taken out by an actual, someone qualified for that, but the rest of it.
By the way, how did your Vikings do? You said that you were really disappointed in them lately.
They won. They beat the Packers, which I was kind of surprised because they've had a terrible season. They were, before the Packers game, the Packers were 5-1 and the Vikings were 1-5.
So the final score was 28-22. So it was a close call, huh?
At the end, the Vikings beat them pretty good, but yeah, I got closer towards the end. It looked like they gave themselves the opportunity to lose it, but they managed to not.
You complain about how they've done in previous games, but I mean nobody experiences more defeat than the Tennessee Vols fans. I swear to God. It's horrible. Every time they start to get in on a roll, their damn lack of quarterback issue rears its ugly head, and they just.
What's the team called?
The Tennessee Vols, Volunteers. And
really, I've never even heard of that.
Seriously, it's college football, but every time they get on a roll, man, they let it go to their heads, or they get comfortable and they get their asses kicked. Like, they came back really strong in the middle of last season, but now, man, it's just like every season people are used to experiencing disappointment as Vols fans. So your Vikings
going to see the Vols in person freaking rules.
Really?
Yeah.
But your Vikings couldn't be any worse than that, Kildare.
No, they're not. They're probably not as bad as that.
Yeah, there was that time
last year. Season. It's just it hasn't worked out that way.
There was that time last year that the Vols played ETSU's like new football team, and everyone was freaking surprised that they would even waste their time on ETSU. And they freaking murdered them.
Well, Kildare, I appreciate you coming on. It was an honor, and I really enjoyed Boomwild. It was a nice ride, and Boots Charging Thunder is a character that I will not forget. I feel like he was modeled on on a real person, in some ways. Maybe a father or an uncle or something.
No, he actually wasn't. He just made him up whole cloth, basically.
Wow, good job then. Well, I'll definitely be following, your future releases, and I appreciate the hell out of you coming on and giving us this hour.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Nice meeting you.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah,
Have a good
thanks for
evening.
coming on.
All right, excellent. So Ben, you you know how to exit, right, Kildare?
I don't.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I found
You
it.
don't have to. You could stay if you want to, but I'll be stepping away for like 30 minutes here in a few minutes. But you can do whatever. If you want to stay, you're welcome to.
Well, if you guys have any more questions or anything you want to talk about, I'm fine staying.
Maybe they
you
will.
don't-
Maybe they will. I'm gonna step away, so you guys conduct it however you want to. But before I do step away, Ben, how's that gift card going? Have you already blown through it, or are you taking your time with it?
I've blown through it. I spent the majority of it buying volumes 1 and 2 of Osama Tezuka's Alabaster.
Wait, what is that?
Tezuka's Alabaster.
Alabaster. Now what?
Tezuka's he's most famous for Astro Boy. Alabaster is apparently one of his darker series. It's about a black athlete who because of a incident with racial discrimination, he steals a ray gun that's supposed to turn him invisible, but instead it makes his skin translucent, and he becomes a supervillain.
Did you say Kurt Busiek or Osamu Tezuka? You said that's what you said, right?
Tezuka, the guy who wrote Astro Boy.
It's a manga.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's for weebs, Ben.
Were they that pricey?
I mean, it's just 2 volumes of 2 volumes that are about $15, and the rest of it I bought ebooks with.
Cool.
I bought The Only Good Indians by Stephen Graham Jones, Ring Shout by the I can't remember the name of the author.
Everybody's excited about Ring Shout right now, aren't they? I mean, it's like a literary event, you would think. I mean,
Wait, what is it?
hang on, I'll pull it up. We've talked about it before,
Yeah.
but it's set in the 1930s, and Ring House. Why did I type Ring House? Ring Shout. P. Jelly Clark. P. DeJelly or Jelly.
I
Anyway,
gotta try to pronounce that.
yeah.
Looks too woke.
You might be right, but I don't know. It might be fun. It's set in the 1930s, and the Ku Klux Klan are like zombies, and this Maurice Boudreaux character, she has a magic sword to slice through them. It sounds like almost like a Legend of Zelda for the 1930s, world. I don't know, but everybody's raving about it, and it was hyped up before it was even released. So I got it too. I'm not gonna lie. Maybe it may be too woke, for my taste, but I'm not afraid to give it a try. It does have a good cover, but
Yeah.
and that helps. That helps a lot to have a good cover, don't you think, Kildare?
Oh, I do. Yeah.
Yeah, people
It's the
have
first
been
thing people
sort of
see. So, I mean, if that's bad, people are going to move on.
Right.
grouping that book in along with The Only Good Indians and The Loop. Those seem to be kind of like the major horror releases getting a lot of hype.
All right, guys, I'm stepping away. I will be back. Please still be here when I get back. I mean, unless Kildare, you have to go. I hope everybody else is still here when I come back. It's Simpsons Halloween special. It's only once a year. I can't help it.
It's already
go
on.
do
You
it.
better get going.
Okay, I'm
Go
going.
do it.
It's 8
And
o'clock.
you guys
You're missing the
conduct,
beginning of it.
I know.
Get-
Conduct the
go.
show every need
Get-
to. And I have a bad feeling it's going to be bad anti-Trump jokes from beginning to end, but hopefully I'm wrong. So
Get.
Go on now. Get.
Hey, you can just
What are we going to
stare.
do if Ann comes in?
We can just stare at that light until it does sissy hypno on us.
I despise fans.
What?
fan, ceiling.
What are you talking
fan.
about?
You don't see the ceiling fan?
Oh,
That's
okay.
that's not a ceiling fan. That's a strobe light that do sissy hypno on you.
It's working.
So, Kildare, when you
slowly
do
feeling
read,
yourself
what do you
turning
like
into
to
a
read?
dumb sissy?
I read a lot of nonfiction.
Okay.
I haven't read much fiction lately. I guess the last book I read, and this was just to try to, just because of things that are going on in the world, the last book I read just this summer was 1984.
Okay.
To get refreshed on that. Seems kind of appropriate for, what was that?
Had you read that before?
I had, but it's probably, it might have been in high school.
Right. So that's the last fiction book, but you read a lot of nonfiction. Now, the nonfiction do you read? Is it like a narrative nonfiction, or is more of a reference?
It's a lot of history stuff.
Okay. So what kind of history are you interested in? What'd you say? I'm sorry.
It froze.
U.S. history, world history.
Okay. Is there any particular time frame that you're big into?
No, not really. I mean, basically the whole thing.
Okay. But I mean, like ancient Rome, would that be something you would read about, or are you not picky?
Yeah, I mean, basically everything. I mean, not so much current history, kind of aware of that. Probably up to about World War II.
Okay. So that's mainly what you read for pleasure? Is history?
Yeah, for the most part.
Okay. Now, is it like, will you read stuff that's like, maybe a historical novel, or is it more of like a history book?
I've read some of them, but it's usually more of a history book.
Okay.
As far as like historical novels, something like The Killer Angels. I mean,
what's that about?
The Killer Angels, that is about Gettysburg.
Okay.
So that one, I believe that won the Pulitzer.
Okay, and it's like a historical novel, but it takes, but it's not just like some random made up dude it's actually based on real events and real characters, correct?
Yeah, that's a fiction novel. I don't remember what the guy's name was. Something Michael Shara or something like that.
Okay.
Not exactly sure, but yeah, that's basically just about the events leading up to and involving, the actual battle. So the book takes place over, 4 or 5 days, something like that.
Okay. So, so it seems interesting to me that you would that you would read a lot of nonfiction, a lot of it would be history, and then you would write the fantasy book that you got out there, right? So that fantasy book, does it draw on any of the history that you've read, or is it just a fluke, or what's going on with that? How was that fantasy novel informed by your earlier reading or other experiences?
The fantasy novel is heavily influenced by, I would say, Greek and Roman history, also Celtic, and also Viking.
Okay.
So there's a lot of that going on in the story.
Now, do you actually reference mythological creatures by name from those various different cultures, or are they made up creatures based on mythological creatures from those cultures?
I guess there's probably 1 or 2 maybe that are made up, but mostly it's based on actual mythological creatures.
Okay, so you I'm not saying you have this in there, but say if you were going to use a minotaur, you would just call it a minotaur.
Yes.
Okay, I got you. All right.
So like there's a Draugr, which is basically a Norse kind of zombie that appears very briefly, but something like a zombie. Basically, the Norse had the idea that if you didn't bury a person properly, they would come back to life and attack you and then go back to the grave, kind of thing.
Okay, and it's called a Draugr?
Draugr, yeah.
Yeah, I've not heard of that. That's interesting. So this fantasy world that you've built, so there's various different cultures that are based on various different ancient cultures. It doesn't take place in Greece or
No.
Okay.
And that's something that's kind of playing, with the main character of whether or not it's real or not, is that he has an understanding of these cultures. So why is he in this secondary world that is so heavily based on them?
Right.
It's real.
So the fantasy novel that you wrote is more informed by your history reading rather than a diet of, say fantasy novels that are Tolkien knockoffs and that type of thing.
Yeah, it's not really a Tolkien knockoff.
Well, I'm saying right. I'm saying like it sounds like fantasy's not informed by a diet of Tolkien knockoffs, right? It's not, you're not reading Terry Goodkind or I don't know, Shannara type stuff, right? You haven't read a whole bunch of that stuff. It's just more based on nonfiction reading and history, correct?
Well, I mean, it's got similarities with fantasy, but it's not exactly.
Right.
It's not following the same thing. I read The Lord of the Rings when I was in high school.
Right.
That ruined a lot of fantasy for me.
Yeah, I could never finish it. I've read The Hobbit. I enjoyed that well enough, but I could never really get into the Lord of the Rings. And I've never been big into high fantasy as a genre generally. But you're saying you do like the Lord of the Rings quite a bit.
I do, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm actually starting it soon. I have the first or the main three, but I just have to get the Hobbit, and once I get that, I'm going to just go through them in order. It's one thing I've been putting off forever, but I'm just ready to finally get to it.
Yeah, I might try it again because I've tried it a couple different times, but I was relatively young at the time when I tried it, so it might just be something where I need to be a little bit older to appreciate it.
Well, The Hobbit is such a different kind of story, just.
Would you recommend reading it?
It was meant for his kids. It was basically just he was telling his kids stories and turned it into a book.
Right.
Would you recommend reading it first?
The Hobbit?
Yeah.
I mean, you don't need to read it for the Lord of the Rings because the Lord of the Rings basically stands by itself. I mean, The Hobbit was meant for children, so it's not a bad book. I was probably a freshman in high school when I read it. I think because of a class, something in an English class.
So continuity-wise, you can just dig into the first one.
Yeah. You don't need to have read The Hobbit to read The Lord of the Rings. You get the gist of what went on in The Hobbit from the book. It's not really relevant to what's going on. It's standalone.
The Hobbit's more like a sort of fairy tale.
Yeah, and then Tolkien talked about that. That was meant for his kids, and then he had to do a little kind of, I don't know, to make the two kind of clash because the one's meant for, or not clash, to make it kind of mesh together. He had to do a little bit of work just because the other one was meant for adults, and the one was more fairy tale. The dwarves are they're more like I don't know if you guys have seen the movie. In the Lord of the Rings, the dwarves are, basically very serious, and in The Hobbit, they're more like the Disney version of dwarves.
Right, they're more comic relief.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, I've not seen the Hobbit films. Have you seen those?
I have. I mean, they're okay.
Yeah.
It's not. If you're a kid, I guess maybe certain. I don't know. They're just overdone. I guess.
Yeah, I hear they're bloated.
Yeah, they're really bloated. I mean, you take a 300-page book and then turn it into a 9-hour movie, and too much special effects and all that.
Right.
It kind of took the worst excesses of the Lord of the Rings movies, and then added that to the books. Or added that to The Hobbit.
Yeah, the movie, yeah. Well, they had to, milk it for all it's worth.
Yeah, they had to. We needed to turn it into 3 movies, so.
Right. Have you seen any of those, Ben?
I haven't seen any of the movies, but I've never really been interested in I guess, epic fantasy, so I've never been really tempted to pick up the Lord of the Rings. I have heard that how do you pronounce it? How do you pronounce it?
Silmarillion.
Yeah, I've heard that that's actually pretty interesting.
Have you read that, Kildare?
I have. That's pretty good. I really did like that.
Didn't Tolkien's son release something not too long ago that was co-written or something by his father? Like I don't remember what it was called though. Do you know what I'm talking about? Like, is it Christopher Tolkien? Is that what it is?
Yeah, I think he's released a few different things. I'm not exactly sure. I think Christopher released the Silmarillion, however you pronounce that.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think that was unfinished when J.R.R. Tolkien died. But he had a huge amount of unwritten, unpublished work. Basically, that was kind of the backstory of the Lord of the Rings. It's kind of ridiculous what he actually, the amount of time that he invested into that. He had like 9 different languages, or
Right.
Yeah, I actually heard that a lot of people, like when he in his contemporary time, when he would like share his work with them, they would actually be kind of annoyed by it. I'm guessing it's just because he was kind of ahead of his time.
Yeah, he was. Well, he was sharing it to people who were pretty. He was like he was friends with like C.S. Lewis and stuff.
Yeah.
So a lot of them were, serious professors, and he's showing it to them, and he's writing in this, fairy tales, basically, kind of an updated version of fairy tales. And I would imagine, the British upper class at that time, what is this?
Yeah. I mean, it was, at least in America, it was really like the hippies that glommed onto the Lord of the Rings, wasn't it?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was kind of like what catapulted that and, epic fantasy in general to like, the forefront.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm going to go make a drink.
But, it is kind of interesting to kind of compare something like The Lord of the Rings with stuff like the magic realism that came out of, South America and Mexico and so forth. Because in a sense that they didn't really have that divide between realistic fiction and, magic or fantasy fiction. So they would just like freely mix in like fantastic elements with realistic stories. Like in 100 Years of Solitude, that's like a realistic story about, well, the plot line is a somewhat realistic story about, a family and the establishment and eventual destruction of a city, but it has things like a girl who just ascends into heaven out of nowhere, a woman who like ages until she becomes like a shriveled fetus-like creature, things like that.
And that's 100 Years of Solitude you're talking about?
Yeah.
Huh. I did not know it had those types of elements.
I think I've only read one of those kind of books, influenced by that, where it's almost everything is realistic, and then there's a thing or here thrown in that are just completely fantastical.
Yeah, there's like it'll address things like the United States government coming in to overthrow governments to so they can get cheap labor. And there's like a story like that in the city of Macondo where the story takes place, where there's eventually a rebellion that kicks out an American banana company, but one of the executives, I guess, is sort of implied to be like kind of an evil wizard, and when he leaves, he makes it rain for like years and years when he leaves the city. So it's like this. It's like kind of what you get when you don't, because they didn't have like a divide between realistic fiction and fantastic fiction.
Yeah, it's weird how different cultures come up with stuff like that. Like what works in one culture to another culture is just completely foreign, it's strange. They don't, why would you do this?
Yeah, I mean, there are obviously certain stories that have universal resonance. As far as I know, Lord of the Rings is popular almost all over the world.
Yeah, but there's just different cultures have, just little variations that, another culture just doesn't understand why you would do it that way.
Yeah, exactly. It's sort of, and part of that was probably, the translation work that was done, but stuff like the 1001 Arabian Nights, that's another thing that became popular all over the world, even though it was a bunch of folk tales from the Arabian Peninsula.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's one thing if you know that it's not realistic to begin with, then you're kind of set up for that. But it's something else if, it seems like the whole thing's realistic, and then at the end there's just this weird turn or whatever, however that works. It's kind of like if a whole movie seems real, it's realistic, and then they break the fourth wall right at the end, and you're like, what the hell just happened? There's something like, so, for an American, I guess, viewer, it's just weird, or even reader, if you just kind of break a certain barrier, whereas, that kind of fiction you're talking about, that's not weird at all. Suddenly, out of nowhere, some weird thing happens that doesn't make any sense. It's almost like if you guys have ever seen Fargo,
yeah,
the TV show.
Yeah, I've seen the movie.
The TV show has that once in a while where like one of the episodes has an alien and like an alien spacecraft. Doesn't make any sense. Has nothing to do with the plot, and there it is, and then it's gone. And
yeah, I've never seen a television show.
Yeah, I didn't know they did that with the TV show.
Yeah, I mean, is 100 Years of Solitude, is that considered like a magic realism novel?
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure for the non-Spanish world, that's considered like the almost like the pinnacle of South American magic realism.
Okay,
I'm trying to remember if I think Gabriel Garcia Marquez, I think he's Colombian. I can't remember.
Yeah, I've read some. I like magic realism. I've read some novels, but I've not read the big one, like you're saying, that one. I've not read that, so I do like it. I don't know. I don't know how it. It's interesting how with those books, it seems like they do a good job of not making it jarring when something supernatural or otherworldly does happen, though. So I think that's part of what is interesting about them, is that somehow the authors seem to really weave it in well with the story. It doesn't just seem like something that's non sequitur or something.
I guess what I'm trying to say is, with that kind of work, like, the audience is aware that that's going to happen, probably. You know what I mean? That's whereas in in a fiction book in the U.S., that would just the audience would be like, what the hell just happened? If that
Yeah, I guess so. I guess there's well, I think
there's
definitely
an expectation, I guess.
Yeah, definitely during that time frame, right, when these books were more, I guess, when they were being written, right? I mean, these are things that are being produced in the 50s and 60s. Is that when it was, when these books are coming out? These magic realism.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that 100 Years of Solitude was released sometime in the 60s. Yeah. Yeah.
So I mean, it seems as especially books that were printed in the United States during that time, wouldn't have had any of these real elements to it, and
it probably had a big part of it probably was that a lot of those countries were heavily Catholic and didn't really have this sort of I don't know what you'd call it, the sort of skepticism towards fantastic elements, and so because of that, they could accept it being weaved into an otherwise realistic narrative.
Yeah, I just wonder if you know,
but I do
how
know
they
that
were marketed at the time, right? I mean, I guess my question is like, I can think that what Kildare is asking is, hey, does the audience expect the otherworldly elements before they dove into these books when they were initially published? I guess is my question. Is the question, right?
I guess I'm saying they were
probably
used
just
to it.
didn't think of that.
What was
I'm
that,
saying
Kildare?
that they were probably they would have just been used to it. So they, it wouldn't have surprised them if something like that happened. It was kind of more normal for that to happen in their fiction.
Yeah, they probably didn't think of it that way. They probably didn't think. They just thought in terms of like Gabriel Garcia Marquez is a writer of literary fiction. They probably didn't think in terms of this is fantastic fiction or this is realistic fiction.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Whereas if To Kill a Mockingbird suddenly involved, like, I don't know, an alien spacecraft and abducted a child at the end or something like that, or, some weird thing like that, an American audience would have said, what the hell is wrong with, they would have hated it.
Yeah, it would never made it to the press, right? It would never been published.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it would have been. It would have been categorized in as science fiction, regardless of if most of it was or wasn't.
Right.
I think that still is. There's a lot of that in Latin fiction. I read a book, The Incredible or The Amazing Life of Oscar something.
The brief and wondrous life of Oscar Wilde. Yeah,
and that won a Pulitzer in the U.S. and that had a scene or two that was like that, but I mean it was, basically that same thing.
Yeah. It's strongly implied that, but never stated explicitly, that Oscar, that his family has a curse on them, and that's a big element that runs through it. But like in terms of like South America and Spanish literature in general, I mean, like what's considered the best is like Don Quixote. So I'm sure there's a lot of like literature that's kind of Spanish literature that's sort of like, taking inspiration from that in the same way a lot of English literature is taking hints from like Shakespeare and such.
Right.
Yeah.
Have you read Don Quixote, Ben, or Kildare?
I have it on my shelf, but I haven't read it yet.
I have not.
It's pretty massive, is it not?
The one I have is like edition I have is something like 800 pages, I think.
Yeah, I've got a copy of it, like a Kindle edition version of it, but I have not yet read it. It's one of those things that I keep looking at, and then I say, I think I'll just read this novella that I have here.
Yeah.
Instead.
There's actually a Jorge Luis Borges story. It's called Author of the Quixote or something like that, and it's written in the form of a critical review. And it's basically about an author who rewrote the Quixote exactly as it was. And the essay is explaining how like exact passages read differently when recontextualized in this other author's work. It's sort of a examination of what literature means and what language means and so forth.
Have you ever read anything by Haruki Murakami?
I haven't read anything by him yet. I've read a few of Ryu Murakami's work, who's not really related. Yeah. But Audition, the book version of Audition, to me is actually like a good example of a book that I'm pretty sure that I wasn't really able to get into because I'm pretty sure there's a bunch of cultural background noise in it that I'm not getting.
Right.
Because it's sort of in the movie, it sort of makes sense as a as a sort of like romance that turns takes a hard left turn.
Right.
the book has that too, but the way it's written is it makes me wonder if it's like parodying something that a Japanese audience recognizes that I don't.
Right.
Like there's a scene where the father and the son are talking, and the son says something about how they're Japanese men going to Muslim countries to get subservient women.
Mhm.
And it makes me think like there's like some kind of like cultural background noise I'm missing in order to really appreciate it.
Right. Well, the reason I brought up that Haruki Murakami is because his books are very much like magic realism type of books, right? But I mean, you can't call them that because I think that you got to have an author that's South American author in order to be able to call a book magical realism, right? But his books are very much in that vein, in that they're, literary novels, and 80% of it to 90% of it's mundane, realistic fiction, and then there's some kind of weird element that gets put in there.
Yeah, there is a sort of there is a tradition of that in Japanese literature. There is a short story by Yasunari Kawabata, who wrote House of the Sleeping Beauties. It's a short story about, it's a kind of a famous short story about a woman who gives a man his arm and he spends the night with it, or her arm, and he spends the night with it, and he treats the arm like it's alive, and he's like very distraught when he wakes up in the morning to find that the arm is like cold and lifeless.
Huh. Yeah, I've not heard of that story. What's it called again?
I can't remember what the story is called. I think it might just be called One Arm or something like that. But it's in a collection that has like the novella House of the Sleeping Beauties and 2 other stories.
Is that the name of the collection, House of the Sleeping Beauties?
Yeah.
I'll have to take a look at that. It sounds like something I would like.
Yeah. Kawabata is a pretty good author. Although I think one of my favorite Japanese novel that I've read is probably can't remember the name of the author, but the book is called No Longer Human, which is like one of the most in-depth and realistic portrayals of depression that I've read.
I'm not. It sounds like I may have read I have to take a look at that. I might have read something by that author. What was it called again?
No Longer Human.
So, hey, I heard somebody mention Don Quixote. It's on a commercial. Somebody mentioned Don Quixote?
Yeah, we were talking about Spanish literature, and I mentioned how like Don Quixote is like considered the pinnacle of Spanish literature.
Oh, dude, I love it. I wasn't crazy about the ending, though. It was a little. There was one thing that Quixote does at the very end that I felt betrayed his true character, and I guess I definitely shouldn't spoil that, since Zach is so sensitive about spoilers, and you may read that, right, Zach?
Yeah, perhaps.
Yeah, I might read it as well.
Okay, so who has read it? Anyone?
No.
I
Kildare?
haven't read it yet.
I have it.
So I'm the only one, huh? Well,
Yes.
it's fun up until the end, I'll just say.
Well, great. I'm looking forward to it now.
It's really fun. Yeah, he fights a guy, a mirrored knight, a knight with like mirrors on his armor. So that part's pretty cool. But you know how they say Don Quixote always tilted at windmills, and he invented enemies to fight. So you're not sure if it's all in his head, or at least that was my experience reading it.
Right.
Okay, last segment's coming up, and I'll be back. And I'm sorry for being so terribly unprofessional, but I'm sure the show can only get better with my absence, right?
But that's another thing. Don Quixote was like a direct parody of like chivalrous fiction that was popular at the time, and yet it's completely outlasted that form of fiction.
So what was that genre? What was it?
It was basically just like stories of heroic knights rescuing people and fighting monsters and giants, and almost like what you kind of think of when you think of like King Arthur type stories.
Okay, because I do like King Arthur. I like the King Arthur legends and all that stuff. I used to read the hell out of that stuff when I was a kid.
Yeah, I mean that's continued in like the English tradition, but I guess the Spanish tradition had a lot of similar fiction that were just stories about like heroic knights and things like
Right.
that were very popular. And Don Quixote was written as a parody of that genre.
Okay.
But now the chivalrous fiction fell completely, by the wayside, and Don Quixote outlasted all of it.
Huh. I did not know that. I didn't know that it was intended to be a satire of a particular subgenre of fiction. Huh. That is interesting. Did not know it.
Isn't that considered to be the first, I guess, Western novel? Or first novel in Western civilization? Right? Modern novel?
I mean, I actually don't know. There's some that consider like old epics like the Odyssey and such to really be the first, but
I think because they were written in a poetic form.
Right.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I don't know what would be considered the first. I actually think that the first proper novel, if I remember right, was actually Japanese. It was can't remember what it was called, but it was written by a Japanese noblewoman.
I had not heard that. That's
It's kind how when they talk about like the great American novel, that kind of comes from the fact that like almost every country has most of the major countries have like what they can point to as like the major establishing work in their literary quote unquote canon.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas in America it didn't really have that because it was a relatively new country. So there was this like for the longest time this obsession with writing like the American equivalent of like what Spain has with Don Quixote.
So
basically trying to separate us from Britain.
Right.
Yeah.
English writing.
So what would you think would be the quintessential American novel then? Like something like by Mark Twain or something like that, Huckleberry Finn or Tom Sawyer or something like that?
Well, those are definitely like considered up there.
Yeah.
Moby Dick, that's up there too.
Moby Dick rules.
I've only read like part of it so far. I read like an abridged version when I was a kid.
Yeah, I've not read that yet either.
I'm trying to think what else. Some would consider like something like The Last of the Mohicans, which I read and I couldn't really get into it.
Yeah.
Trying to think what else. I mean, there's a bunch of people who kind of believe that maybe Cormac McCarthy might some of his work might count.
Did y'all just hear a thing like someone entering the chat? I mean, not the chat, the stream.
I don't think we can hear that on our end, can we?
Yeah, it always makes that little like I don't know how to describe it.
I never hear it. I thought I would figure out Jeremy can hear that. I would figure only Jeremy could hear that.
So has anybody on this call been able to actually go out and see like a movie in the theater recently?
I refuse to wear a mask through a movie.
You don't really need to, as long as you're distanced from other people, at least where I am.
Have you seen anything in the theater, Kildare?
No, we don't have, the theaters aren't open here. I was just going to say that.
Yeah.
Yeah. They are open here, and I did go to see Possessor, Brandon Cronenberg's.
Oh, that's right. You did tell us that. Yeah, I want to see that. I'm going to go probably see Tenet in the next couple of weeks, I think, if it's still out.
Yeah, I don't know if that's still out. I might actually have to look that up. I remember when I went to look up what time Possessor was playing, there were it's like no new movies, just a bunch of old shit playing.
Which I think I'm fine with too. I might, make a point of going. So, I wouldn't mind seeing some old movies. I mean, I used to love to see them when I lived in a college town, going to the second run, the art house theaters that would play old movies and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got to go out and see a movie.
Yeah, that'd be one one way to kill the COVID blues.
Yeah.
But I did watch. I did do the 31 films for Halloween thing.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing that you're able to do that.
Yeah, the last one I watched was called Memories, which is it's actually like a anime anthology of like sort of sci-fi horror. Like the first one, it's like this 3 segments. The first one is the best one. It's about a crew of space junkers who get a distress signal and basically find like a haunted house in an asteroid. And that's pretty cool. The second one is like a dark comedy. It's about a guy who works at a medical research facility who accidentally turns himself into a bioweapon when he takes an experimental drug that he thinks that is a fever medication. And the last segment is more like a sort of surreal dystopia about a town that's entirely dedicated to firing cannons at some unknown enemy.
That doesn't sound like a bad anthology.
It's pretty awesome. I highly recommend it.
What's it called? Memories?
Yeah.
And it's anime, you say?
Yeah. It's from 1995.
Does it look shitty, or is it a pretty decent anime style?
The animation's pretty awesome. It is one thing that's a little weird is the first 2 have essentially the same style, and then the third one has a very different style, which is kind of odd, but otherwise it's really cool.
So this 31-day challenge, right, where you watched what it was supposed to be a horror film every day, right, for 31 days of October, is that what it was?
Yeah.
So did you watch only films that you'd never seen before, or was it a mix?
I did rewatch a few things, but for the most part, it was new stuff. I did. Let's see.
So
I think I originally intended to watch all of Dario Argento's movies on Shudder, but I ended up not doing that.
So of all the new films that you watched in October, what was your favorite?
It's really hard to pick. Let's see, Society's up there. What else? Might have to go back to try to remember. Antiviral was really good.
Right.
Possessor.
Yeah, Possessor was good. What else? I'm trying to think. Those were the best ones that I can think of off the top of my head. Like if I went through and Deep Red was really good. Let's see. Alice, Sweet Alice was really good. Can't really think of any more. I'd say like the weakest one that I watched was probably either like in terms of like just being a regular horror movie was the one Zach recommended was Headless Horseman. It wasn't a terrible. It wasn't a terrible movie. It's just that the characters absolutely sucked. I really hated the characters and didn't care if they died or not. So that was a big problem. But I'd say like I don't want to call it like the worst just because it's definitely interesting. But I think the one I found the weakest was it was a Nick Zed art film called War's Menstrual Envy. Most of the film is pretty interesting. The problem is like the first like after the opening, there's like a 30-minute segment of a naked woman pretending to swim in front of a green screen, and it goes on way too long. But the rest of the film is actually interesting enough that I think it's all right.
So, Kildare, do you like the horror as a genre, either literary or film?
I don't watch or read a lot of horror.
Okay. So you're not a horror guy?
Not really, no.
Well, Ben is. He watched 31 horror films in October.
I used to do that. There was one year, and I swear this was when I didn't have as many responsibilities. I actually watched 304 horror movies in the month of October. It was back, like I said, in like my 20s, but I did accomplish that. I set out with a goal, to watch as many as I possibly could, and I did that, But it was like as soon as I finished one, I'd have to go right to the next one. It was very hard to do, and I lost a lot of sleep doing it. But I'm glad that I can, say that. I'm not going to enter it into Guinness World Record or anything, but I still did it. So,
So you watched 300.
huh?
How many does that work out to a day?
Let's see. If everyone is approximately an hour and a half to 120 minutes, let's see. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18. I don't know.
So you watched them for
Were you
18
working
hours a
with this
day, is that right?
I did sleep in there some, but yeah, I mean, it was excessive, man. By the end, I didn't want to even look at horror movies. I didn't even want to think about them. I was sick of it.
So
Did you actually work, or were you just like?
Yeah, I worked. Yeah, that's the funny thing. That's the funny thing.
It's like that's because at work, since I'm working from home, like there are like since I work phones, there are long stretches. Yes.
Give him the rim shot.
No, I'm not giving him a rim job.
Rim shot.
But yeah, since I'm working from home and I work phones, there are like long stretches where there's nothing happening, so I watched a lot of them during that time.
Nice.
I think there were times where I was trying to watch two at once, one on television and one on the computer. Yeah, I kind of cheated in that way, But I couldn't even. Watch a single horror movie. I couldn't watch, like 6 or 7 horror movies in one day now, because I think I burned myself out. I watched some, like I watched all the Creep shows again, and stuff like that. But I mean,
so you watch about almost 10 a day for that month, then, right? In October.
Yeah, but not this month. No, not this year.
No, when you're in your early 20s, when you did 304 in a month, right?
Yeah, boy. Yeah, I overdid it.
So about 10 a day.
I binged on horror movies, and I could never do that again. I just couldn't, even though they are fun, But the thing is,
were you on speed or anything?
Not at that time, no.
How long did it take you before you can watch another one?
I think there was one that came out in January or February the next year that I was anticipating, so I watched that. But I'll never be able to match that number again, and I don't want to, because I wouldn't enjoy horror anymore. Now I get most of my horror from literature, like Jeff Strand, Chris Rufty. Those are some of my favorite horror authors currently. I can't believe, though, you've never been a horror fan, though. Is that right, Kildare?
No, not really.
Huh.
I mean, most people are normal and they don't like horror movies and horror books.
Most people with imaginations love to tap into that world of monsters and exaggerated violence and everything. It's like they grow up with it. It's a touchstone of their childhood nostalgia, and it's just I thought every author lived through that as in their childhood. Like what did you fall into in your adolescent years?
I mean, I do that. My books do have a bit of a violent streak to them, but I just was never.
I mean, did you read detective novels or what? Growing up, what influenced you growing up?
No, I read a little bit of everything. Detective. I don't remember reading many detective novels. No, like when I was in high school, I didn't read much fiction at all. I read a lot when I was in junior high and before that. But by the time I got to high school, I don't know, for whatever reason, I kind of burnt myself out on reading, and I didn't really do much until I got back into college.
So what kind of stuff did you read in grade school going up through middle school?
Well, I remember reading Jurassic Park when I was 10, and I wouldn't recommend giving that book to a 10-year-old. I don't know if you guys have ever read that, but it's a lot worse than the movie.
Okay, maybe I didn't. Maybe I didn't then.
It's a lot more violent than the movie.
Right.
Man, you're selling me on it, actually.
It's actually a pretty good book. I read a lot of, I guess I did read a fair amount of Crichton. That's it, right? Michael Crichton?
Yeah.
Yeah. You remember Congo? I forget.
Yes.
That movie has not aged well. Was there
No,
that movie was pretty funny.
Yeah, the girls look pretty bad.
Tickle Amy. Tickle Amy. Tickle Amy.
the ape with the voice box or whatever. That was ridiculous looking back now, but it was pure 90s. I mean, the 90s were really a cheesy period when you look back. They were really cheesy, and the fashion was horrible, but I mean, I still wear the occasional flannel shirt because I like how they look. But I mean, the colors were loud and they clashed, and all these business executives were trying to be hip and identify with Generation X and coming up with all these campaigns like OK Soda, and the Arch Deluxe for adults and all. It just, the whole 90s thing was a corporate takeover that failed immensely. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Okay, well, I can match that. Biker Mice from Mars. Okay, well, I can beat that. How about Street Sharks? I
drank OK Cola a couple times.
Was it good? I never got a chance.
No, it wasn't very good. But I think Daniel Klaus designed the cans or something like that.
The guy who did, what was it? Well, you sure it wasn't Charles Burns?
I think
Charles Burns did a couple of them.
Yeah, I think they had maybe different designs. Yeah.
The guy who did Black Hole and one other
Charles
one.
Burns.
Yeah.
I think he did, what was it called, like Ghost World or something like that?
Yeah, Klaus, I think, did some of the can designs, or one of them. Yeah, it was Ghost World. Ghost World's Klaus, yeah.
Did you guys ever see The 13th Warrior?
Is that the...
It's, what is the... Antonio Banderas is
I did see that.
Ends up with the Vikings and...
Yeah.
Does it have kangaroo people? Does it have kangaroo people in it?
Got cannibals in it, right?
Yeah, they dress up they wear dress up in like bears a little bit.
Yeah.
But it's based on a Crichton novel. I think it's called Eaters of the Dead.
Yeah. I've read Eaters of the Dead. I like that. And I think I've seen the movie. I'm not 100% sure if I saw the movie, but I like the book a lot.
And I think I read a fair amount of Grisham books when I was younger. I haven't read one of his in 20 years.
Were all of Crichton's books made into movies? Because I know I have two of them, The Great Train Robbery and The Andromeda Strain, and I know both of those were made into movies.
There's like The Sphere or something like that too.
Yeah, and Coma. I mean, I think almost all of his major books were made into films. Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of ones that are like medical thrillers that he wrote under pseudonyms that were re-released under his, main, author name, Michael Crichton. I don't think those books were ever made into films, but, all of his Michael Crichton stuff that was initially released as a Michael Crichton book, I think has been made into a movie.
Saphir? Was Saphir a movie?
Yeah, Saphir was, yeah.
Never saw it. But man, Congo has not aged well with the talking ape. And
and with Tim Curry doing that stupid accent.
But Tim Curry is awesome. I mean, but
what accent awesome. Was he doing?
It did not deserve his
a Russian accent.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
not seen like Congo or Sphere.
It was like that. It was like that silly fake Russian accent. The nuclear vessels. I can't do it.
Yeah, almost all of Crichton's stuff has been made into film. There's the one that's called maybe Next or Swarm or something to do with nanotechnology that hasn't been
I think that was his last book or something like that. Yeah. Swarm or something.
Yeah, that hasn't been made into a film yet, but most of his other stuff has been.
It's probably outdated now.
Probably.
Check this out. Osiris just discovered this. Dude, how awesome does that sound? How awesome does that look? The untold
Yeah.
story of political and military technological threats Ian Fleming warned us about. James Bond is real. I'll bet you anything that's either published by Skyhorse or Trine Publications. Let's see. Trine Day. I was close. Yeah, I knew that. I could tell by the cover art. I could tell that was Trine Day or Skyhorse.
That's a bad rating on it.
Does it? Well,
1.5. I don't know. I mean, obviously, there's only 2 reviews on it, but
it still looks. It looks fun to me. It looks fun.
It looks interesting. The thing is, like, from what I understand, like, I mean, Ian Fleming was involved in intelligence and kind of based James Bond on that. But the thing is, actual spy life was so boring. They had to make up James Bond stuff to entertain themselves.
Really?
Yeah, most spy stuff was basically just like wait for this person here, record this when they come, and so forth. And like, obviously, like a part of being a spy is trying to, fit in and not draw attention to yourself.
Right. Or it's, I mean, just like the role of the James Bond thing is kind of like not even really a role, is my understanding, right? I mean, generally it's like a spy is to try to get somebody to turn, right? I mean, or a spy master or whatever is a person that tries to get people who are already in a position to actually get the goods, to get them to turn and give the information to the spy, right? Or the spy master. Yeah.
Yeah. I remember I saw this comic once where like, it's a kind of a long web comic where the whole thing was like, monologuing about being a spy, and like for most of it it's focused on this like good looking guy in a tuxedo, and then like the reveal of it at the end is the monologue is actually being delivered by this schlubby looking guy who can't get the waiter's attention at a restaurant.
Yeah, I mean, it's, I'm sure that there are like special ops people, right, that are maybe somewhat similar to James Bond, but they're not really spies. You know what I mean?
No, they're more like, I don't know, like SEAL teams or something like that.
Right, yeah. Yeah.
You can't exactly go around telling everyone that you're a spy.
No.
Yeah, exactly.
No, you can't, yeah.
And like if you read the novels, obviously, like the first one is, they got more fantastic as they went along, but like Casino Royale, most of that is Bond, playing in a casino, and like the one time he does, the few times he does kill someone, it's just like by breaking their neck or something like that.
Having an ejector seat in the passenger seat would be pretty awesome, though. If they start nagging you, just
that is true.
Yeah, like
I've never read any of the Bond novels. Has anybody read any of the Bond novels?
Mm-mm.
I've read 2 of them. I've read let's see, I've read Casino Royale and what's the one that takes place in Japan?
I know what you're talking about.
It's very different from the name of the love
Live and Let Die. Live and Let Die.
I'm gonna look it up because it's bugging me now.
Yeah.
The name of the love interest is Kissy Suzuki. There is a part in the book where he talks about this. You only live twice.
You only live twice. Okay.
Hey, did Phoenix or Ann stop by while I was away? By the way,
I don't know how you would know.
They would be. They've been.
Oh yeah.
Kinda, huh?
Oh yeah. We can't see on our end.
You can't. Oh dear.
You can.
Okay. Well, I hope I didn't miss him.
Yeah.
Usually this is about the time he usually comes on, but yeah. It's whatever. I'm not even going to bother, with until Ann gets her stuff, her gear in order. I don't want to waste her time, because I'm sure she's got enough stress right now anyway. So we'll just wait for her to get her issues sorted out. I do hope she gets to come back eventually, though. But she's got a lot on her. So what else is going on here? What are you working on right now, Kildare? I'm sorry, Gregor. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Kildare answer that?
what are you working on right now?
I'm working on, I guess, the next novel for Dream Wonder, that series, the sequel to it.
To the Ruins of Eden, or whatever?
Yeah, that's the name of the series, in the Ruins of Eden. So, it's as the series progresses, it's going to be a little less fantasy and more science fiction.
Okay, cool.
It's kind of a mix of the two.
Yeah, I like the sound of that.
One of the segments on that Simpsons tonight dealt with alternate reality homers. I'm telling you, that stuff is money right now. So many authors and showrunners and everything are exploring that with all these different versions of a character. You remember Into the Spider-Verse, even before this, Into the Homerverse. I showed 3 or 4 books a few weeks ago that are in that format of a one person who guards over the safety of the multiverse so that it's not, space and time are not torn apart. It's a rich subject for writers right now. And it is kind of fun to see all these different versions, how they might have turned out if they'd gone this way, if they focused more on this, a detective noir version of this person, and just all this crazy stuff, It's fun in a way.
For some people.
Not you?
Yeah. And
not big on it, no.
I mean, they sort of did the alternate universe thing in a earlier episode, where Homer uses a toaster to go back in time and keeps fucking up the timeline.
I know. That this is not even something original. That's what I noted when I saw this. They've done this before. Even recently, they had done it before. Like when they met the ones from the old, first season Simpsons. I mean, and that dealt with multiple versions of people. It's not something new. I don't know if they ran out of ideas or what, man, but Simpsons used to be fall in the floor funny. And that opening bit, which I totally telegraphed, that was nothing but anti-Trump. And it was to the point where it was seething with hatred. It wasn't even funny. And man, the Simpsons, if I can't get a laugh from the Simpsons, I can't get a laugh out of anything, because there were times when I was on the floor laughing from the jokes. It's like you feel smarter for getting their jokes. And they were doing that kind of shtick before South Park, before Family Guy. They were the first cartoon that, treated you as an adult, at least to me. So,
I mean,
I've probably only seen maybe a total of 3 to 5 seasons, maybe, worth of episodes of The Simpsons. I haven't watched it in a long time.
Yeah, I haven't either.
It's time to wrap it up. It's time to. I think 30 some seasons is enough.
Yeah, I would say so.
They would be. Huh?
I was just gonna say I quit watching in the 90s, basically.
Yeah, likewise. Yeah.
I think most people did. Now it's just kind of a zombie show.
Yeah.
The kids never age. That's the thing. How can I take it seriously if they're still in, elementary or maybe middle school? They're still, after all these years. And I mean, they've joked and made fun of that on the show, like breaking the fourth wall. But I mean, at some point they've got to age.
Comic books are the same thing.
Yeah,
I mean, they've
the sliding scale that comic books go by, the rule of the sliding scale, like that they get their birth and origins move up to the next 10 years after a certain point, so they don't age and get old. I think that's bullshit. That's why I loved Kingdom Come, because it treated superheroes aging, with the most realistic approach.
Yeah, I've always liked the art for the covers of those books, but I've never read them. They're pretty good.
It's brilliant. Yeah. All these superheroes are tired and cranky and they're resentful of each other. And that's how it would really be. Aquaman's like, you come here asking me for help. Bitch, I've got an entire ocean to look after. And I didn't get any help from you guys on that end, It's realistic. It's how they would really react. I love it, man.
It feels like now at DC, at least, they do a new version of Crisis on Infinite Earths every couple of years to reset everything.
I know. Crisis, the first 2 crises were so rich and imaginative, and now it's just like, how many times do you have to reset everything? There was Flashpoint, where the Flash went back in time and to save his mother, and it made all these other catastrophic things happen. And not even a year later, they reset it with Dr. Manhattan doing something like, it's just insane how many
Dr. Manhattan exists in the main timeline, and
he does now.
Oh,
He does
yeah.
now. DC did a Watchmen and DC crossover, and so yeah.
And didn't they do an event at DC do an event not too long ago called Future's End or something like that took place in the future? It took place in a dystopian future where Brother Eye took over almost everything, and the Batman Beyond Batman and some other ones had to travel back in time to stop Brother Eye from taking over or something like that.
Brother Eye, is that what you said?
Yeah.
What's that? Who's that? Like, what's that?
He's like a supercomputer villain. Basically, just a sentient supercomputer. And in the Future's End, he had discovered a way to, I guess, infect people by, by just touching them. And so, like, most of the heroes have been turned into like half robot hybrids that were.
So is he a humanoid, or is he he's just a computer?
Okay. What about comic books, Kildare? Did you get into that growing up?
I didn't. I was just going to ask you guys, what do you guys think that the comic book movies have, or comic book, the comic book movies, what do you think that's done to movies as a whole? What do you guys think about that?
I love Avengers Infinity War. It's what I always wanted from a superhero movie, but they could never deliver it, in growing up. And it's such an amazing experience to me to watch all these characters interacting on this grand scale. Now, there are things that they should have included in Thanos' story arc, where he dissolves half of existence, so resources aren't as tight or something in his warped mind. In the comics, he's in love with death, and he does it to impress her. Okay, they left that out.
That's not what he was asking, though. You
went
yard style on that answer. You're answering a different thing. So yeah, I think that there has been an impact on other films for the popularity of these comic book movies. Like
just
for
on
example,
the movie industry as a whole.
Well, yeah,
well,
like
the thing is. Go ahead, Gregor.
Okay, for the example that I have is like anything that they want to make now has to be like a superhero movie, right? Like they released this movie that Guy Ritchie made that's a King Arthur movie, right? So they might as well they just basically said, okay, we can't make this a traditional King Arthur movie. King Arthur's got to be a freaking superhero, and we got to have superheroes in it, right? You know what I mean? It's like everything is kind of like has to be a superhero movie nowadays, right? That's what that's how it kind of seems like. I don't know. Do you guys see that as well?
Well, remember when we had a T from the Champagne Sharks on last week? Mm-hmm. He on his podcast when he talked about the movie Harriet, which was the Harriet Tubman about Harriet Tubman. Mm-hmm. He talked about on there how basically like it when he watched it, it was like a Marvel movie to him. And when he Googled it, that's what apparently like the writers had in mind, is basically turning Harriet Tubman into a Marvel type hero character. Right. So I would say like, I'm fine with Marvel movies on their own, even if they, get a little samey. But when you're making, historical movies about Harriet Tubman into Marvel movies, it's time to stop.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
But I was just thinking, like, it would be basically impossible to get a movie like Braveheart or Gladiator made today.
Well, they would just have to be superhero-like, right? They would have to somehow.
I don't even mean that. I mean, there hasn't been any movies like that have come out since when? When's the last time a kind of a historical epic like that kind of story came out? If it does, it goes to Netflix or Amazon is making it.
Right. Like the Prince of Egypt, maybe. There's a Alexander and Prince of Egypt. I think those came out not that long ago, I guess, right?
I mean, the way it works with a lot of these is there's like one major failure and they decide, people don't want this kind of movie anymore. No, that particular movie just sucked.
I mean, have you seen that Prince of Egypt movie with the...
Isn't that the animated one?
Is that with Jake Gyllenhaal?
No, I think that's Alexander or something. I'm thinking of the one with What's that?
Gods of
Oh, that's
Egypt.
Prince of Persia. No. This is that. No, this is actually about. I think it's a biblical story, right? It's got what's his name? Dude that played Batman in the lead. I think it's
Michael Keaton.
no, the guy that played Batman in the Nolan films.
Christian Bale.
Christian Bale. Yeah, he's the lead in it, and it's like a biblical epic, I think, right? I think it's called Prince of Egypt or something to that effect. I mean, there was an animated film. I think it was called that too, right?
Yeah, Prince of Egypt. Yeah, that was.
Maybe I'm screwing up the name of it though, right? I think it's like a Ridley Scott movie. Is I guess what I'm getting at. And
yeah, I know what you're talking about. How many years ago was that?
I don't know. Let me look it up. Yeah, I mean it's it was probably 10 though, right?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah. Right.
I mean, like I said, we had the Brendan Cronenberg film, which obviously is very different. The violence in it is very visceral, and like plot wise, it's very, it's very surreal. But
it's called Exodus, Gods and Kings, and it's 2014.
I remember that.
Yeah.
It just seems like it's all Marvel. Well, it's all comic book movies and then indie movies. Like it's
right.
Yeah.
There's not much in between.
I don't know if COVID's going to do it, but at some point there's going to be one of those films is going to like fail hard enough that they're just going to move away from it.
What the comic book movies?
Yeah. I mean, they've had a couple failures, but nothing like huge failures. And I mean, I think with the DC's, those that are fake enough had like Joker, which was, in my opinion, the best comic book movie so far.
Yeah, I've not seen it, but
I don't know that it's going to be any one movie failing. It's just going to require people getting bored with it. Like that was kind of a cultural phase, and then people will want something different.
Probably in retrospect.
Yeah, I mean, it'll probably be a combination, right? It's going to have to be a combination of those two things, right?
I don't know how many times you can revamp Superman or Superman, but Batman, Spider-Man, all of it. Before people just say it becomes like the King Arthur, where every few years is a King Arthur, and at some point people are like, well, why would I don't know. But it is aimed for teenagers, so yes, there's always teenagers.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, with COVID and with things like, Netflix and so forth, I kind of feel like, there's not going to be, like, really a center in theaters anymore. It's basically going to be everything that isn't, like, big budget is just going to go to, like, Netflix or Prime or something like that.
Well, speaking of King Arthur, though, that movie, I thought there was actually going to be something interesting to come out of that Shadow Island part, but they just kind of gloss over it. Oh, he killed a giant rat.
Yeah.
They just kind of glance over that where he was learning to be a warrior on Shadow Island, right?
Yeah.
They show him killing a giant rat, and then boom, he knows how to fight. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, that was a disappointing film. I mean, it could have been good, but man, they really just tried to make it. You know what's
interesting? There have actually been theories. I don't even know how true the Arthurian, myth is. Maybe it's just a myth, or maybe there was a kingdom and a king like that. I don't know if there was really a Camelot or not. Was there?
Talk to Kildare about it.
Why? Are you a historian or?
Yeah.
History.
My best educated guess, there was no Camelot, but I don't know. My personal opinion on that is he grew up in the borderlands between what is now Scotland and England. And he was never a king. He was just a warrior.
Okay.
Okay. There is I think a novel called The Last Legion where Valerio Massimo Manfredi actually puts forth the theory and writes it in fiction that Uther Pendragon, the father of Arthur, usually in these stories, he was actually the last Roman emperor, the child that got away, that they spared his life, but they exiled him from Rome. You remember that story? The barbarians did. They capture Rome and they kill the father, but they let the child go, but he has to be exiled. And that child was Romulus Augustus. And apparently in the Last Legion, this guy writes about Uther being that last Roman emperor and growing up being taken in by Merlin, or not Merlin. Well, yeah, taken in by Merlin and
Mordred. It would be Mordred, right? Or
no, Mordred was the son, wasn't he?
Yeah, I'm getting mixed up. So yeah, I don't know. But
King Arthur, I think he would have been a nephew. He'd have been like a cousin to Arthur in the legends.
I see. Okay.
I believe it.
So that's an interesting. I'd not heard that theory. It's a pretty cool one. I mean, the idea that it's the last Roman emperor. Yeah.
Yeah. See right there. Uther is himself the last Roman emperor, Romulus Augustus, while the real Romulus Augustus disappeared from history after being deposed by Goths. In the novel, he escapes to Britain, where he adopts the name Pendragon and eventually sires Arthur. Arthur. I'm used to saying Arthur. Okay. But that's a good idea, yeah.
Yeah, that is a good idea. I mean, you know.
I wonder what did happen to the last Roman emperor, though.
I mean, I could. That does sound to me like something like something that a British author who's heavily nationalistic would come up with, like, oh, well,
yeah, it's probably not true. It's a cool legend type thing.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, I wonder what did happen to Romulus Augustus. You know, I love studying the Roman Empire.
Yeah, he probably just got the flu and died.
Yeah.
He probably had some kind of chump death. He probably tripped over something, fell on a stick, and poked his eye out.
It'd be appropriate.
The lineage of the Roman emperors is insane. If you try to follow it, it's all over the place. Sometimes there's 3 or 4 at once. It's insane to try to follow.
Yeah,
that's where the term Gordian knot came from. You know, because there were like Gordian the first, Gordian the second, and some other guy, and they were all emperors of different areas of Rome. It was crazy. Up with back then.
Something people don't realize about the Roman Empire, you know, for as long as it lasted, how often it was extremely unstable. So if you were the average Roman citizen, you would have probably seen at least one civil war and possibly multiple.
That's interesting.
And the plague was, gradually becoming worse, you know?
Wait, didn't bubonic plague?
I think so. It was some kind of plague, yeah.
Didn't bubonic plague come after?
Yeah, I mean, there was probably plagues in Roman times, but it wasn't bubonic plague. No.
Maybe it wasn't bubonic, but it was some kind of plague.
I'm sure they did have plagues, yeah.
I think there was a form of bubonic plague that hit the plague of Justinian, I believe, was bubonic.
Oh, was it? Okay.
Yeah. That's why that there's a book called Justinian's Flea. And I guess that's what they're referring to, maybe, because I think that the theory is that rats would, come aboard wagons or carriages and be exported around, with the drivers unaware, and the rats would go and infect different areas with their presence, I guess.
Yeah, and ships.
And what?
And ships.
Yeah, and ships. Yeah.
Because the disease is actually carried in fleas. So the fleas give it to the rats, and then the rats are in contact with people, and then people get bit by fleas, and then
this guy's good at it. This guy knows.
I'm assuming
that
the reason
actually involves King Arthur too, because they think that because Britain was still in contact with mainland Europe, what was left of the Roman Empire. By then it had already collapsed, but they still had contacts, whereas the Anglos and the Saxons weren't. That the Britons got the plague, and so a lot of them died, and then the Anglos and the Saxons basically swept in.
Man, this is a good discussion.
Yeah, I'm kind of assuming that if the bubonic plague didn't hit the Roman Empire as hard because they weren't as packed into cities as they were in medieval Europe.
Rome tried to conquer Britain quite a bit. I think
they did, didn't they?
I think they did, but it wasn't the first. They didn't succeed at first because Caligula stopped on the beach and said, "Everybody, start collecting seashells. We're going, and then we're going to turn around and go home," because Caligula was insane, out of his mind by then. So they failed in that expedition at first, and I think Claudius may have done some campaigns when he was emperor, but I don't know how successful they were. I don't remember.
Kildare, do you know if the thing about Caligula being insane was true, or was it mostly like slander from the people who didn't like him?
That's a good question.
That I'm not sure. I think he was considered basically, crazy. You're kind of going off the sources, and the sources didn't like him. Was he? I don't know. He was like Nero's. I think he was the emperor before Nero, or like Nero was right after him, or
it goes Caligula, Claudius, Nero. Claudius,
because there was a series of kind of not all their emperors.
Yeah,
but they did end up conquering basically what's today considered England and Wales. They just couldn't take Scotland.
Probably because it's so hillish, right? It's so many hills, right?
Yeah, they were good at guerrilla warfare.
Hard terrain to navigate.
Yeah, I remember this one like Irish actor or comedian or something talking about how because the Roman Empire never made it to Ireland, they don't have any like historical long-lasting structures like the English do.
Yeah, most of the major towns were built by the Vikings.
But one thing I do recall reading was, one of the more infamous things that Caligula did was like appointing his horse to the Senate. But I recall reading like people have used that as evidence of his insanity, but that was just something he did to show his contempt for the Senate.
He was mocking them. Today it would be a witty, clever, remark, that people would just kind of, guffaw over, and that's it.
I would make a joke about, Trump appointing a horse, but he appointed a bunch.
Whatever.
He appointed a bunch of jackasses.
No, the jackass is the Democrat. They're literally the donkey. So it couldn't be jackass.
Well, what else? I mean, what else do you call Stephen Miller?
I don't know, but the Democrats literally use the donkey as their mascot or whatever you call it. So I mean, that's a jackass. That's real. They literally chose a jackass. I mean, come on, give me that at least.
I don't know what the historical reason behind the elephant and the donkey thing is.
I don't either. It had to have originated somewhere, though, right?
Yeah.
How did that start? I wonder.
I don't
Ask
know.
Kildare.
I don't know.
So do you teach history? Do you teach?
The only thing I know about, I don't know if you guys have ever been around donkeys. They're just stubborn. They're extremely stubborn.
I do know that the libertarians use a porcupine as a sort of play on the "don't tread me" thing.
Really? See, I thought they would have used the snake because of that.
Now, Kildare, you're not a history teacher. You're just a history buff, correct?
Yeah, basically.
Really? That's fantastic. What else have you studied? Like the Vikings? They're pretty fun, right?
Well, I was telling them earlier, Dreamwander has a lot of influence from the Roman and I guess Greek world. Basically, there's three groups in it, kind of Roman/Greeks. There's Irish and there's Vikings. So, yeah, I did a lot of studying on those three groups.
Yeah, that's very cool.
And even before I read that, I like history, so.
I remember something I read by Lars Brownworth. I don't know if you're familiar with him. A great history writer, though, and he wrote about the Vikings a while. And what I read, he tells a really awesome story in the Sea Wolves, A History of the Vikings, about how the Vikings pulled up, by ship and to meet these like Catholic Eastern Romans, in this small town.
I see that dang book everywhere I freaking go, and it's always at places that aren't bookstores.
Really, it's pretty
like,
awesome.
Like places will just have them. Like I've seen it. I didn't see it in one bookstore. I saw it in this one weird freaking boutique place, and I know I've seen it somewhere else, but it's
What
so
are you doing
weird.
in a weird boutique place?
I can't remember. I think
Yeah, what are you, gay?
No, I mean sometimes you have to walk around places.
It's pretty awesome. But so the Vikings pull up on this island, and they get accustomed to these like Catholic leaning Eastern Romans. This is after the fall of the Western Roman Empire, I think. And so they pretend to be what it is. They talk with them about their religion and everything, and then they one of them pretends to be dead, and they even have a funeral. They allow them to use the church to have the funeral, and then the guy sits up out of his coffin and says, "Men attack," and they take over the village that way. That's pretty devious, even for the Vikings, man.
I've heard that story. I think that might have happened in Italy.
Mm-hmm.
Those guys were everywhere. They were the elite soldiers for Constantinople, which would have been the Eastern Roman Empire, after the West fell.
Mm-hmm.
You saying Vikings were?
Yeah.
Huh. I did not know that.
It's the Thuringian Guard. They were considered really good warriors, so they would pay Vikings to fight for them.
Wow, I did not know that. That's crazy.
It started off as basically bribing them not to attack their lands, and then it turned into, hey, why don't you guys fight for us instead of fight us? Fight someone.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I do often wonder if Caligula and Nero really were as depraved as has been written, because to hear, these chroniclers tell it, I mean, they were absolute savages, suffocating someone just under the immense weight of cherry blossoms that are dropping from the wall or ceiling up.
Yeah. Heliogabalus.
Yeah. But we've heard that story. It just seems so outlandish that it couldn't possibly be real. But if you look at the record, the problem is that these guys who wrote these records, and all their names escape me at the moment, but they lived hundreds of years after these guys in many cases. So
yeah, and there's obviously the possibility of it just being slander, historical slander.
Right.
There's people that argue that the Elizabeth Bathory, that her crimes were exaggerated as a means of deposing her to get her estate.
That's crazy, isn't it? Yeah.
And Uncle Void, I acknowledge that you are correct. Coma was by Robin Cook. It's a long time ago. He wrote that in the chat. I just saw it. So yep. I was wrong. I said it was Michael Crichton. I was getting mixed up with that and Andromeda Strain.
Okay. The movie, or was it a novel too?
It's a novel.
Yeah, novel. Yeah.
I have the novel on my shelf.
So
there are actually Roman emperors that have no one has written a book about still, and they're still, some of them are the most fascinating that haven't barely been touched on. Heliogabalus, everybody is writing about him right now, and I don't know why it's so long.
Are they?
Fascinating. Yeah, there's a few books out about Heliogabalus now.
There's actually a collaboration with Mike Zorn and Mike Patton and John Zorn and some other people, and they have a album called Six Litanies for Heliogabalus.
Cool.
And I do
how's your music podcast going, by the way? I haven't been able to listen.
I haven't done any more of them yet. I haven't felt motivated to.
Oh, okay. Well,
Zach's is going strong though.
Yeah, I've actually got a new episode that I'm going to be uploading soon, wherein I talked to a guy. He's actually a Catholic death metal musician, and we talked a lot about. He's a PhD professor in, I think, religious studies or something like that. But we talked about hauntology and retrofuturism and the alt-right, and it was a really fun podcast, actually. I'll be uploading that one sometime soon. And we had a cool discussion off the air about, because Sweden is primarily a Lutheran country, but the Lutheran church there kind of got co-opted to where it's not traditional Lutheranism. They're just kind of like they have a lot of super liberal aspects that aren't prevalent here. And so it actually makes sense for him going Catholic in that country. But he's still very much sympathetic to Lutherans.
Wonder if
I kind of wish we could have gotten Hunter Hendricks on the show. Who? She is the front woman for Liturgy.
Oh man, what happened there?
I contacted her, but she never responded. But
I get that a lot.
She's a a black metal musician who's also like practices is very into philosophy and practices a esoteric form of Kabbalah.
Okay, wait, now we don't need her on because she's a Satanist.
No, she's not.
I'll talk to
Kabbalah
anybody. Zach,
Kabbalah is Jewish.
I'll talk to anybody. Zach,
It's Jewish mysticism.
Zach, I'll talk to anybody on here, dude.
Yeah,
It's not
your show.
I think you should be, just wear the armor of God. You'll be all right. Talk to her. All right.
Well, will be, but she will poison the masses or the 10 people who listen to this show.
dude. This is the quiet place. This is where people go to get away from, like cultural warfare and whatnot, dude. I would talk to someone even if I despise their, that's a consequence of true free speech. Like there were those guys who were taking it pretty personal with Ann that I had to delete, but that was a rare rare case. So
What happened there?
Yeah. Well, I probably shouldn't say on the air. I'll put it in the private chat. I'll put it in the private chat because, but I felt like
who would have an issue with Ann?
That's what I'm saying.
They're just being dicky creeps, though, right?
It's probably Fat and Horny who had a problem with her.
Yeah, it's in the private chat that I just put it right. That's what they say.
Yeah, I can't imagine Fat and Horny and his associates saying things like that about her.
Oh, yeah. I know who you're talking about now. That was clever. How you turned it around.
I'm pretty sure if he hears his name, he'll A, come in his pants, and 2, have a rage fit at us.
Snipe us. Yeah, stream sniper. But but I mean, I'm not out there exactly looking for a Satanist to come on, but if I think it would be for quote unquote good radio, then I will do it, regardless of what they believe in, but that doesn't
mean radio could be me battling them.
Maybe.
Yeah, they could be, I guess.
But you should probably save that for your show, you
should definitely invite a lot of Satanists on your Christian talk show.
Hey, Kevin Slaughter, who runs Underworld Amusements, might be a good guest, but I'm pretty sure he went social media dark, so I'm pretty sure he's not doing interviews.
Kildare, I hope that you haven't been co-opted by the social media mobs. You've seen how these people act, right?
I have. I've been aware of this for a while and knew that it was going to be a problem. That's why I don't have social media.
Good. Yeah.
Yeah. I have Facebook. I have not used that in a few years. I don't have Twitter. I have no interest in joining the madness.
Right.
Good for you.
It was a mistake. Facebook, Twitter, they were mistakes.
Pretty much. It's too bad. It's too bad that Vampire Freaks got rid of their social media part. We could have all moved there.
Who?
Vampire Freaks.
What's their deal?
Well, up until now, they're just a store, but they used to be. They were basically MySpace for goths.
Do you consider yourself a goth, Ben? I don't see it.
What do you think I am? Gay?
I don't know. I'd say you clean up nice for the girls, though.
Obviously.
Right. I bet
you guys use social media?
Unfortunately, yes.
I don't have Facebook or Twitter. The only social media thing I use is Goodreads, unless you count YouTube. And Goodreads is actually, I get the information I want, instead of all this extraneous stuff. I actually see authors talking about books on Goodreads, and I love that.
Yeah, Goodreads is more like a functional site with social media aspects than it is like social media.
I mean, I have accounts on Twitter and Facebook, and but I don't really use it very much. I don't like it. It depresses me to read things that are posted there.
Like for me, social media presents a paradox. Like I hate people, but I need their memes.
Hey, you mentioned Gladiator earlier. How I know it was inaccurate in spots, but how inaccurate do you think it was compared to being accurate? I mean, what did they get right and what did they get wrong in it?
Let's see. I believe Commodus was Marcus Aurelius' son.
Yeah.
And he was considered a really bad emperor.
Mm-hmm.
And he had
12 names. He had 12 names by the end of his reign.
Commodus?
Yes. One for every month of the year. Yes. He was insane.
And he did fight as a gladiator, but they're, rigged fighting.
Yes.
So a lot of that was true. There just wasn't I don't remember what Russell Crowe's character was.
I just heard someone come in.
His name was Maximus or something, wasn't it?
Can you speak? Can we hear you?
Can you hear me?
All right.
Yeah.
Victory. Hey, our guest at the moment is Kildare, author of Boomwild, which is about the Indian reservation and the complications with them, the tribal police force and, the outside federal government and, state troopers and whatnot, all the legal entanglements there. It's a pretty cool read. The good guy kicks ass in it. So yeah, I just thought I'd get you up to speed here. So
thanks. I might actually, I'm not sure. I think half of Palm Springs is an Indian reservation, so I may or may not be on a reservation right now. Probably yes.
Maybe that's why they get away with so much shit, right? I don't know.
I haven't seen any Native Americans acting the fool in Palm Springs, but I've seen pretty much every other description of human being acting the fool in Palm Springs. It is a party town.
Now, Kildare, just for example, Kildare, when we were talking about social media mobs a minute ago, they could probably go after you and say, oh, it's cultural appropriation. You wrote about the Indians and you're not, that's how crazy this has gotten. So it's good that you don't have social media. And I hope I didn't put a thought in their head just now, but I'm just using that as an example of how crazy they can be. They read into shit so deeply that they invent stuff that isn't there. You know what I mean?
Well, I'm aware of that, but I don't know who could write the book because, there's Indians, there's Mexicans, there's, white people, there's a mixture of all of that.
So you'd have to get some co-authors to help you.
Yeah, you'd need like 4 different people to write.
Yeah, there's crazies on Twitter. Like, I think the cultural appropriation thing, it makes sense if you were like writing obviously inaccurate things, but you talked about like growing up around it, so you're obviously familiar with it.
Right.
Yeah,
and even if you're not, you can do research, right? I mean,
yeah, exactly.
Part of art is,
like if you're not just making like Native American stereotypes out of spaghetti westerns, then I don't see what the fucking problem is.
I've got a brainstorm here. I'm sorry, Ann. I know you've got a lot to say, but before we do, I just wanted to say I've just gotten a brainstorm in here. What if I got a copy of Boomwild and mailed it to some film studio and said, this should be your next movie, or send it to a bunch.
That's not how it works.
I think it's.
I really would. It's probably not a good idea either, because if you don't, I mean, they could probably just like take idea. Even if they did read it, they would probably just take ideas from it and Kildare would never see a fucking dime.
You don't think that'd be a good campaign to try? Just
No, I think he would want to go through like proper channels to do that. Like actually like have a agent or something pitching it.
What do you think?
Yeah, that may be true. They are pretty sneaky in Hollywood.
Yeah, you have to leave a paper trail.
There is the chance that they copy it close enough that I can sue them afterwards.
Nah, that is so hard to prove. I've seen people think that they can make that case before, and they pretty much almost have to rip it off word for word.
Yeah.
And like the myth of people getting discovered through serendipitous channels just doesn't happen. Like people in Hollywood and even in publishing just scratch each other's backs all around.
It's very rare it actually happens. Like you can point to like examples like, what was his name? The guy who played Han Solo.
Harrison Ford.
Yeah, Harrison Ford. Like, he was a carpenter and he got discovered that way. But, he was also trying to be an actor. So the fact that he, was discovered being a carpenter doesn't make, that rarely happens.
He was doing acting gigs, right?
Yeah.
His day job was a carpenter, right? I mean, it wasn't like he was just a carpenter and somebody said, "Hey, you're cute. Why don't you come with?"
He was auditioning stuff. He just also happened to be a carpenter at the time.
Right.
What was that?
Exactly.
I can't remember what I was thinking about. It was either the vast number of people I've met who've, shared an idea with somebody who had a guy in the industry thinking that, they might get a bite. And it turns out like their friend either just gives it away to somebody or it comes out in the mail. Somebody's ripped off an entire plot they wrote for their sitcom. It's filthy and repulsive. But I was also thinking when we were talking about cultural appropriation, how come nobody ever gives that lady who wrote nickel and dimed shit for cultural appropriation? Anybody else remember that? What's up?
Basically she was you said that she wrote about being a waitress or working in the restaurant industry, but she did it in order to have research to write the novel, right? It wasn't a legitimate experience. She did the experience to write a book, right?
Yeah, it wasn't a novel. It was just a book about how like poor people are getting the short end of the stick in the United States. And I went and lived on minimum wage for like 2 months.
But she got a grant, didn't she? You said this before. She got a grant or an advance in order to write.
Well,
right?
Well, no, I don't think she got paid till afterwards.
So she went undercover as a poor person.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
When there are millions of poor people who are just as good or better at writing, who don't have the connections, the middle class lifestyle. And she was just so shocked by how shitty it actually is to be poor. And I'm just looking at it like, yeah, it's shitty. Wow, too bad you had to go through 2 whole months of that to become famous. Right. That's just terrible.
Apparently, there was something similar with the book Hillbilly Elegy. The guy who wrote it, he wasn't actually from Appalachia. He was middle class and just happened to either have family or know people who lived in the Appalachia. I mean,
that guy lived 15 minutes from me, dude. That guy's a big piece of shit.
Yeah, but the minute some white lady writes a novel about Mexicans, everyone's like, that's cultural appropriation. It's like, well, yeah, it is, and it's shitty. But why isn't it cultural appropriation when she rips off poor people in general?
Cultural appropriation probably isn't the right word for it. I don't know what the right word for it, but yeah, there is a sort of.
Well, I think different classes have different cultures. I mean, I've
that's
never
true
been
to
around.
an extent. That's true to an extent. I kind of feel like there's been a sort of mixing up of that where people mix, actually being actual class conditions with cultural signifiers. I guess that's why, anyone could think that someone like Donald Trump, who literally lived in a golden tower for years, has anything in common with a mechanic from Iowa. Because they both really like McDonald's.
Right.
No.
Well, almost all American politicians do that to one extent or another. It's just Trump stands out because other politicians, even though they might have more money than he does, aren't outfitting their houses with gold toilets. Because he actually
you can point to Hillary doing that with her doing that fake Southern accent and talking about, I carry hot sauce in my purse. Shut the fuck up.
You don't carry anything but probably a pistol that's illegal for everyone else.
Yeah, and that's right. And that's just the suicide pistol in case the Epstein shit gets out.
Yeah. I mean, next to it, maybe you have an extra skin suit, but I doubt you have hot sauce.
Yeah, that nickel and dime, ladies. It's kind of like an exploitation type of thing, you know.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
like,
Like, it's just like the white lady writing about Mexican culture that, and there, you know, like there literally are different cultures for rich people and poor people, even though it's more fluid. Like, exactly, Donald Trump. He's rich, but culturally he still has no class. Or just me moving to or temporarily being stuck in Palm Springs and just being out of sorts and horrified by the way like people with lots of money act. They're just culturally different in a way that's like I can have a conversation with a Black person of my own socioeconomic class and feel comfortable. There's not like this weird shell of weirdness. But when I'm talking to, you know, rich retirees from the West Coast, it's like we're speaking English, but we're not really speaking English. So I don't know. There's clearly a cultural divide, even though Americans like to think we're better about it than the British. So why isn't that offensive?
That's a really stupid thing about nickel and dime is, you know, I'm not saying like someone who's rich or middle class can't write about the conditions of poor people in America, but this whole like, oh, I lived off minimum wage for a month to see what it's like. It's like, you don't know what it's like. That's
right. It's like a stunt, right? I mean, it's like,
yeah,
you know.
Like, she knows
like
there's a book contract and, you know, whatever other cushy existence she had waiting at the end of it. The real suck of making minimum wage is you don't know if or when it's ever going to end, you know?
No, wait, Zach, what were you saying?
I don't know. It seems like the whole everyone talking about like, especially if you're talking about fiction or if you're talking about in terms of like politicians trying to relate to people, they always try to like romanticize the poor experience. Which, yes, I mean it's a bad experience, but they always have to have that weird, freaking annoying communistic angle where they act like they're saving the poor people with
a man of the people, an everyman.
Yeah, it's so annoying and just not genuine.
I'm blue collar, you know, I'm a blue collar slob, just like the rest of you. Yeah?
Or like when you see like George W. Bush saying, "Oh, this person works 3 jobs. That's so American. And so proud of this person. That's really, you know, like
yeah." But what? Can you please give me a raise at one of the jobs? You know?
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can I please be able to spend some time with my fucking kids?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, but you know,
can I please have some fun, just a singular crumb of healthcare?
Like, I mean, there's different types of poor people. Like, you have the poor people who are, you know, from Mexico who will have families, and then you have like the atomized poor people who are like the remnants of like what used to be kind of like American society, and again, they're more atomized. So, I mean, it's just, I think it's all more cultural than economic.
Yeah,
so you can't talk to one poor group and it be all of them.
Increasing poverty and just general crittering standards of living leads to more atomization. You can't really start a family or have places or, you know, meet people when you're working all the fucking time and constantly stressed about being able to make ends meet.
I don't know. I mean, you look at the older generations and people who were working like crazy had big families. I really think it's cultural and religious because we're so super, super secular that everyone just wants to like, they think if they're going to work, they want to get creature comforts instead of uphold something.
Yeah, the problem is it used to be you could, even if you only had like a high school education, be able to support a family. You can't now. Even if you can't. There is no Head Start now. You start off in debt from college.
Right.
Which you have to go to now if you want to get a fucking job.
Well, if people go to trade school, they get like way better off. Now, I didn't go to trade school, of course.
Ladies and gentlemen, Gregor Zane has left the building.
Why did he
because
leave?
his internet just fucked up again?
No. He says in the private chat that he's got to go.
Okay.
Gregor Zane has left the building.
I just looked down to make sure I'm wearing pants. Yeah, I'm wearing pants. It's not that.
Glad
That
you were
was
able
the
to join us.
best moment of the Quiet Place when you came in pantless and freaking Bill Laswell left.
That's too rich for my blood. Good night, kids.
That was right. And then later, his wife emailed me, and it was what we came up with. That was the reason.
Of course.
Or wife, not I mean girlfriend.
Wow. I mean, he was just going to dog on Les Claypool for the next 30 minutes, even if he had stayed. So, it's all the same.
I liked that. I liked how freaking crass he was.
He was really bitter about Les Claypool, man.
And Buckethead, he didn't have much to say about Buckethead either.
Yeah, that's so weird because he literally made Buckethead's career. I mean, Bootsy Collins.
He also took over the production on White Zombie's first legitimate album. Oh, I hate to hear myself echo, but yeah, he took over on that. He told the label, maybe I should, supervise and take this over because I feel like only I understand these guys. Is what I got in Rob Zombie's autobiography. That's kind of the feeling I got from it. But
speaking of people becoming atomized, I think it's a combination of circumstances. But my hometown, I grew up in a small town in the bumblefuck Wisconsin, in the middle of nowhere. It's not like Americana as in suburbia. It's kind of like little Austria. But in any case, it seemed like a fairly stable area, even if my family wasn't all that stable. But that town is dead now because of NAFTA. Around the time I graduated high school, they literally dismantled the paper plant that was the economic center of the town and shipped it to Mexico where they could get cheaper labor. So they're still taking logs from Wisconsin and shipping them, half a continent down to get cheaper labor. And now, I kind of feel like I'm homeless because if I wanted to go back to that town, there's no way I could. There's no jobs. It's really dangerous. Everyone's on drugs. So I guess I'm stereotypically rootless. I just, I've been kind of buffeted around by the rape and the plague and everything else. And it's kind of all the same to me because I just don't have a home.
Hey, sup, D-Blink.
Who is the blank?
I don't know.
They said they said you have a nice accent.
Thanks.
It's like the Woody Guthrie song.
Which one?
I ain't got no home in this world anymore.
Mm.
And that's basically what it's about. It was written from the perspective of a Dust Bowl refugee.
Where are you right now? If you say you're almost homeless, where are you at?
Homeless isn't culturally.
Oh.
Yeah. I don't mean like I'm not, I'm renting an apartment right now in Palm Springs, but I just, I'm trying to get to Paris and make a home there, but the place where I grew up just is unlivable.
You sure you want to go to Europe right now?
Well, I can't.
Yeah, I was waiting for this COVID shit to pass before.
Oh, that's not what I'm talking about.
Well, they're having riots now, but by the time the COVID shit passes, hopefully the riots, except for the Islamist riots, will have died down along with it. Because once they open things up, people won't have anything to riot about anymore. Except, of course, the people who are angry that there are ever pictures of Mohammed anywhere.
Doesn't Paris always have riots because they aren't as cucked as Americans whenever shit goes down?
It depends on what neighborhood you're in. The neighborhood where my fiance lives, there's never going to be any. Well, okay, so it's a heavily Jewish area, and he kind of lives near the Hyper Caché that got set on fire a couple of rounds of riots ago. There's no safe place in this world.
Yeah, pretty much.
What do you think about all this, Kildare?
Well, I live in Portland, so
there you
just
go.
wait a couple of days when the election, depending on that, if the whole town's going to burn down or.
Yeah.
I live in Des Moines and nothing ever happens here, so.
You know,
I miss those days.
You should actually consider yourself lucky that nothing ever happens, though. You should want the boring, nothing ever goes wrong type of atmosphere. I mean, just because you may be bored. I mean, you can always fix boredom with a hobby or something, but you don't want constant, nonstop action in your home that hits that close to home. You just
on one hand, yeah. On the other hand, the fact that Kim Reynolds doesn't get fucking dragged out of her fucking home every other day and thrown in the dumpster is a good sign of how cucked Americans are.
I don't know who Kim Reynolds is, but
the governor.
Okay.
Like, everybody hates her. Like, as long as I've lived in this state, everybody has hated the governor.
Now, how does she keep getting elected?
They kept saying the same thing about Branstad. Everybody hated him. They called him Governor Brainless.
So Iowa's a little bit like Chicago.
Yeah. Except there's not as much crime.
Yeah, there's more corn.
Just in the small towns, there's just like a whole lot of fucking meth.
Right. Oh, God, yeah. Everyone I knew from Iowa when I lived in Wisconsin was a meth head. Every single one.
It was a major problem. I think I've told the story before, but my grandpa was a manager for a bunch of small town apartments. And there was one where a couple in the apartment building was arrested because they had a meth lab that was in the same room that their baby slept.
Wow. Wow. Damn.
Yeah, actually one of my short stories in the Complete Idiot's Guide to Saying Goodbye is based on that.
Didn't they watch Train Spotting?
Probably not, no. That's
like the drugs equivalent of Don't Go Down in the Basement,
that scene where he's naming off all these pills that they steal off the people in the old folks' home. My mouth started watering as he named them off.
It's like that. I can't. You should do a recitation of that famous Choose Life monologue from it.
Who?
You.
Me?
Because you're good at reading.
Okay. I can't do the accent that well, though.
Yeah. Well, you can just read it as is. It works just as well in your regular voice. Yeah, The Complete Idiot's Guide to Saying Goodbye from Nihilism Revised. Go buy it.
Hey, speaking of Nihilism Revised, when are they going to put my dang book out?
Well, Burke's on a hiatus because of his health, so.
I wish he would at least email people. I mean, it seems like every now and then he'll get on Facebook, so it's not like he's dead. But I mean, if he's going through health problems, I understand. But dang, it's been forever.
Well, it hasn't been that long. It's only been like a month or so.
My last conversation with him was July 31st, or before July 31st.
Choose a job. Choose a career. Choose a family. Choose a fucking big television. Choose washing machines, cars, compact displays, and electrical tin openers. Choose DSY and wondering who the fuck you are on a Sunday morning. Choose sitting on that couch watching mind-numbing, spirit-crushing game shows, sticking junk food into your mouth. I keep losing. It's a slippery accent.
Yeah, don't do the accent.
It gets away from you. That's the problem with that accent. It gets away. It's slippery. You have it for a minute and then it's gone. I don't know how they do it. You actually said that the reason that Southern people have a different kind of accent is because Scottish people moved here. Is that right?
Yeah.
Were you serious about that?
Yeah, it's true. A lot of Scots moved to the South.
I can see the comparison working. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like if you listen to like certain accents from the Caribbean, they sound almost vaguely Scottish, and that's because they're sort of imitating the English accent in a lower class way.
Weren't there Irish workers in Jamaica at some point, or somehow?
Well, I mean, it used to be a British colony, so
right. Somehow Irish culture and Jamaican culture are intertwined.
Like Irish slaves in Barbados.
Yeah.
In Barbados?
Yeah.
That's a Caribbean area.
And it's
Did they all die?
They probably.
I think in the early days of the Caribbean slave trade. They used a lot of Irish as indentured servants / basically slaves in the early days.
Yeah, I'm
But
guessing
they
a
were
lot of
dying
them.
from diseases, so then they started using Africans.
Yeah, I'm
Right.
guessing
I'm
a
sure
lot.
the
A lot of,
Irish just dropped like flies. God.
yeah, but it's sort of like in Louisiana. There's actually a form of there's actually a unique form of French that developed there.
Huh.
It's called Cajun French or something like that
Wait, where?
in Louisiana.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Creole?
Sorry.
No, Creole is a is a patois. Cajun French is just French, but it evolved in a different way from being in Louisiana.
Hey,
Just a different accent.
I know this is a huge subject change. This is almost a non sequitur, but I figured I'd mention this, before I forget again. I recently did a poll of who was the best guest host or co-host, and here's what we learned from the voting here. Gregor leads with 38%. Then Ann, you're right behind him. I guess you're second place. And Ben and Zach are fighting for third. And Old Phoenix is trailing behind at the bottom, but at least somebody voted for him. So there you go. That's Gregor. I had a feeling Gregor would win that.
Are
That's
you
because
trying to create
half of the
drama?
audience is gay.
Probably.
I mean, they're super
what, Sam?
gay because they don't want okay.
What, Ann?
I was saying, are you trying to create drama? Like,
No, I'm saying that's legitimately how the vote turned out.
85% of our freaking audience is gay.
You're gay.
What is
Oh wait! I also did
Yeah.
one for the special guest of the year. Grady Hendricks leads with 30%, and solo darling Ronald Kelly and Jeff Strand all have the same vote. Thomas Monteleone is in last place for that one. So
That's the reason we have a bunch of normie horror people that watch this show. Normie horror people are the worst.
Grady Hendricks and Gregor Zane, congratulations. You win nothing, but you have the smug satisfaction that somebody likes you.
You get normie.
Well, at least
horror
I got a
people
fucking
that
gift
watch
card.
including horror.
Shut up. I voted for Jeff Strand, so if that makes me normie, fine.
The poll is fucking rigged because there was no open write-in option.
Hey Ben, you're a normie.
There's no wait. No what option?
There was no open write-in option.
It only allows you five options, man. There's a limit.
So in other words, it sucks. It's fake and gay.
There's only room for 5 options. It won't.
It is fake and gay.
I would have had to exclude
Artificial and homosexual.
Nuh-uh, you and Zach are both 15%, and you're just gonna have to deal with it. Hey, but check
You're
this
0%.
I wasn't even. I didn't
Exactly, you're gay.
Did somebody drop out? Wait, did somebody drop out? Huh?
Yeah, Kildare. He got tired of our bullshit.
Oh, sorry, man.
It looks like he fell asleep. Ann is obviously the best co-host.
No, she's
Although
second
closely
place.
behind by me and then Ben because Ben has to be below me.
No, dude. We all know that I top you. Every
okay,
single
but
night.
this is not at all gay. All right.
No, it's not gay because I'm the one doing the fucking.
That is gay.
No, you're the one gay because you're the one taking it.
I take nothing.
So anyway, there is something else that I wanted to share here that our guy Uncle Void, who is probably the only one listening at this point, unless he dropped out too. I wanted to show this cool thing that he did, where Ben did the 1 chip challenge last week and set his mouth on fire. Uncle Void went and edited this clip with a lot more, with 10% extra lulls. So let's check this out here. Everybody ready? Should I turn out the lights?
Yeah.
Eat the hot chip and die.
Okay, so Ben dies at the end. This is by Uncle Void, a frequent listener. Okay, now this is going to take a little bit because his mouth's gonna be on fire for about 15 minutes, maybe longer. Okay,
Wait a second. Boys were eating hot.
oh, that was Zach in the video, not real Zach. Okay, Kildare's back. Good. I was worried you got mad at us or something.
Hey, since you've already seen this, we need to watch it in multiverse mode.
Let me get
Kildare hasn't seen it, and I don't know if Anna's seen it.
Yeah, Ann hasn't seen it for sure, and yeah.
Hey
Kildare,
Zach, why don't we watch it in quit your bitching and shut your fucking mouth mode?
Yeah, dude.
Because you're a homo.
No, Uncle Void made this for us, dude. We gotta watch it. It's great.
Chip and die comes from.
Shut up! Oh, wait, that was Zach.
That's
on
not me. I mean, it is me.
I hear your voice and I
Why don't we just start that at the beginning?
I'm sorry. Go ahead now. All right. Okay. Now this is going to take a little bit because his mouth's gonna be on fire for about 15 minutes.
Wait a second. Boys were eating hot chip and die comes from.
Okay, it was the other Zach again. Okay. What?
Now it's eat hot chip and lie. I guess that's what I'm doing. I'm gonna eat hot chip and then lie to you all.
Okay. Do you have a bucket ready?
I have a glass of milk ready, which I'll use if I feel like I'm going to throw up. But yeah, okay. Here we go. Down the hatch. This happened to me when I was in high school. I would work at night shifts at a convenience store. And when I would come back, everyone in my family was...
you can see he's visibly in pain.
Everyone in my family was asleep in bed. And when I would come back, I would have these horrible thoughts that someone had broken in and shot them in their sleep. But every time I came back, I would always... Yeah. Every time I came back, I would always hear them breathing, asleep in their beds. Years later, I told them about these horrible thoughts that I had at a family dinner, and I laughed about it. My mom looked at me with her face fallen and said, "Honey, we were shot a long time ago." And I screamed when she lifted up her hair to show the gunshot wound. Okay, I'm done.
That's great. Look at this.
No regrets.
That's the cherry on top right there. Let's do that again.
A long time ago, and I screamed when she lifted up her hair to show the gunshot wound. Okay, I'm done.
I love it.
No regrets.
That's the best every time. Thank you, Uncle Void, for that.
That's a work of art.
No regrets. So, how long did it take for your mouth?
Chef kisses.
Yeah, how long did it take for your...
I can't remember. It took a while. I don't know. It took maybe like 5-10 minutes before it stopped hurting.
What if we all did one, like as a competitive thing? Who has
Yeah, who can go the longest without drinking milk?
And you think you do it?
What do I have to keep in my mouth?
You would have to eat the hottest chip in the world.
Oh, I love hot
Like
food.
he's asked that before.
I actually didn't notice that, but you made a joke about having a Carolina Reaper. That's what the seasoning on the chip was made of, Carolina Reaper.
Ooh.
What is that? Carolina Reaper?
The spiciest pepper there is, I think.
Oh,
Yeah.
I thought it was Scotch bonnets. They found a new one?
I don't know if it's one of the hottest.
Oh. I like spicy food, but it kind of looked like you were choking to death there, Ben, or else that was a very like traumatic story for you.
It hurt like hell.
I was like, is he in that much pain, or is this making him sad?
Gregor said that it sounded like I was trying to take a shit. Yes, it hurt very badly.
I was like, wow, I didn't know somebody shot Ben's parents. That's crazy.
It's just a spooky story I came up with for the spooky story thing. And I won. I won, bitch. Motherfuckers. I am superior.
We're gonna do better next year, though, aren't we, guys?
Maybe I don't know. Zach can try.
Yeah.
What
Are we talking
Gonna be a bitch.
I'm going to rehearse mine next time so I don't quit in the middle and just give away the out of frustration. I thought
Hey,
that I
Ben,
could do it.
why
but-
are you so gay?
Oh, God, Zach.
Well, because your ass is irresistible. I can't get enough of that boy pussy.
Speaking of pussies, he's a boy, too.
Aw.
Stumpler. He's a stumpity guy.
Duh.
I finally figured out that maybe he didn't have a tragic tail accident when he was a smaller cat. I think maybe he might be a Manx cat. Or there's like a long-haired version of the Manx cat that's called a Kimrick cat. I thought Manx cats were like hairless and tailless, but they're just tailless. But
Manx cats are like hairy as fuck.
yeah, I think he's a long-haired Manx cat, which makes me feel less sad about, his poor missing tail, because it's not missing, it just was never there. But it also explains the reason he's always got poop stuck to his butt, which makes him so much less cute than he could potentially be. Like, oh, cute little boop boop. Oh God, it smells like poop.
That's lovely.
Yeah, I need to take him to like a groomer or something and just get his little butt shaved.
But
I actually learned something from a groomer back when I used to have dogs, German Shepherds. They when they drag their ass on the ground, it's because there's something in their balls or something that's supposed to be like squeezed out, like milked out or something.
Why do girl dogs do it?
No, these were guy dogs. I
have girl dogs that have done it too.
Okay,
yeah, there's also like anal gland expression.
Like
I think they're trying to squish something out of some gland on their ass.
It gets full, and I did not know this until the groomer informed me. But yeah, she got it all out. I'm glad I wasn't there.
So I actually decided to look it up just to see, and apparently Carolina Reaper is the hottest naturally existing pepper, but there are peppers that have been cultivated that are hotter, and apparently the current one is called Dragon's Breath, which is apparently so hot that eating an entire one could potentially kill a person.
There's also one that they use in medicine. It is not allowed to be sold as food in any way. They only use a pepper that they only use in medicine.
I think you mean poppies.
No, poppies aren't hot though, are they?
No, I'm kidding.
Man, I wish if I was in the middle of a poppy field, oh my God, that would be heaven.
Just like in The Wizard of Oz.
Yeah.
I'd be seeing the yellow brick road, all right. Kildare, as the show goes on, we gradually get more incoherent and drug-induced and sloppy. So you're seeing how drugs damage otherwise intellectual minds. You're getting the full picture here.
Yeah, I'm just smoking. I'm actually just vaping CBD. I just broke my brain a couple of years ago.
I'm
But I was
drinking a
just gonna
very
tell you
good beer
guys-
that's from Wisconsin called New
I
Glarus
gotta
Brew.
go.
Huh?
Oh,
I
you
tell
gotta
you
go.
guys, I gotta go.
You got to go?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thanks for coming, and we really appreciate it. Your book is really awesome, and I can't wait for your next one. All right, brother?
Thank you for having me.
I hope we didn't disappoint you in any way, though.
No, it's been fun. This has been a good time. I wouldn't have stuck around this long. It would 3 hours and 20 minutes.
Yes. Thank you so much. And it was an honor to talk to you about Boomwild. And I hope that the word spreads like wildfire and more people, take it up,
All right. Thanks again, guys.
Have a great night, sir.
You
Talk to
too.
you later.
Bye.
That's a seriously badass book, you guys. If you're inclined to, definitely check it out. There were some other books I wanted to mention before the night was over, because since I've been on vacation, I was able to finish quite a bit more than usual. I didn't get all the Halloween stuff read, though. I read The Halloween Store by Ronald Kelly, but I didn't get to finish Halloween Fiend by C.V. Hunt or This is Halloween by James Moore. And now the Halloween magic is gone, so I don't know when I'll finish those. But let's see. I'll tell you one that stuck out that I read over the weekend was called Station by Jarrett Brandon Early. Anybody heard about that?
I haven't, no.
It reminded me a lot of Nightbreed or Clive Barker's Cabal, where this guy is basically given a key to the underworld. And he has to use it he has to crawl into a car trunk to get to it, which I don't know how that works, but he does. And so he goes into this place. It's like, I pictured it as an underground desert. I don't know, but what is the name of the place? Maybe it is called Station, but they're down there in Station. People can modify themselves to look, they can put spikes in their head. It's that whole body modification aesthetic, but there are other people who philosophically or metaphysically transcend their bodies and modify them that way, because according to at least one person down there named Albany Rott, there's a way to hack the mortal genetic code to do whatever you want without physical limitations. So it's a very long and involved explanation, but I thought it was 4 stars. I took 5 stars. I subtracted a star because I felt like he was still holding back and he meandered too much with the explanations for some things. I felt like there was a little bit of info dump in this book, right? But the main character, Marlon Hatter, he was pretty badass. He took action, which I always like in a main character. And the ending didn't completely suck. So there's that. And so, yeah, this reminded me of a more modern and more detailed Nightbreed for anybody who's a fan of that,
I still need to watch Nightbreed.
Yeah. It's pretty awesome. Where did it go? Okay, Planetoid Sassafrass by Stephanie Klein. This one, I don't even fully understand what's going on, but it talks about this creature on the Planetoid Sassafrass or whatever, called the Belly Mundus, and the descriptions are hair raising. It's this thing that becomes so irresistible that humans or animals will sit on its stinger, and it will slowly warp their insides until they hatch these caterpillars or something out of their bodies and die. It's like the stinger implants caterpillars that are really venomous in the person's body, whoever sits on the stinger. Some really weird stuff going on there, man. And it was very avant-garde-ish, but there were entire passages where I didn't understand what was going on, but it was still cool. And I mean, it wins by cover. Behold the Centaur. This is nothing. Forget this was even there. Horrible, horrible, horrible. Very horrible. Pumpkin Farmer. Awesome. This guy comes home from Jonestown right after everything went wrong with Jim Jones committing suicide and all the, Jonestown cult committing suicide with Kool-Aid, right? He comes home, and he's trying to get his life in order, start over. And it kind of juxtaposes his experiences along with the hitchhiker that he picks up, right? And there's this scene where the main character, picks the girl out of his car, and he was taking her back to her house, but she said, "Yeah, it's getting late. My boyfriend is probably waiting for me." And that he pulls over and says, "Okay, I see what you're up to, so why don't you just get on out?" And then she says, "Wait, I was just playing. I was just trying to." And then he drives off before she can finish, and she says, "Hard to get." And then she starts crying. For some reason, that scene really broke my heart. I felt sorry for the girl because after that, she gets kidnapped by the psychopath. It's pretty good, also pretty good novel, but it works at such a strange pace. It's like business doesn't really pick up until like 3/4 of the way through. It's just a really strange pacing. So if you can stand that, it's good. This one right here, this will probably be on my end of the year list. Beneath the World of Sea. I talked about this last week, right? Did I not?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Is anybody listening to this?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm listening.
Beneath
I
the World.
was going to say, the first book you described, the more science fiction one, kind of reminds me a little bit of the science fiction novel I was sort of simultaneously writing and reading in my own head while I was dying of typhus and hallucinating. Very similar.
What were
Maybe.
you seeing?
What's that?
What were you seeing when you were listening?
Well, it started out, I was at the North Pole and I found a crack in the universe.
Whoa.
And I probably ripped this off from Doctor Who. Not that I deliberately ripped it off to have a hallucination, but that might be where it came from. Like, there was a rip in the universe and another universe that was sort of morally opposite of ours started leaking through, and it turned out this was a planned invasion. And I went up and I looked around their universe a bit, but then, I realized that they were kind of a Borg, and like every organism in their society was basically just born to be a warrior. And what they did was, like, generation after generation of them sort of threw themselves through the gap between the universes and started attacking us. And I forget how they would get back up. I guess whichever ones survived every round of attacking us, like, they didn't do much damage each time, but everyone who survived each round would go back up, and then they would get to have sex and reproduce. And it took them like 10 minutes to reproduce. And then, like, all of the offspring would be put in this school where almost all of them died because it was like a martial school, and they killed off almost all of their number of each generation, and they went through a couple of generations before they attacked again, and then they would throw that generation at us, and we'd have to figure out how to fight them off. And then they'd go back and reproduce, and then use those lessons from fighting us to teach a new generation. And we found out these really, like, weird new Star Wars sounding, like, flaky ass weapons. Like, we'd have people who were really empathetic go up in spaceships and just think good thoughts at them. It was more complicated than that, but it was a hallucination, so it's hard to describe. And so that's how we were fighting them off at first. But every generation of them that we fought off came back smarter and, like, knew more ways to make us less empathetic and more angry and crazy. And then they started switching it up so that we had to send warriors who really knew how to use empathy and who really knew how to use anger. And, like, both societies kept having to ramp things up because they were trying to come in and take over our universe. Wow. Until finally they had learned us so well that they just sent versions of themselves that looked superficially almost exactly like us down to supposedly make peace. And we were kind of like, but okay, this is better than, you almost killing all of us last time. So we went to this peace conference, and at every like, American or Chinese, or, I mean, actually part of the hallucination was that human society had all become one society, but it was split into four for like the four different basic political types, and each, like when you were born, wherever you were born, you got sorted into whichever political type you belonged in. So you had like one sector that was like libertarians, and they're part of the, well, anyway, the human population had changed, but all of the human representatives who went to this conference with the aliens from another universe that now looked like us got sort of partnered with one of the aliens, just because when they came down, they had learned to be so seductive, like just sort of in one like super generation. They went from almost being able to kill our best warriors to just coming on and being like, we want to have peace. But then at the peace conference, they were so seductive that every single one of them managed to get their earthling to have sex with them. And the earthlings all got pregnant, whether they were male or female. And like the next day, we all had their offspring, but the offspring just broke out of these people's stomachs and just shot back up to the other universe. And then the adults, the parents, kind of disappeared after them. And we were left thinking, okay, what the fuck just happened? And then there's this huge suspense, like, oh my God, they've learned all of our defenses. What the fuck are they going to come back as this time? And that's where the hallucination changed, and I started hallucinating something totally different.
Oh man, right at the end.
Yeah, it was a fucking bummer.
Well,
but anyway, it reminds me of that book.
Yeah, maybe there's room for them on your weird moon world in life.
Could be.
What?
Maybe they come and clean up the survivors. Oh wait, spoilers.
Thanks. Zach is disappointed. I don't care, but
yeah.
So, I carry you, motherfucker.
There you go.
Oh, are you mad that I didn't finish the story?
No, I wasn't
guess-
paying attention.
I mean,
Jeez.
it leaves room for you to be creative to figure out the ending.
Yeah, but I have to figure it out with my conscious mind. My subconscious mind did all the other work. Like, that was easy. All I did was lay there dying.
You know what it reminded me of?
Right until you get to that part and then take acid.
Part of it reminded me of the movie Extro from the 80s, and then the other part of it reminded me of Stranger Things, believe it or not. Up until the aliens wanting peace part, which, until then it was reminding me of Stranger Things.
Wow, I only watched one season of Stranger Things because, honest to God, it got too fucking scary for me. I'm not kidding you. I have the kind of imagination where I can't watch horror movies that are any good, because either they're schlocky and they're just dumb, or they will haunt my nightmares for literally months. I watched this French horror movie once about basically aliens creating a virus in the basements of buildings, and I couldn't sleep for 6 months. I couldn't sleep without closing my eyes and seeing some fucking image from that fucking movie. That's how.
You don't know the name of it?
What? It was one of those single names, like single word titles.
Huh.
If I saw it, I'd probably recognize it. But I tried to erase it from my mind. So after the first season of Stranger Things, I was like, this is fun, but I can't watch anymore because I know it. Like, if this gets any hairier, the same shit's going to happen, and I'm going to spend half a year learning to sleep again.
Now I really want to know what this movie is now. Jeez.
It was scary as shit, dude. It was one of those movies where, like, it's not the stuff you don't see, it's the stuff you barely see,
Yeah. It
Like,
wasn't Chrysalis, was it?
Chrysalis, no.
And it wasn't Fantastic Planet. Of course, that's animated.
It was something like some bodily function, not Breathless. That wasn't a horror film. Shit, I can't remember. But it was like all these scenes were.
Virus?
Yes.
Is this called Virus?
I think so. That sounds familiar. Wait, no. Okay, Virus, French movie.
Is it from 1999?
I'm not sure.
Or No, wait, that's probably
maybe
something
it's
else.
Outbreak. Oh no, wait, no, Contagion. It was Contagion.
Wait, but there's no aliens in Contagion unless there's another Contagion.
Let's see.
There's a Contagion with Matt Dillon. That's not the one, or Mark Wahlberg. I can't tell the difference.
No, it was a French movie. No big stars that I recognized.
This is going to drive me nuts now. You sure it's French?
Yeah, the reason I was watching this movie, even though I knew better, was because it was still kind of, before you could get anything you wanted online. And I had a job interview the next day. I actually got the job. It was for live interpretation in the Cook County courts, and I wanted to brush up my French. But the only movie I could find at the library or wherever I was that was in French with English subtitles was this horror movie, and I paid for it for like 6 months.
I've stumbled into a weird part of the internet again because I'm seeing all these movie titles now that I've never heard of. Time Masters, Gondahar, Interstellar 555. I've wandered into the weird part of the internet again.
Interstellar 555. That's the Daft Punk movie, isn't it?
Is it?
Yeah.
They made a movie?
Yeah, they made a movie with an anime director that's like in all music videos from the Discovery.
Well, I know that's not what she's talking about. This is going to drive.
No, I mean when you mentioned that movie.
Yeah, I've got to figure out.
I'm surprised you hadn't heard of that before.
No, I know, and I've never heard of Time Masters either.
Yeah, it used to play on. Segments of it played on Cartoon Network all the time.
Really, it looks pretty awesome. I don't know, but yeah, I really wish you knew what this movie was, Ann, because I'd watch it. Is there an egg in the basement? Is that what it is? Because
Something like that.
I may have seen. Is there a brother and a sister?
I think so. I'm not sure.
Oh, I thought one of them had. I thought the one I'm thinking of has the chick from the first VHS movie in it. But you wouldn't know about that, would you?
No, I don't really know actresses. Shit.
Ah.
I mean, while you're trying to think of that, Zach, what have you read?
I recently just finished up a book I've actually been reading on for a while, but it's just really dense, called Revelation, The Distant Triumph Song by Siegbert Becker, which is just a pretty long Lutheran commentary on the book of Revelation. And then I also read Hauntology, The Presence of the Past in the 21st Century Literature by Katie Shaw, which I read that in preparation for my Indie Rock Dinosaur episode I did with the Catholic death metal dude on the subject of hauntology and retrofuturism. That was pretty cool. But the book wasn't cool. The episode was cool. The book was, I really didn't like the book. But that book I liked, though, The Revelation. It was freaking awesome. It really, I mean, if you want to know what, like the symbolism of Revelation and like all the numbers and stuff, that's a pretty go-to book. And to me, it really solidifies the position of amillennialism, which it seems like everyone from Catholics to Orthodox to Lutherans, of course, take, but it seems like the only, like the dispensationalists, that kind of came with like modern day people who are super big into like sensationalizing the end times.
Well, there was one more, wasn't there?
Let me check. I think it was it. That Revelation book took me a while to read. Nope, yeah, that was it.
Okay.
I've heard that Mark Fisher's Ghost of My Life is a good book on ontology. I've read some of Mark Fisher's essays, and he has a very clear writing style, and he's very entertaining to read.
Yeah, this book, like to me, when I think of hauntology, I think of like realizing that the past had something that we don't have, and so we're getting back to that good version of the future, just like continuing the past, basically getting back on track. The way these people, they put it in a freaking annoying social justice framework, it makes no sense. Like, look back at the past and then realize that they were good, but they were off in certain places because they were whatever phobic, and then go off face that or past that. And I'm like, nah, screw that.
Mark Fisher has has one of the best essays on depression I've read called "Good for Nothing." I really recommend that one.
It really seems like it started with freaking Marx though, because he talked about
it came
of the past.
Yeah, Lacan talked about. Well, it came from Lacan talking about the idea of the specter of communism. I think he coined the term.
Yeah, I thought Marx mentioned the specter though, also in his writings. Because I know it started with the idea of the specter.
Well, yeah, the specter of communism came from his writings, Marx.
Yeah. Now, I mean, the specter makes sense, but I think you can look at it from two paradigms. Like if you're in like a completely materialistic paradigm, you look at the specter as like an old ideal, like an idealism. Whereas if you're looking at it from a conservative framework, it's like always like a getting off track and getting back on track type of thing. And I think that makes more sense because, I mean, I really don't understand it. It's like communism keeps failing and failing, and then they look back at the old idealism, and I'm like, every time it's tried, it's just going to end up in people dying. Like, why do we keep going back to that old specter that turns into a freaking Grim Reaper every time?
I mean, that's a different thing. I mean, I know that because I mean, there's a language barrier there. I know Max Stirner tended to use the word Geist a lot, but that was his word for what he called fixed ideas. That was what he considered basically like abstractions that were artificial, made real.
Well, the way the specter was defined in this book, and I'm assuming maybe what Marx meant was that like it is a way more undefinable term. It was like it really was that retrofuturism type thing. Like perhaps there was like an old like what I just said, like an idealism back then when the whole thing was going on. Everyone had this like hope or whatever, and now that we're like away from that and it's went off track, it's like trying to get that hope back. But if only the hope wasn't for freaking communism.
Have you read anything else?
No, but that dang Revelation book was really freaking awesome. It was dense too, but it really, I mean, in a couple parts, it proved that like the millennialistic idea is pretty much completely wrong, because it's like I could understand how you could think that reading through Revelation fast, but when you slow down, you realize that like every time a lot of these things like are being mentioned when they're talking about the 1,000-year reign, all of the souls or whatever, the people who are being ruled, they're all basically souls. So they have to be at that point like dead and in heaven with Christ before the new earth. So it's like the millennial, like there is no millennial. It's just the New Testament era, like all the way till Judgment Day. So not like it's all just stuff playing forward, not like no Left Behind type craziness.
No rapture?
No.
That's actually reassuring that if you believe that the rapture is not going to be a part of it, because
yeah, I mean, it really isn't there. Like the only way people could get there is really reading it too fast and then like missing, like not paying attention to the words.
So does this author believe that we are in the end times though?
Well, it's not, you can't really ever tell if you are or not. It's just like a lot of those things are supposed to be things that happen like all throughout the whole New Testament, like or whole period post crucifixion. Like there are always going to be wars, there's always going to be famine and stuff, and the devil's always like basically going to be in chains. Not that he can't do anything, but it's like
okay, well, there's John Hagee, who you've probably heard of him, right?
Ugh.
Yeah, I agree. But he said, I remember I caught one of his sermons very briefly once, thumbing in like 3 a.m. on a Sunday morning, But and I remember him saying something about how God has to let Satan, unlock Satan's cage and let him out for like so long, and I don't
That
remember
is true, but we
why.
don't know
Why does
how
he have
long.
to? Why does he have to let him out? What if he makes the rules? Why does he have to let him out? And to do what to his creations? I don't understand that.
Well, it's a lot like this. Like Satan literally doesn't have any power over us. It's all deception. There at basically at the very end, when Satan is able to, when he is like kind of like able to roam, it's more about like everything starts literally going to hell, and it's more of a thing for people to actually turn back to God when the world is getting like super bad and like complacency is just kind of knocked out. But so he is right on that. But on a lot of stuff, I'll send you a really good article that Jay Dyer actually wrote about John Hagee that'll clear some things up. John Hagee, he's got some problems.
Really?
Yeah, bad problems. Which, I mean, it makes you wonder. He's one of the most popular, because he was on Fox a lot.
Okay, what about that Joel something guy then? What about him?
Joel Osteen?
Yeah.
I'm not really familiar with him. The main way, I mean, Revelation is a hard book, so I'm not going to take like super hard stances on it. But the main thing where I'm firmly amillennialist is A, that is what the Bible says. B, people who are millennialists, they're expecting like a reign of Christ on earth before Judgment Day, which is just false. It's not in the Bible. But the people who have that belief are the ones who are going to accept the Antichrist, which I think it's, prescient to get them off of that belief because they need to, they don't need to accept the Antichrist, basically.
Okay. So, oh gosh, there was one more thing I was going to say or ask before we moved on to Ben's stuff, and I can't remember what it was now. So I guess we'll table that and go on to Ben's list. Just because I know the night's getting older. What did you read, Ben?
So I recently read The Silence by Don DeLillo. It's kind of hard to describe it. It's basically the plot it takes place in 2022. It's about a group of people meeting in a Manhattan apartment for a Super Bowl party, but then all technology ceases to work.
Oh shit! What is it again?
It's The Silence by Don DeLillo, but it's not really a plot-heavy book. It's a very like theme-heavy book, very meditative book, and like intentionally, the characters don't act like real people. They like have long monologues, and it's very light on action. I would say I wouldn't really recommend it if you haven't read any of Don DeLillo's other works because it's kind of a footnote to his other books.
I've never read any Don DeLillo, but I mean, he never goes long without being mentioned by critics. They love him, right?
Yeah, they do. I would recommend his book Libra, which is about Lee Harvey Oswald.
What's it called? No, what?
Libra, but I'd recommend that book. That's about Lee Harvey Oswald.
Gotcha.
I also read Final Girls by Mira Grant. That's about a doctor who came up with this new kind of therapy, which puts people in VR pods where they act out horror movie scenes to as a way of confronting their fears and so forth.
It's Mira. Is that or the author is Mira?
Mira Grant is the author, and the book's called Final Girls. That
title gets used a lot.
Yeah, it's a. And after, when they get put in the VR pods, or when or a reporter comes who's like kind of skeptical of the therapy, so she offers to undergo it. But while she goes under, the doctor also goes under to assist her with the scenario, which turns out to be a zombie apocalypse. But while they are, under in the VR session, a corporate spy breaks in and takes over the console and ramps it up. So they have to survive within the zombie scenario in order to not die in real life.
Wow. That sounds fun. That sounds like a lot of fun. Yeah.
It's a pretty fun read. It's short, but I'd highly recommend it.
I mean, without spoiling it for Zach, I mean, do they become aware that are they immediately aware that they're in VR, or do they have to remember that later? Do they forget when they go inside, or what?
They're like in a hazy hypnagogic state for most of the VR part, and it's written in that sort of style.
By the way, Ann, just as an aside, sorry, is that in that link in the private chat? Is that the film you're talking about?
Let me see. I can't. I actually. Oh, no, that's not it. Actually, I figured out why I couldn't find it. It's because I'm senile. It actually wasn't a French film. It was an American film that only got shown in France, and it's like now I vaguely remember people's mouths not syncing up with what they were saying. But I thought it was a French film because, like I said, it didn't get distributed in the U.S. So
what's the name? Do you know that? Do you know that?
Quarantine.
Quarantine. Oh, duh. Wait, that's zombies though. That's not aliens, right?
Yeah, I guess at the end it turns out that some doomsday cult was creating the zombies, but they only showed a little flash of the people who were creating this, so I thought I saw aliens.
Okay, you must have seen the giant little girl, the giant girl that like grew out of control with the zombie rage or whatever, and she had like a shitty diaper on or something, or underwear on, and she pulls her across the room by her feet, right?
I must have thought that was an alien because I was
I think that was a Spanish film originally. And
it was a Spanish.
I think it was originally called Rec or something like that.
Record.
REC.
Record, yeah. And I think Quarantine is a shot-for-shot remake of it, Americanized. Anyway, sorry, Ben. Go on with Final Girls.
But yeah, that's pretty much the plot. Like they're in these VR pods acting out this zombie scenario for therapeutic reasons, and a corporate spy comes in and takes it over and removes the safe stops. So if they die in the scenario, it's likely they'll die in real life.
Sounds tight. Like
yeah, it's pretty good.
Like that movie that nobody liked with Tom Cruise and Cameron Diaz. I thought that movie was actually pretty clever. I don't remember Vanilla Sky. I love that movie. Everybody hates it though. Sort of
I'm still reading Columbine by Dave Cullen.
Wow.
I actually, I've just been pacing it out with other books. So I actually got towards the end where the author comes to the conclusion that Eric Harris was an actual psychopath, which in a way is like almost a banal kind of conclusion, but he makes a really good case for it.
I mean, duh,
And it was more of a case where Eric Harris was a straight up psychopath, and Dylan Klebold was like more meeker and was able to be, due to his like depression and alienation, was able to be pulled in by Eric Harris.
Have you ever noticed how many tandem serial killers there really are? Like,
wait, what does tandem mean?
Two, as in two of them, a duo.
Well, Eric Harris and Dylan Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold were spree killers, not serial killers.
Right, but it happens with serial killers too a lot. The Toolbox Killers, there were two guys there. There was Carla Homolka and Paul Bernardo. There is always a strong one and a weak one in the relationship as well.
There's speculation that Ed Gein had an accomplice that we just don't know.
Right,
and
Otis Toole and Henry Lee Lucas. There was another example. a lot, apparently.
What was the name? Myra Hindley and what was the name of the guy? Let me look that up.
So basically, serial and spree killers are like comedians. They work best as duos.
Ian Brady, that was his name.
Oh,
yeah, Ian Brady and Myra Hindley.
Myra Hindley, they were the ones who wrapped duct tape completely around a girl's head and suffocated her, like completely, not even room for air holes, right?
I think that might have been one of the things they did. I do know they did kill a little, at least one little girl.
Horrible. In Germany, I think.
No, they were in England.
Okay.
But yeah, and he does like go through a couple myths, like the myth about Cassie, like the girl who was supposedly asked, do you believe in God before she was killed? That didn't actually happen. She wasn't the one who was asked that. They actually they did ask one of the people they were going to shoot that, but they actually turned away from her when she said yes.
Yeah, I remember that. I listened to some pretty good podcasts on that. It really does seem to be like the Eric one was just like the mastermind and freaking like roped the other one, the weaker one, into like I don't know, it's a really weird peer pressure thing.
Wasn't
That does
Eric
seem to be the
Harris'
case.
dad wasn't Eric Harris's dad a major figure in like the Navy or like some government like institution?
I think he was. Well, yeah, Eric Harris was a military brat. He actually like looked into signing up for the Marines, but didn't follow up with it. I guess that's a typical trait of psychopaths. They don't have life goals. But yeah, it was basically just Eric Harris wanted to kill as many people as possible and kind of roped Dylan Klebold into it. And, it was supposed to be like more of a bombing than a shooting, but the bombs, they were duds, basically.
You want to know something that's the height of bad taste? Did you know that there was a video game made about Columbine?
I played that.
Did you?
Yeah.
What was your honest opinion on it? Because, I'm not judging.
Looking back with what I know now about Columbine, it was inaccurate, but it wasn't like completely tasteless. It was like structured like a
RPG.
like an RPG, so it had tasteless aspects to it, but it did like take the story very seriously.
Now, see, I haven't played it, but I've watched like Let's Plays on it just out of curiosity. And the thing is that in the second half, when they kill themselves, they go to hell, and it's first-person shooter type style. I heard, right?
I don't remember that part.
Like Doom.
But maybe I didn't get that far.
There's like some corridors that are like Doom levels, and Mega Man and Alfred Einstein are down there in hell and help them or something, some way.
Yeah,
it's stupid.
Like he does like the author does mention that they were fans of like Doom and KMFDM, but he notes that is not what what made them want to fucking do it.
So we've basically been fighting bullying in high school for the past 25 years for nothing. Like he was a psychopath. It didn't matter that he was bullied.
Well, he was a bully. He did actually bully people.
I think Ben was a bully in high school.
No, I don't believe that. He was probably in drama club though, right, Ben?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I was bullied a lot in middle school, but not high school.
No, I said you were a bully.
No, I was pretty quiet and detached from everyone.
Same.
Did you come up with the solution I did, Ben? Because
what was that?
Well, I got tired of getting picked on in junior high, so I started acting like I was batshit insane to try to scare people.
Not really. I just stopped talking to people.
Dude, it works.
Yeah.
I wish I could go back and tell little you, like, if you just act like you're crazy, people will stop hitting you.
Yeah, I mean, in high school, I would just like do my homework as fast as possible, and then just spend as much time as possible in the library.
One of my best friends in high school, he actually stopped another friend from getting bullied by plucking a hair off the bully's head and saying, "You know what I can do with this, motherfucker? I'm into the occult." He had the guy so scared that he apologized to the bullied individual that was our friend, and left him alone after that. And that was cool that he did that, even though he really was into like weird stuff like that. And he actually made something move in my room while I was on the phone with him one day. It was I never understood.
But
No, Zach. He's dead, so he can't be gay. He's dead.
No, I said something, something move in your room.
Well, I know what you're thinking, but no. But the thing is that it was cool that he stopped a mutual friend from getting bullied. That's the important part. Yeah, he was into some questionable stuff that from mine and Zach's point of view, but he was a good friend still, and I wish there was some way he could have a good afterlife. I don't know what it is, but
the well-known narrative of Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold being alienated targets of bullying was completely untrue. It was entirely untrue in the case of Eric Harris, who was a bully himself, and in Dylan, slightly more true, but it was more of a case he was just a naturally like morose and depressed and detached person. He was not. He was not actively bullied much.
Man.
Yeah. No, I wasn't like making fun of your friend. I was seizing on the making something move in my room.
I got
a homosexual thing.
It was a delayed reaction. I get you, but he really did though. He made something on my desk move like in a circular motion. I'm not joking. And
demons.
Dude, I told you he's dead.
Well, yeah, but the demons made the thing move, not him.
No, it was him. It was him because he told me he needed complete silence in order to do it, and then it started moving on its own. And he was not he was into some weird stuff, but he was not a bad person. So I don't know. Whatever happened to him when he left this world is beyond my control. I'm just saying he was a good friend, and he stopped the guy from getting bullied by threatening him with the occult. And I think that that's okay because he wasn't even going to follow through on it probably, but he scared the guy into apologizing. That makes him a good friend, even if he was into weird stuff. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But Columbine, really good book so far. Almost finished with it.
Mm-hmm.
Probably finished. I'm probably not going to be on next week.
I'm
probably not going to be on next. I'm probably not going to be on next week because I'm going to be out of town.
Oh, dude, no way. How can you do this to me? You mean I'm going to be stuck with Zach?
Yes.
Actually, I'm supposed to be
Motherfucker, no. If I'm stuck with Zach, I'm stuck with Zach. You're not going anywhere.
Man. Be stuck with me.
I've already got the show title picked out and everything. It's got its own thumbnail and everything. You can't leave me high and dry, both of you. I got to have one.
You'll have Gregor.
Will you show up?
Yeah.
See, but it's not right because if Zach, if you don't show up, I don't get to explain the title. I had this whole vision of how I was going to go into explaining what the title means.
I think it's Saturday.
I'm supposed
to be going to my favorite restaurant with my parents and my grandma.
You said Saturday. That's not.
It might be Sunday. I can't remember.
No, dude, you got to be here if Ben's not going to be here. That's bullshit.
I'll be here, but I don't know if it'll be later or not. But I will be here.
I mean, this is our time. This is when we do it, guys. And Ben, you never miss, and you're going out of town. Fine, that's your business. But I mean, this is when we do it, man. You can't all just abandon me. Otherwise, this thing has no meaning. You know what I mean?
Well,
nothing has meaning.
What?
I'll be here unless, the riots spread to Palm Springs.
I've noticed when you're in one area, you're not moving around. You come in better without getting kicked out.
Well, I actually have moved to a new apartment. The reason I was walking around was because I couldn't get the internet in my old apartment kept going out every time the people in the apartment. Well, there were all these power outages, and the people in the apartment who actually had the router were just a bit too old to figure out how to reset a router after there's a power outage.
Oh, it's so easy.
Yeah, it's so easy, but there's a certain age and it's different for everybody. But if you were
born before a certain point. Like you just like a router goes out and you just fucking panic. In my experience, like there's just
I don't know how to work the new remote controllers. I forgot how to really work a remote control. That's how detached I haven't watched TV. Everything I've watched in the last few years has been on the computer, and the controls on video games. I've forgotten how to do that too. Video games are beyond me now. It's a shame, but I guess
plug in boomer.
You're more of less of a boomer than I am. I'm like, I live in the freaking like 1900s.
What is it? What do you mean?
He means he lives in a shack in the woods and does nothing but study the Bible.
Oh yeah. I have no freaking like
accurate.
So Ben, was there anything else you would been reading or?
Yeah, that's it this week.
And we'll get to it in a second, but hang on. There was one more book that I didn't get to mention. Beneath the World of Sea by Chris Beckett. This is going on my year-end list, and it's about this place called the Submundo, and the story takes place in the 90s. And there is this like mystical species of animal. They're close to like breaking the physical laws of what animals can do. They're called the duendes, and they're usually hunted by this tribe that lives, in the Submundo. Because it's believed that they can take over people's minds. The funny thing is that people who stay too long, like vacationing in the Submundo, they start to forget things that they're doing. So they could kill somebody and not remember it, or they could interact with the duendes and not remember it. The longer they stay, even if they take notes, the notes might not be reliable. It's fascinating. This place and these creatures have such a visceral effect on the human mind. And this detective is hired to come in and investigate the murders of duendes to try to get them protected as a species, right? Really great novel. It's definitely going in my top 10 at the end of the year. I highly recommend it. I'm surprised it's not already a film option, but awesome stuff. It really captured the intrigue and the world building of these creatures and the place they live in. And there's also something called ghost rays, which I pictured as stingrays, that basically fly through the air. I don't know if that's accurate or not, but that's how I pictured it. So really awesome novel. Awesome. It's unbelievably well written.
How you been going on ISPER?
I'm at 15,000 words still, but I'm still making progress. I'm just writing a little bit every day, instead. But I've also got notes that I have to type up too. When I write longhand with a pen and paper, I get more done that way. And so I've got to transcribe that, type that in, and then I'll have a better idea of how many words I've got. But I like where it's going. I hope that I'm not stretching, the plot too far by something that I want to pull off in the second half of the book, though. I hope I'm not stretching it too far by a plot twist that I want to execute, but we'll see. It won't be a masterpiece, but it'll be a start.
Cool.
I mean, I think it is going to be a good story if I can tell it the way I've envisioned it. I really believe it can be. Yeah.
That's always the trick, like picking up that image and putting it in someone else's mind. But I just bought a Kindle copy of the book you just recommended. It looks really good.
The World to See?
Yeah.
It's fascinating. How did you do on Snuff or the other one that you read? Did you finish?
That was going to be my brief book report. Yeah, I finally read Snuff and Invisible Monsters. Mm-hmm. Invisible Monsters was a lot better than Snuff. Invisible Monsters was really good. I was really impressed. Till I got to the end, but like you kind of implied earlier, it's amazing for a book to like have an ending that even isn't shitty. I don't know why it's so hard to wrap up books. Mm-hmm. I feel like a couple of my books have had great endings, but a couple of other ones, like it's hard. The ending is the hardest part, and I know I'm never going to be satisfied with it because maybe this idea would have been better as a sitcom. But, up till that point, I was really impressed with his prose and the way he constructed the story and the way he sort of constructed even the first sentence of the whole book to sort of mirror the structure of the way he constructed the whole story. But then when I read that one first, and then when I got about halfway through Snuff, which is disgusting. I mean, there's no better way to cause a female of the human species to downvote a book than to tell her that something like a vaginal embolism exists and then describe it in detail. Like at that point I was like, I have never actually been offended by
define the word
anything.
embolism.
Embolism. The air that goes to your brain and it pops, you know?
Yeah.
What does that have to do with the vagina?
It's
Well-
possible for air to get in the vagina and cause an embolism.
I guess you'd have to
What
be
would pop?
small, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you have to be really small to cause that? I mean, right?
Let's just say there's a couple of people I'm glad I knew before I knew about vaginal embolisms.
Is it a real thing? That's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
No, it's a real thing, apparently. I looked it up and I almost vomited, and that's where I quit reading the book. The only book that I've ever quit reading before because I was so disgusted was Death Be Not Proud, which when I was a kid, everybody had to read it because it was about cancer and it was deep. Like, there's a lot better books about cancer, but at some point, and I don't even remember what the detail was because my brain kind of blanked it out except for just pure horror. They included some kind of gratuitous medical detail that I was just like, froze, dropped the book, never looked at it again, tried to forget it existed. And Snuff did that too. But also, as I read up to that point, it kind of reminded me of when I was discovering James Baldwin as a writer, because I was so impressed by the first James Baldwin book I read, the same way I was super impressed by the first Chuck Palahniuk book that I read, Invisible Monsters. But then, because of the structure and it's so brilliant. But then when you start reading this author's second book, both of these authors, you start thinking, oh, is this one of those guys who writes the same book over and over and over? Like it's the same brilliant structure. It's like he's invented a genre. And then I remembered, oh yeah, Fight Club had this same structure. And that's about as many James Baldwin books I read, like 3. I read 3 James Baldwin books. And, by the time I got to the end of the third one, I was like, okay, great writer, but you really only need to read one book because there are billions of writers and this guy writes the same book over and over.
Maybe you should try Pygmy next.
Is it different? Is the
Very
structure
different.
Okay. I mean, I'd be willing to, give him another shot to see if he's got a second book. I was willing to give James Baldwin a shot, but back then you couldn't just type in James Baldwin and get 20 books.
But
I
I
want
mean,
to give
like,
him another shot.
like unironically, like the Invention of Sound. I recently read that, and that's actually really good.
The Invention of Sound?
Yeah.
Polonic.
Okay.
Polonic. Yeah.
Yeah, he had sort of a streak where he wrote a bunch of really not good books or mediocre books.
Okay.
What about James Baldwin though? What about James?
And this one,
James Baldwin. It's been so long since I read him that I can't remember the names of the books that I read. But James Baldwin is.
Phoenix is reading one by James Baldwin called Giovanni's Room. I know that, but
okay.
I read that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I just the first James Baldwin book I read was kind of like, reading Invisible Monsters. I was so impressed, and it was so brilliant, and I was really excited for the next book. And I enjoyed it. Like with Palahniuk, it's more a structure. Like there's a particular structure that in all 3 books, the gimmick at the end was the same, and the cover up at the beginning was the same, and it. Obviously this is a major piece of architecture that's going on in the man's mind, and it's wonderful to look at, but you can only read it so many times. And with James Baldwin, it wasn't a structure so much as it was a theme. It was the younger brother who dies catastrophically, tragically. And that really hit home with me because, my favorite relative died tragically when I was 13. So I really enjoyed the book, you know, the first time I read it, and then I read another book and it had the same theme and went about it the same way. Then I read a third one that was the exact same way, and then I was like, you know what? I'm kind of done with James Baldwin. You know, if this is the same, if I'm going to get on an amusement park ride and it does the same thing every time, I'm going to, you know, go down to the next ride, you know?
I've heard. I really want to read. Tell Me How Long the Train's Been Gone, because I listened to a couple interviews with Ishmael Reed recently, and he talked about how that was the book that got the New York literary establishment to dump James Baldwin, because he kind of attacked the the white literary establishment in that one directly.
Yeah, that they've been kind of the same for a very long time, haven't they, Ben?
Yeah, it was it's kind of like how Ismail Reed was saying. It's like they have a token. They'll like choose like one or two, tokens, and really elevate them. And then if they say anything that's actually threatening to the establishment, then they dump them immediately.
Wow!
Like it was the major review that was like written to tank Tell Me How Long the Train's Been Gone was written by Mario Puzo.
Godfather.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow. So James Baldwin is, in a sense, the literary Kanye West.
Kind of.
Well, I mean, they probably, got mad at him for different reasons, but any sort of salvo at the establishment. Wow, don't I sound like a
Kanye is always, he's always been somewhat disliked by people because of his behavior.
Why? Because he was right about Taylor Swift's voice?
Oh, I mean, it's because he was, he made a show of himself about that.
Well,
and also because he even before that he was
an awards ceremony. Everyone's shit-faced an awards ceremony. It's he probably couldn't hold his liquor.
Well, even
because he was so mad. Because honestly, Beyonce is not my favorite artist in the world, but Taylor Swift sounds like dying cats in a bag being swung at a wall.
But
if I were shit-faced. If I were shit-faced and I were at an award show and that shit got an award, I might consider making an ass of myself. I'm just saying.
But what she had won was an award for a video at that time, and he went up and said Beyonce had one of the best videos of all time. The one that got nominated was I think it was the video for Single Ladies, which is like probably the simplest video, the simplest, most boring video that Beyonce has done.
Yeah.
So
I'm just saying.
Even before then, he was doing things like comparing himself to Jesus and saying he'd be in the Bible if it was written today and shit like that.
God damn it, Ben! Don't make me defend Chicago.
I actually think Kanye's a good artist. I think he's a better producer than he is a rapper, but I think he is a good artist. He's just fucked in the head.
By the way, that guy who writes the Monster Girl, erotica fetish stuff that I originally thought
the anime waifu fat material.
Yeah, I actually thought after reading the first book that he was actually taking it in a plot oriented direction, but turns out no, the guy just accumulates all these different breeds of women willing to carry his seed. And they're called monster girls, all from different dimensions. Well, you can rest in assured that the book 3 just came out a few days ago, and I got it because I'm dumb like that. And the girl in the cover there, if you can see, I don't know, is it big enough there? The one in the middle, Monster Girl Base 3.
I see it.
She is a blob woman. She's like a gelatinous, blob who assumed a semi-human form for his.
So it's literally an anime.
Yeah,
that's an anime trope. Blob girls.
Blob girl is joining his harem, and I don't know. I might be a little jealous. Maybe
this literally is an anime self-insert fan fiction.
I know, but for some reason I can't stop reading it. It's fun. Check out my Kindle. I just added a few entries over the weekend.
I think you exist in a dimension where time goes slower. How do you find time to read all this shit?
Exactly. Yeah. I read everything ever written at once. That's how.
We should rename the show that. How do you find time to read all this shit?
Zach, are you really going to be here next week? Because if not, I've got to tell you the meaning of next week's title now, and I'd rather not. I'd rather wait for it to be.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be here regardless. It's just I don't know. I mean, if the dinner is Saturday,
you're going to have to cancel. I understand. Yeah, you're going to have to cancel the dinner. I understand. Got to do what you got to do.
No, I'll do the dinner either way.
No, you won't do the dinner. Don't worry about that.
They have really good drinks, but and steaks too. But
everybody's got to. Hey, sometimes you got to make sacrifices, right?
Yeah. Well, no, I'm thinking it's Saturday, but
yeah, that's. Okay.
I mean, if it's Sunday, I mean, I'll still be here, just maybe a little later, but maybe on time.
You'll be here on time. Thank you. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, you know what you should do. You should just do that. You should just go to the dinner, but just do the show on your phone while you're having the dinner.
I mean, yeah, you could, but they're not gonna. They're probably gonna get offended at the way you and I talk, Ben. So,
or have them. You can have them on, and we can ask them questions.
Hey, this is
hyper politically incorrect things.
This is another one that's going on my ear.
I mean, as long as they don't get on the show and start screaming the N-word, we'll be fine.
This is another one that's going on my year-end list. The patron saint of pinball. Really good stuff about this guy who lives in the arcade without the owner knowing for a long time. It's pretty cool. I'm really proud of this. I mean, it's like I've literally built my own world, like you said, dimension. I literally feel like I have created my own multiverse by like stockating all these titles in one place. You know, it would crush me if Kindle stopped working tomorrow and they stopped providing updates. It would ruin me. I wouldn't have time. I wouldn't be able to read all this shit, you know. And I'm working my way through slowly, but who knows if I'll get through it all by the time I'm old. I mean, jeez,
man. So we may or may not be on the verge of Armageddon right now.
Nah.
Is anybody considering having a election night live stream?
When is election night? Tuesday?
Yeah, Tuesday.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like
no, because they're saying the mail-in ballots thing was messed up, so they might not get them counted or something until like
here's the thing.
a week later.
I might be interested, but I'm worried that me and Ben would clash more than normal if we did it. You know.
Well,
I don't like Biden, but I don't really like Trump either.
Well, I don't know if you noticed.
I don't like either. I just kind of want to. I want Trump to lose entirely, so Trump supporters will overdose on opioids. So that they'll just sit huffing that fucking copium.
What's that?
I'm gonna post I wrote a Medium piece this week. I'm gonna post the link for y'all in the chat because I didn't know where the hell else to publish it. Like most of my stuff, I am the squarest peg, but I finally realized that as much as I personally dislike Donald Trump, that doesn't make any difference. The thing that makes Donald Trump a better presidency, if still a horrible human being, possibly less of a horrible human being, but the bar's not very high. Anyway, a Trump presidency is still preferable to a Biden presidency precisely because like Trump complains about it, but the media are actually doing their job with him. They're making sure he doesn't do evil and corrupt things. Whereas they love Biden so much that like he's been able to get away with a lot of shit so far.
And my answer is not one, not really two. It's done shit.
Huh?
I mean, like if you point to something actually evil, like the border detainees on the southern border being given forced hysterectomies. How much did that come out in the media?
Are you serious of it?
I'm completely serious. That is happening, and the media was completely fucking silent on it.
Oh, wait a minute.
Hysterectomy.
Not completely.
they tie your tubes or make it where you can't have
No, removing their wombs.
Whoa.
Like telling them that we're just gonna remove a cyst on your ovary. Nope, we removed your entire fucking womb.
Okay, who oversees that? Obviously,
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't. That doesn't.
It's something that's well. It started. It did start under Obama, but it's been. It only just came out now, which probably
so
contributed.
It started under Obama, and it's probably the actions of particular sicko doctors. So how does this make?
Right. How does it?
How does this make Trump a problematic president any more so than Biden? What I'm saying is, I don't think either of them are good people, but my opinion doesn't really matter. It's the opinion of the media that matters. Because if the media hate the president, they're going to keep him in line to some degree, especially someone who's as desperate for approval as Trump. And
I really don't think they have. Because, it does, in my opinion, it doesn't matter because, one, the media is in the pocket of the CIA, so who cares? And two, Trump just flat out doesn't care. He's pretty open about the fact he doesn't care. It doesn't do anything.
He pretends he doesn't care, but
how
maybe it hurts his ego, but all it does.
Well,
that's
yeah,
really it.
which is why it's a good thing.
And he doubles, he doubles down.
But just listen to me for a fucking second. It doesn't matter what either of their intentions are. As they are politicians, and now Trump is a politician, regardless of how he tries to be faux modest about it or whatever. They're both politicians. Biden has been in politics for long enough to basically become evil incarnate if he was a little evil to begin with. I don't think either of them are ever going to have good intentions when it comes to the populace, but the media do their job when it comes to Trump. They cheered for the Russia probe. They went through his sock drawer. I was personally amazed that they didn't find any dirt on him. He did all sorts of dirty shit when he was a businessman. Why did he suddenly clean up his act? And then I realized, well, even if he pretends he doesn't give a shit, he does want to be loved. It's so obvious that he was a child that didn't get enough love or attention, and he's desperate for approval. And the media does have some control over what he does. And, he complains about it. His followers complain about it, but they're actually doing their job on that end. With the Obama administration, Obama was so good looking and so charming. They all wanted to be on his good side. So he got away with murder. And then Biden got away with murder just riding on his coattails. It doesn't matter how good or bad of a person the president is. You want a president that the media hates so that they will dog his footsteps and stop him from doing too much awful shit.
I think the media is doing the exact opposite. I think they're plugging their ears and going, la, 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 no, go away, la, la, la. Democrats can do no wrong. Like that punk that threw a fit when he got called.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like they think the Democrats and people like Biden can do no wrong, which is why I don't want them in office, because the media will not call them out on their bullshit.
So look at this. What I looked up an article related to what Ben was talking about, because that is worthy of investigation. One of the women said in the complaint that a gynecologist they nicknamed him the uterus collector, which that is bone chilling. And everybody he sees, he's taking all their uteruses out, or he's taking their tubes out. It sounds like something that's happening within that institution. Someone inside the institution is to blame. I don't know that you can lay that at Trump's feet. Maybe he hasn't been fully debriefed about it. I don't know.
I doubt he'd listen if he was, but that's something that that the media is. I think that's a genuine crime against humanity that the media is not covering.
Yeah, it is. It is. No matter who is president, and it's worthy of bringing up. But what is this doctor's name? Why aren't they naming the uterus collector in this article? I don't understand why they can't just come out and say that. What's his name?
Not sure.
It doesn't even give his name. If this is true, he should be locked up with a key flushed down the toilet. So locked up so hard. But I mean, now I don't. They're not even.
Even if like something, people bring this up, but it's actually true. Family separation, kidnapping kids from their parents, that did start under Trump.
I think that happened under Obama too, man. I don't know.
No, family separation was a policy that started under Trump, and it's basically kidnapping. It's basically kidnapping kids from their parents, like they did to Native Americans.
I can't rely on fact checkers because they're bullshit and they're biased. So I'm going to look this up with someone who's more responsible with the truth. Let's see.
Didn't the family separation policy change back and forth a couple of times under Trump, or am I senile?
I think they tried to make changes to it, but it didn't really take.
Now, what do you say to this, Ben?
Wrong. Family separation was something that started under Trump.
He's saying he inherited it.
He's a liar.
I'm still voting for him.
Well, of course he's a liar.
There's no other choice. I'm voting for Trump again, and
we could have had. I was listening to an interview with Tulsi Gabbard this morning, and just going, "Oh my God, we could have had a competent combat vet as president."
It's been a long time since we had that.
Yeah.
The DNC.
Tulsi. We could have had Tulsi or Bernie or even Yang. I have my criticisms of Yang, but he's a lot fucking better than Biden.
Yeah, I mean, this is why I get frustrated. Like, people like us are having arguments over, who's worse, Trump or Biden? And then everybody's at each other's throat. Like, oh, you're a Nazi because you want the guy that I don't want out of the two horrible old farts. We should be mad at the Democratic National Committee.
I mean, yeah, I agree with that. I mean, I think they chose Biden because people think he's going to be able to turn the clock back to 2006, and that's not going to fucking happen.
I'm going to sound paranoid, but I think the reason they chose Biden is because I have this sneaking suspicion that the DNC has devolved to the point where people who serve the party long enough and well enough, whatever their criteria are, will eventually get their chance to run for president if they're, in line at the right time. And it was just Joe's turn.
I mean, yeah, I think that's at least part of it. The Democrat Party has been destroyed by its own rot, and it's basically like the Democrat Party now is basically Republican Party in the 90s. That's the reason why I don't have any enthusiasm for if Biden does win. Like, the only reason I want to see Trump lose is just because I think it would be funny. But putting Biden in, and it will not end the system that put Trump in presidency in the first place. And that a couple of years later they're gonna try to fucking rehabilitate Trump like they did George W. Bush. As soon as a Tom Cotton or something is running for president, they're going to be like, oh, Trump wasn't so bad. He was a goofy guy with funny hair. That's all he was. Shut the fuck up.
Oh, I thought you meant they were going to try and rehabilitate him by giving him art supplies to play with. In the traditional Trump, rehab sense of the word after
Trump doesn't have enough of a internal life to do that. They'll probably just give him another reality show.
This is why I don't think it's a good idea for us to do an election night stream.
Well,
because I'm so fully in
support. I'm going to be up the whole night.
Well, I'm so fully behind Trump, and that I feel like me and Ben, it could compromise our friendship. And I'm
going to laugh and mock you to hell and bag if he loses.
How about you and I do it, Jeremy?
I'm not going to be bitter about it like those Democrat bitches crying about it for 4 years if he does lose.
Crying about it and burning down cities.
Yeah, I'm not going to
the same people.
I'll accept it like a man. I'm going to accept it like a man if he lost.
So
I'm not going to have a tantrum like Antifa has. Bunch of fucking brats. I'm not going to do that. But see, again, Ben, this is why I don't think it's a good idea to do an election night stream. Because it's been pretty amicable up to this point, and I don't know how we got onto this, but I just feel like it's a bad idea.
It's just because I mentioned, it being close to election night, and I was wondering if we should do a stream, because Ben just reminded me, like, even if people are at each other's throats, we have to keep a sense of humor about all this shit, right? Like, I was just getting all worked up over the Democratic National Committee. What do I really give a fuck about? I'm going to be, well, I don't know.
And to clarify, it will be funny to laugh at the DNC if Biden does lose, because they had plenty of competent candidates. Like even fucking Elizabeth Warren would have been better, but I don't think it would be as funny to see the tantrum that the fucking the Magites would throw.
I don't know, Ben. I've seen.
We got nothing.
Magites are fucking. Are fucking waving guns by the polling stations. They're that mad already.
Antifa burning shit down, intimidating little kids. It's fucking disgusting.
Are they intimidating people at the polls?
Those people, yeah. Just like brown shirts. That's what Antifa does. I know.
No, that's what the fucking MAGA people are doing.
No, they're
MAGA people are freaking harmless. They're a bunch of old people.
There was a fucking convoy of them that threatened a Biden event down in Texas.
They weren't threatening, though, Ben. They were just honking. There's a difference between honking your horn and shooting at random Trump supporters.
This is why it's
Nobody
about
shot at random Trump supporters.
Zach, if you wanted
the one time that happened, the marshals found the person and executed them without a trial.
I doubt they executed somebody who was firing back at them. Man, we just got to make sure.
Only one witness says he even tried to draw his firearm.
So anyway,
Okay.
Zach, why don't you do an election night stream? I might be up for that, but I don't want to do it on my channel because I kind of like being politics free to a degree. It's like is where my head's at, and not in an escape kind of way, but because I feel like story is one of the most important things in life. And so, but I don't know, Zach or Ann, if you know how to do it, maybe you could stream it. I'd come for that.
How about you just give us your StreamYard login?
No.
But I probably wouldn't be able to. I wouldn't be able to do an election night one anyway because it's going to go late into the night and I have to work.
But see, Ben, now I'm worried that we're going to end on a bad note, and we've been like vibing pretty well up until now. See, I'm worried about it. Probably more.
I don't know. We can.
It's all my fault. I just didn't want to be alone on election night, so I brought it up.
Well, maybe
do it.
Maybe we'll talk about it, and then maybe we'll do it.
We'll do a recap on this. Well, no way, I'm going to be gone, so whatever. Maybe we can do a recap on.
I mean, you will be missed next weekend, But
how about you, me, and Ann do it on Tuesday night?
All right.
So you want to do it?
I think so. But I can't stay up. I can't go this late because I'm going back to work Tuesday, so I can't stay up, really late. So.
Yeah. Shit, that reminds me. I gotta get in touch with the Polacks.
But I will. I'll. Which one of us is going to stream it?
I've been trying to start a YouTube channel called The Referees for months and months and months, but as you know, I keep moving around. I could stream it, or you could stream it on this channel.
I don't know. There's only you have to either be a member for so long or have to reach some kind of milestone before you start streaming, don't you?
Oh yeah.
So I don't think you'd get it right away, but once you've
I don't know. You can probably start a Twitch channel and maybe wear a low cut top to try to get some simps on you.
I don't think there's a top that low.
Yeah, she's already got one simp. But
I don't know. Maybe we should try to figure out the how the VTuber technology works and try doing that.
What is VTube?
It's basically where it's like streaming except they have anime avatars.
So anyway, Monster Girl 3 Base 3 is out, and it's a blob woman that joins his harem, and I just think that's wonderful.
And Jeremy has been endlessly beating his meat to it.
I really haven't. I haven't done that in months.
You say that every time.
I know, every once in a while, just every once in a while, but not that often at all.
Yes, that me making a masturbation joke is an invitation for you to go into great detail on your masturbation habits.
I gotta defend myself, don't I?
Please just go into more detail.
I gotta defend
Everybody
myself.
wants to hear this.
Check out my Kindle. That's where it's at. Look at this. All that power, all these different worlds colliding. I love that shit. Just wash over me. Look at it. If you
Turn around too fast and knock things off the shelf with your Kindle dick.
If you look at it real fast, look at it's like all these endless colors clashing together. It's amazing.
The Library of Alexandria up in here. Oh, Mr. Miyagi's Sagi serial. I have a story in that.
Yeah, so does Phoenix. Oddly enough. That's and yet Phoenix has no idea who Jordan Crawl is. That's what's weird about it.
I think it's because he's friends with Donald Armfield, and Donald probably invited him or something.
Okay. But yeah, man, I'm awfully proud of this. Let's see what I'm up. I'm up to 4,243 books, just on Kindle. And I found.
When did you actually get this Kindle? Hello? Is everybody dead?
I'm dead.
Well, yeah, we all know that you died in an accident back in a year ago, and I need to let go already. But that's
actually a lie. I'm alive and cry.
Yes, I'm the one who's dead. You need to let go, Zach. The accident wasn't your fault. But I guess Jeremy went silent. I was going to ask him when he got the Kindle and what the first book he got for it was.
I remember my first Kindle book. It was what was it called? Johnny Gruesome by Gregory Lambertson. I haven't read it yet, actually.
I think the first thing I downloaded for my Kindle was a public domain version of Stephen Crane's Black Riders and Other Lines, which is my all-time favorite poetry book. But it's a very personally important poetry book to me. Like, I even read one of the poems at my grandpa's funeral. We're cast upon the breakers without Jeremy here to guide us.
Dude, my Kindle dick is so big that it crashed my computer for a minute. That's how big it is. But anyway, what was the last thing you said before it died on me?
When did you get your Kindle?
When did I get it?
Yeah.
The PC one or the real one?
Your actual Kindle. Well, whenever
Kindle
you started.
Fire, I think the Kindle Fire was a birthday present 2 years ago. And the Kindle on PC I've had since 2010 or 11, I think.
Okay, yeah, I should have expected you had the Kindle, the PC version first, fucking boomer. But what was the first Kindle book you downloaded? Do you remember?
Yeah, I think it was Cannibal Fat Camp.
Oh, really?
From Bizarro Press. I don't remember.
Yeah, by David C. Hayes.
I think that may have been among the first ones, and then a Jimmy Pudge book that was free. One of those really lame ones like Teddy.
He froze. The Time Warpers got him. His loopers.
You don't live in the Smoky Mountains. You live in dang Tri-City. That ain't where the Smoky Mountains are.
Well, he lives in the cities, but he goes to the Smoky Mountains to kill people. That way he avoids suspicions.
That's like 2 hours from him. That's closer to me.
That's why. He stays far away, so there's no suspicion.
Man.
It's just like I'm going out of town for a few days. Oh, more people in the Smoky Mountains turned up dead. Done.
It's like living in Los Angeles and calling yourself the Las Vegas slasher.
Well, yeah, if you live in Los Angeles and travel to Las Vegas to kill.
I suppose that could work, but... And we're gone.
Yeah.
No, I'm just trying to figure out. God, wouldn't it be nice if you could trust journalists?
Read about Operation Mockingbird. You'll never trust journalists again.
Almost every. This is another reason that, even though I find myself rubbernecking politics like I'm staring at a car crash, this is another reason arguments about politics are so frustrating. because it basically comes down to a bunch of people arguing over facts that some intern at 3 a.m. with 4 other stories to write and or edit didn't bother to fact check. Or, something somebody's lying about on purpose. Like, you have to read 8 different articles from 8 different publications to piece together the truth. It's so inefficient. Just fucking quit lying.
90% of the media is probably probably has a CIA agent in there to make sure they don't go off the rails. So what's it fucking matter?
Yeah.
I think
and then we all argue passionately about it, even though it's like postmodernists are trying to make their postmodern universe where there is no truth or reality.
Well, it's less there's no truth or reality and more that all truth and knowledge is contextual.
Stop it.
No. I speak the truth, the contextual truth, and you will not hear. They hated him because he told the truth.
Which truth?
Who are you even talking about?
I'm talking about the media in general.
Oh.
Because you guys were talking about the forced hysterectomies, and I was like, okay, there's no actual evidence in this article. There's no evidence in this article. It's NPR. How trustworthy is NPR? Well, how trustworthy was NPR in 1995? How trustworthy was it last year? How trustworthy is it this week? Like, fuck it.
I don't pay attention to the dang news. I haven't watched the news literally in okay, well, I take that back. I watched the last Red Ice, but they've been annoying recently. I haven't watched a news program in quite a long time.
Well, they're fascist dipshits, so I wouldn't listen to them anyway.
I like Red Ice. They had Jim Goad on recently. That interview was not good. Like, the thing about Jim Goad that I've noticed is okay, so I was into him maybe 2 years ago. Well, maybe a little recent, but I was into his old stuff anyway. And it's when he does new interviews, he says exactly the same things.
That's why I had to stop reading his tacky column. He kept repeating himself too much.
Yeah, it's he had the same talking points. Not that they're not good talking points, but no. I still like Jim Goad.
I mean, he's a lot better when he's talking about things like, I don't know, his personal life or his past and things like that.
Yeah. Well, no, actually, this was more about, I guess his past can't technically change, so he can't say new things, but
if somebody interviewed me about politics right now, I'm not even sure if I would have words to say or whether I would just dramatically fall asleep right where I was sitting.
I would probably just spend the whole interview asking if they were a Fed. Are you a Fed? Are you trying to... What?
Are you a Fed?
Yeah, I am. Do you want to kidnap the governor of Tennessee? Huh? Don't they piss you off? Don't you hate him? Don't you want to kidnap him?
The governor of Hambling County does, because he keeps on with this freaking mask bullshit.
Do you want to kidnap him? Huh? Do you? You want to kidnap him? Put him in a rowboat in the middle of a lake? You want to do that?
That's some smiley face killer stuff right there.
That was literally part of the plan that the fucking Michigan people had.
The funny thing about that is that it's directly from a Drake and Josh episode. Kidnap the governor. Oh, that's freaking rough.
Yeah, it just the whole thing was just like a Fed trap. Don't listen to them when they try to use that as proof that there's danger. That only the fucking the FBI can protect you from.
The what?
Don't listen when they try to push that there's fucking danger that only the FBI can protect you from.
I thought you said the Fed BI.
Well, same thing. Fed BI. That's what I'm calling them from now on.
To be honest, I've stopped caring. I have not watched anything Trump or Biden related in quite a long time. Maybe since that last debate, and I didn't even watch it all the way through. It's just, my mind isn't on other topics. It's just, I cannot make myself care about it. Now, I can't wait till election day just for the general sensationalistic thrill of who's going to win. But
what's perverse is
since the 90s, I've been annoyed by the fact that, like, if you're involved in writing, you have to have a political viewpoint and care about politics because the personal is all political and there's no such thing as pure art. It's all blah, 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 blah. And I ignored them for years and years and years to the detriment of my career. Pick a side, Anne. No, I hate you all. And now that everyone else is so sick of the all politics all the time atmosphere that they've created that I've been complaining about for decades, I've finally been rubbernecking it for so long that it's starting to annoy me the way it used to annoy them. And now they're complaining about the situation they've created. And I'm like, well, you created this. Now I finally know enough about it to care because you've shoved it down my throat for so long.
I'm not gonna lie, I do think it's one-sided. I think it's all these freaking little hipster, super lefty, writer kids who are like, the kids who were able. I mean, not everyone who's an English major, but the people who are like doing this, most of them in academia, they come from a pretty solid middle class or upper middle class background. Like, not all of them, of course. I know, a lot of them are definitely cool, but it just seems like they freaking made this their goal for so long. And I can't see the writing generation not flipping completely to the right just to freaking stick it to them.
Yeah, I mean, hypocrisy annoys everyone after a while.
I don't really think it, honestly, there's probably like a big section that's being flipped to the right, and I think another side that's just moving further to the left because they realize, wait, woke neoliberalism is a big reason why we're all fucking miserable. So fuck the Democrats.
Yep. I'm just annoyed with it. It's like mainly these kids, like, they don't have genuine political convictions. They're just being trendy, and that's always gotten on my nerves because a lot of the kids, okay, so you all didn't have to deal with this probably, but when I was in high school, a lot of them, the preppier kids, the ones who would end up being English majors and, studying the humanities in college, as opposed to the other things that would lead to more like, viable income, they were hyper left, but not the left that's like working class left. Like, these were all, the middle upper class LARPers who think that the working class people are on their side while they continually just like make fun of them for being white and redneck or whatever. It's that type of really typical hypocrisy. I mean, it really is a stereotype. Like, they're all like that.
I mean, in a sense, that's basically true. It's like
it really
a lot of them don't really realize that they're basically Ozymandias from Watchmen.
Who?
The upper class liberals.
Yeah.
Yeah, upper class liberals. They're the bank.
Yeah.
Like, freaking high school. They couldn't stand me, and I couldn't stand them.
Yeah, woke neoliberals will get us all killed. That's the lesson for the day. What I was trying. Are you frozen again, Jeremy? We've lost him again.
That's weird. His connection's usually really good.
Well, I think it's because he pulled up his huge fucking Kindle deck and it crashed down on his hard drive and destroyed it. He destroyed his hard drive with his giant fucking pulsating Kindle boomer or Kindle boner.
So when are you going to be able to get to France, Anne?
You got me.
Probably never, because they're gonna put a border completely around the country and lock it down, and we're basically going to be North Korea.
Speaking of France, the dang terror attacks freaking drive me crazy. Everything that's happened to the churches. Like, there was the first terror attack on, I think, a Catholic church. Now there's an Orthodox priest who got gut shot with a sawed-off shotgun by an Islamic terrorist, and it's like, it just keeps happening. It looks like it's freaking like Macron, I think that's how you pronounce it, said some things, and now like the whole freaking country's like in just a bunch of tension.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. I mean, there's riots against the lockdown. There's Muslim riots going on because of the iconoclasm, and daring to draw the prophet. It's all of a
You
sudden
mean
they're all
Satanist
the
riots?
mess as we are. What's that?
I said, you mean Satanist riots?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know.
Mom's a Satanist. Can you hear us now, Jeremy?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, did your Kindle Deck crash your computer again?
It really did, yeah. It might happen again for all I know. I don't know.
It
It said I had no internet for a few minutes, so I had to reset the router. Funny how that happens, just like Ann mentioned earlier, resetting routers, and then I have to reset mine,
I was trying to ask you, what was the first... Oh, yeah. Oh, wait, I already asked you, yeah.
Hang on.
What's the first
I'm still...
That didn't work out.
No. Let's see. I'm trying to see what other movies did I watch during the October that I really liked. Oh, I really liked Dead Ringers and The Brood. Both of those were really good.
Yeah. I liked The Lighthouse quite a bit.
What?
The Lighthouse.
Oh, yeah, that's really good. I still think I like The Witch more, but The Lighthouse is really good.
I like The Witch more as well. The Witch was really good. I actually, thinking about that, I need to rewatch that. I really enjoyed that movie.
I think he said he's actually doing a Viking movie next. That's pretty. Yeah, that'll be interesting to watch.
Yeah. I've actually not watched as many horror movies as I wanted to. This October really has not been a good October for me in terms of horror content. I mean, I typically go all out, but I've been pretty this October has seemed just like any other month, whereas normally I'm like, super horror the whole month of October.
I mean, this year it was shit because, at least partially because of COVID.
Okay, I cleared out my cache. It was probably like filled to the brim. Maybe that helped. So anyway, I guess we'll go for a few more minutes and then we'll wrap up, because we all got stuff to do before we go to bed probably. Glad Phoenix was at least there in the chat.
He was?
Yeah. Can't you see him down there?
Yeah.
Just passing through. I know I had a lot to do today, but it's a fun episode. Good listening to everyone. And if Phoenix comes on next week, are you two going to be cool or?
Yeah.
Was that just a bad night? Do you want to talk about it?
I just got frustrated because I was trying to convey to him, a beneficial situation that he didn't get the benefit of because it doesn't exist anymore. And he just kept talking over me with how, superiorly accepting of dialects he was. And I was like, this doesn't have anything to do with dialects. I'm trying to tell you about a publishing industry that used to train people to use their minds around language in a particular way that people don't get trained anymore. And I think it's having a detrimental effect on people's thought processes and social skills, Phoenix.
Okay, but if you're both in the same room, I'm sure we can hash out anything, right?
Yeah, it wasn't a massive thing. It was just I was already feeling guilty because I was shooting the shit instead of working. And I was like, oh God, I could sit and listen to this guy say the same thing again while I try to get him to understand the point that I'm actually making. Or I could just close my computer and go on the other computer and write. So
how's Blobwick going, by the way? Is that
yeah. The Blobwick Chronicles is just the working title. I've got a better title cooked up, but I'm going to wait to release it. It's like going pretty well. It's just
right?
What's
is
up?
Is it like the old Blob movie? Is that what you said before? Or?
No. I was calling it the Blobwick Chronicles because I sort of fictionalized this person who's a character and renamed them Blobwick because it's, like all those names that end in Wick, like Chadwick, they remind you of little English boarding school boys in short pants. And I don't know. it just seemed fitting. But yeah, it's going pretty well. I've got it all organized. It's just I got to fill in some connective tissue.
That's the hardest thing, is that to make sure that the scene transitions well into another, and that's really hard to do sometimes in my experience. And it's like I had to take 1,000 steps back. I'm so behind now. I took 1,000 steps back when I stopped writing for like a year or two. And like I said, I always run into a brick wall when I hit 30,000 words, which would be either a novella or a novel, full-length novel. I don't remember what the word.
That's more like a novella.
Okay,
Yeah,
30,000. What 60,000 would be a novel normally, right?
Yeah.
I also thought I think I was getting to this before the computer crashed the first time. I picked these two up at the used bookstore. I don't know much about them other than I think this is maybe a zebra. This may be a zebra.
Wait, let me see. Where's the zebra?
No,
Looks more like a Dorchester.
It says Pan. I can't.
Oh, that's their own thing. Pan. I think they were actually a UK press, if I'm not mistaken, that did paperback horror.
But this one looks pretty wild. A man who is no longer human, a small-time crook driven insane by something he's seen. A lucrative pipeline and smuggled antiquities from ancient Greece. Somehow they're linked. Investigating the case of a woman who fears that her husband is no longer the man she married. Private investigator James Parco stumbles on a 5,000-year-old secret and a legendary evil resurrected in a terrifying new guise. The Bidden.
Hey, what scent is that candle that you have lit?
Mountain Moonshine.
I enjoy candles as well. Whoa.
It's like red. It looks like red Jello. And then this one, Undermined by Martin Heavysides. Gregor used the name Heavysides last week in reference to the Cats musical. Clearly that's probably a pen name. The guy was trying to be clever, right? This was from Crossing Chaos Enigmatic Inc., who also published Forrest Armstrong's Asphalt Flowerhead. And a little bit of the synopsis here. Smoke, intelligent fog, funhouse mirrors, death house aesthetics, a city lit from within and a city of living houses, riddles and enigmas. What was that language? Where is its key? City webworks for instant travel by elevator or magic bus. People who are you and me, only fictional. Elf clubs burrowed snug in the friendly earth, and nightclubs whose floor show is literally murder. St. James Infirmary as you have never heard it in your life before. Song stylings of owls. Storytellers way too inwoven with the stories they tell. Red and blue water on tap. Dream or real. You or me. Happening to us, or do we make it happen? Plain language that almost makes sense. Bloodsuckers alive and undead. A once majestic hall of mirrors that now exists somewhere between memory and legend. That's just, it sounds like one of those stream of consciousness deals, which probably is more prose than actual plot. But yeah, every now and then I pick up some real jewels in the physical book form at the used bookstores, what's left of them. But
where do you go to?
That place in, you probably don't know, the Fort Henry Mall, there's a place called
Yeah.
And Glenn Moody, who ran for mayor several times, runs it. You know,
actually, I don't know him, but I know that bookstore. I've been there to that bookstore in the mall before.
That guy, I could sit and talk to him for hours. Sometimes I do. I go in there and I'll strike up a conversation and realize it's 1:00 in the afternoon, and I didn't even notice that I'd been talking for 2 hours.
Yeah, it's a nice bookstore. My favorite one in the area, though, has to be, of course, either Mr. K's or that other one at the other end of Johnson City.
Mr. K's is great. 2 stories high. I love it. You get to walk upstairs to find a whole other level of books. I love it.
Yeah, the other one, Book Lovers Warehouse, which is kind of at the other end of Johnson City, like they're going to Greenville. It's really good.
But what I love bookstores that have stacks instead of everything on a shelf. I love it when there's stacks of books like this high that you can, it looks almost like Jenga, For some reason, I feel like there's more valuable books to be found in a pile than on a shelf. It's like he's overflowing with books. He had to rent out another store across the hallway just to store the books that he couldn't fit in his store. He showed me that little storage area, and it was a whole other bookstore, or could have been. I mean, it's insane. He said he's got like thousands at home overflowing into the hallways, and down the steps.
Cool.
I mean, books more than you could ever imagine. That's
I think I've only been to that one once, but it was pretty good.
Yeah.
Have you been to the warehouse one though?
No.
It's really freaking awesome, especially if you're looking for horror paperbacks.
We used to have the book rack, but they closed. They're right there on Fort Henry Drive, or they were beside Long John Silver's, but now they're gone. They closed down. They were really unhelpful when I wanted them to look up a title for special order. This was before I learned to use Amazon, but the book rack was really bad about not being able to look up titles in a good way. I mean, they kind of left me hanging several times on that. But Glenn Moody, man, he knows his book shit for sure. He's actually got a sign up on the bookcases, glass cases at the back of the store for the more valuable books that are like under lock.
I think he's gone again, Ben.
Yeah.
What are we going to do now that he's gone?
I don't know. We may as well just all put our guns in our mouths.
Hey, Ann, are there a bunch of cool bookstores around you in LA or Palm Springs, wherever it is?
There's one in Santa Monica, but that's about 120 miles away from me right now. I have not actually seen a physical bookstore in Palm Springs.
Really? That's weird.
Yep.
I mean, it makes sense, though, because I remember every time I've been out to Vegas, I'm always thinking there'll be good places to get books, but it's freaking horrible. The bigger metropolitan cities, they just don't have bookstores.
Yeah, everyone's too busy being cool.
Yeah.
There's it's not a major metropolitan, but there's one bookstore in the downtown area, which is more of a used bookstore, and there's a Barnes and Noble in a mall, and there's a half price books, and that's what we have.
Yeah, used bookstores are the best.
Yeah,
they're pretty good.
You get the kind of serendipity that you don't get on Amazon, no matter how hard the algorithm tries.
Yeah, I mean, Books A Million and Barnes and Noble, they're just depressing. I mean, I still buy stuff from there, to support them, but they're not, I feel bad going there. Now, as far as like science fiction and fantasy, like they have a lot of, good stuff with that, because that seems like the mass market section that still hasn't died out, whereas it has died out with like all other genres. But when you're looking for nonfiction, Barnes and Noble and Books A Million just suck.
Yeah, it's only like bestsellers pretty much.
Yeah, it's a shame. I wish Borders was still around, which I don't think I ever got to go to Borders, but from what I hear, they used to carry like small press titles and everything.
Yeah. They tore up a whole block of Uptown in Chicago to put in a Borders right before the chain went out of business.
That sucks.
Yeah. Well,
I'll be back. Garbage night.
All right.
Hopefully
Yeah,
it will hold out. Hopefully it'll hold up this time. I'll cross my fingers that when I get back, it's not frozen again.
Don't fall into the garbage can.
I'm still moving, so I keep carrying my computer on with me, but it's new and I still haven't even paid for it, and I've already dropped it on the floor once.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
Why did he do that? I was looking at the stuff in his room.
Yeah, I'm still moving in, so yeah. I just said that. Oh my God, I need to sleep. Since I've been sort of buffeted around the country by crime and plague and everything else, I've noticed my memory is just shot to hell.
Yeah, we live in strange times.
You ever have a really stressful, fractured time of your life, though, and suddenly, like, your brain just isn't working right?
Pretty much.
Yeah, I have that. It's called every day of my life.
But has it ever, like, taken a quantum leap
Well, I know one thing I've noticed. You'll have times in your life where it's like everything is super condensed, and then when you're away from that particular time, like it doesn't feel like back then was even real. If that makes any sense.
Yeah.
It's like you go from condensed to where nothing makes sense to all of a sudden you're back to normal.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll ever go back to normal, but actually, this part of my life doesn't even feel real as I'm living it, which is spooky. It's very spooky. Like, oh, so this is going to happen, and it's like I'm watching it on TV, and it's hilarious. I might be dying, but it's just at a certain point, your brain kind of snaps out, and you're just like, I'm going to watch the circus now.
Nothing is true. Everything is permitted.
Shut up. I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear that postmodern shit when I'm having an actual mental breakdown. Thank you.
Now, I will say, as far as like, I know you all probably don't want to hear it, but like, as far as like post baptism in November, like the whole like new person thing, like it literally feels that way. It's like my past life wasn't real. Like it was real, but like it's different. It's like more clear.
Huh. It's interesting.
Strange.
So you just got baptized?
No, well, not just. It was last November, so I guess technically it was coming up on a year now.
Okay. See, I wasn't even. I wasn't really online yet as an organism for my baptism. I think I might have been 4 or 5 days old.
Yeah.
Whenever the blizzard that I was born in cleared up, they took me straight to get my head dunked and Catholified. So maybe that's what's wrong with me. Maybe when I was baptized, like some demons got mixed into the holy water.
When they do, do they do like? How do they do it? I know they do. Lutherans do the baby thing too. Is it like, do they sprinkle or do they dip the whole baby in? I'm not saying it matters. I'm just curious because I think both are valid.
I've never actually seen it happen to somebody. I just had it done to me, and I don't remember it.
I know. I do remember like footage of my baptism from when I was a kid, and I had it when I was a baby. It was just on the forehead.
Okay. All right. So not only was it too early, I didn't get the full immersion experience. No wonder nothing seems real to me now.
I don't know if Catholics do the full like immersion. I think there's only like certain like Protestant ones that do that.
Right, because like they read some mistranslated verse of the Bible that says your baby will go to hell if you don't throw it in a lake.
Yeah, they are early wrong on that. Like they there's so many things that they ignore, like specifically the household thing. It's like you're in the Bible, it's always like, households getting baptized, and it's like they obviously had kids and babies in those households. Like there's nothing that says that a baby can't go through it.
I mean, I know that there were certain churches that either, I don't know if it was because of economic reasons or biblical reasons, that they would just do them in actual rivers.
Yeah, well, I know a big thing that happened with Lutherans was that because somehow they ended up, a lot of them in the Midwest where there wasn't like a lot of rivers and stuff, so they had to do the pouring water from like a pitcher or something because water was scarce. So that's a thing that's kind of kept going.
Have you ever read Florence King?
No, I don't know who that is.
She was an essay. She reminds me a lot of Anne, but she was an essayist.
Everyone says that. Everyone says I remind me. Everyone.
Yeah. Her whole thing was that, she was like very humorous and very bitter. She actually has a personal essay where she talks about how she was on a riverboat that got out of control and ended up almost crashing into a black church that was doing a baptism in the river.
Oh, Jesus.
Now, however, though, I could see because I mean there was one case where a baptism was in a river in the Bible, so I guess that could.
I mean, isn't that how John the Baptist did it?
I don't know about him, but I know Jesus, when he performed the baptism on a person, he did it that way. But that was just, it was almost like to symbolize, not really symbolize, but it's like, that like it doesn't have to be a big ceremony thing. It's like they wondered like when to do it, and they happened to be by a river, so they just did it there. So it's not like has to be super fancy thing. It's just like water, and then you do it.
Well, check out the link I put in the chat.
Imgur.
Maybe Jesus was just taking the piss. Maybe he never met.
No.
Yeah, Jesus just had
Let's
to
see
go
if I
in the
can
river
get
to
him to
pee.
jump in the river. Or actually, maybe Jesus thought that people in biblical times didn't bathe often enough.
Yeah, it's just like wash your ass.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's it. And Jesus said unto them, "Wash your ass."
That is heretical.
Okay, so maybe it's time to wrap up.
Well, hey,
Talk and figure out what's wrong.
Check
Feel bad all the
check out
time.
the link that I put in the chat.
I think it's almost out of memory. Do what now?
Check out the link I put in the chat.
Private
Is that a
chat?
new book cover?
Yeah.
Where?
That's
I don't-
If this is goatsy bad, I'm gonna kill you.
It's not
Oh.
goatsy.
I literally don't see a link. Where's it at? Private chat or what?
Yeah, the private chat.
Here,
All right,
I'll
I'll
put
bite.
it in again.
I don't see anything.
It's either gonna be
Here, I'm putting
goatsy
it
or
in.
I'm gonna get rickrolled.
Yeah, probably. Oh, I hope it's not Lemon Party. That's even worse than
It's
Goatsy.
not lemon. It's not. What do you think I am?
I bet that's the party you're going to vote with. Lemon Party, right? Okay, what is this? Feel Bad All the Time by Ben Arzate. Oh,
No,
that's
it's not a book. It's not a book cover. It's a bookmark. I'm getting bookmarks made.
What are you, freaking gay?
dude. That you need to write that as a book. What are you talking about? That's perfect.
Feel Bad All the Time is the name of my press.
You got to
My
write a
personal
book.
press.
You got to turn that into a book, man. There's no way around it.
It's a bookmark. I'm having bookmarks made.
I don't know about that.
Nice.
Well, I think you only don't know about that because you're gay. But I just wanted to show that because I thought it was really cool.
It is, but it'd be cooler as an actual book. You know.
I mean, Michael Kazepis did it, and I'll probably hire him to do a book cover at some point.
Okay.
I think Ben is always playing a drinking game where the rule is take a drink every time Ben says gay.
Take a drink every time Ann gets catcalled. Take a drink every time Zach says frickin'.
Just take a drink to numb the pain of existence.
Take a drink every time you take a drink.
Yeah,
That's the ultimate drinking
Wow,
game
this-
right there.
it's like the
Yeah.
it's like the Kendrick Lamar song. No matter what happens, just drink.
Wow. I'm hypnotized by this Norwegian gymnast Sondre Berg, Ben.
What?
Is this your I'm sorry, you just sent me down this like imager rabbit hole now.
What? You're not supposed to. I think I have ad block on, so I can't see whatever you're looking at.
There's
But no, it's just.
I thought it
bookmark
was
that I'm
your
having made.
web page, but it's just this. Okay, it leads on to like pictures of gorgeous tiny homes and a GIF of an amazing gymnast doing amazing gymnastics stuff.
He's like a dang tiny home trendy. Is that what you are, Ben?
No, it's based on what you've done. You've looked at in the past. So it's your fault that when you bring it up, it gets a bunch of gay porn under it.
Okay, so think we should end it or what?
No.
I think we should just end it all now.
We're all babbling and exhausted.
Yeah, let's just.
Maybe I'm
let's
just projecting.
Yeah, take the
I'm getting my
pills,
second
drink
one.
the poison, load the gun, put it in your mouth. We should just end it for good.
Hey, Jeremy, I have a proposition.
What?
We can do the paranormal video episode now.
Not now, no. Not in the middle of it doing this, going haywire like this.
That is weird.
Yeah,
It's never happened to you before.
All right. Well, good night, everybody. I love you guys. I thank you for being a part of this again. But yeah,
Love you too. Take care.
Okay.
Good night.
Have a good night, and remember to feel bad all the time.
Thanks, Ben.
Play me some new metal.
You're like depression in human form.
That is a good way to describe him.
Pretty much.
He's like a bad mood that you can pour into a glass.
Yeah, I'm like a tall drink of a bad mood.
Did y'all just hear a growl?
No.
It started.
Oh no, we're warming.
This new metal.
No.
Wow.
Synthwave.
Yeah.
Specifically to piss you off.
I want new metal.
Man, I think I drank my last beer.
He's doing it for damn.
He's combining it with Wiley to sissy him up.
Well, if I didn't drink one this morning, I'd
Every time you speak, it echoes now.
Echoes. It's down. Well, if I didn't